Tantor Audio presents The Winter Bride by Anne Gracie. Narrated by Alison Larkin. Chapter 1. The world is pretty much divided between the weak of mind and the strong, between those who can act and those who cannot. And it is the bounden duty of the capable to let no opportunity of being useful escape them. Jane Austen, Sanditon, and Other Stories. Devon, England, 1816. I want you to look after Aunt Bea and the girls while Abby and I are on our honeymoon, Max, Lord Davenham, told his friend the Honourable Frederick Monkton-Coombes. Freddy almost choked on his wine. Me? He spluttered after the coughing fit had passed. Why me? You're my oldest friend. Hard to wriggle out of that one, Freddy thought. But damn, it was a hell of a thing to spring on a fellow the night before a wedding. As if being best man weren't trauma enough. He rose and jabbed at the fire with a poker, sending sparks twirling up the chimney. The two men were ensconced in a snug private sitting room in the local inn, a mile or two from Davenham Hall in Devon. Max's idea, doing the honourable thing, sleeping under a separate roof from his bride the night before the wedding, bad luck to see the bride and all that, and naturally his best man must come too. Not that Freddy minded. The less he had to do with the bride's sisters, the better as far as he was concerned. Pretty, unmarried, respectable girls were not Freddy's female of choice. Good girls? No. He much preferred the company of bad girls. The badder, the better. Good girls, especially good, pretty girls, were dangerous. And one Chance sister in particular was, to Freddy's mind, more dangerous than most. She disturbed him in ways he preferred not to examine too closely. And now Max must come up with this, and playing the oldest friend card, damn it. You mean all of them? All the girls? Yes, of course, all of them, Max said impatiently. There are only 3. They're not exactly a horde. That was a matter of opinion. What does look after entail? Freddy asked cautiously. Max shrugged. Nothing very arduous, just the kind of thing I'd do if I were there. My aunt is well up to snuff, of course, but she's still somewhat of an invalid and would appreciate having a man to rely on if needed. Having a man to order about, more like it, Freddy thought. Max continued, and Abby's been fretting a little about leaving her sisters. You can understand that, after all they've been through recently. Knowing you'll be on hand to protect them if necessary will ease her mind. Isn't there anyone else you could ask? Freddy said desperately. I mean, you know my problem with unmarried females. Your problem is with the kind of unmarried female you call a muffin. You told me Abby and her sisters were most definitely not muffins. They're not, but then there's no problem. The noose was tightening. Freddy ran a finger around his suddenly tight collar. Am I really the sort of fellow you want associating with Abby's sisters? I don't have the best reputation around women. You know that, he said hopefully. I have complete faith in you. Damn. What about Flynn? Didn't you say he'd be arriving any day now? Flynn was the head of the company in which Freddy and Max were major partners. Couldn't you ask him? Max frowned. Yes, I expected Flynn to be here by now. Shame he'll miss the wedding. You don't think anything bad has happened to him? Max gave a wry half-smile. Sea travel is uncertain at the best of times, but Flynn has a knack of turning disaster into success, so I'm not worrying yet. If he turns up, the two of you can share the responsibility if it makes you feel better, but Flynn doesn't know Aunt Bea and the girls like you do, nor does he know anything about London society. In fact, I'm hoping you'll show him the ropes. Oh, Freddy said, more responsibilities. Delightful. Max's grin widened. He'll need your fashion advice, too. He's planning to cut a swath through London society, and currently he's a little unorthodox in appearance. Oh, joy! Just what he wanted, to play guard dog to respectable females and social and sartorial adviser to a rough Irish diamond. Max laughed. Don't look so glum. Flynn is a good fellow. You'll like him. But you don't need to worry about Flynn. He can look after himself. It's my aunt and the girls I'm most concerned about. Freddy sipped his claret thoughtfully, trying to work out a way to wriggle out of what, on the surface, seemed a quite reasonable request. Max, misunderstanding his silence, added, "Look, it won't be hard. Just drop around to Berkeley Square every few days, make sure they're all right, see to anything if there's a problem, protect the girls from unwanted attentions, take them for the occasional drive in the park, pop into their literary society." "Not the literary society. The horror stories those girls read are enough to make a fellow's hair stand on end." Max frowned. "Horror stories? They don't read horror stories. Only entertaining tales of the kind ladies seem to enjoy, about girls and gossip and families." "Horror stories, every last one of them," Freddy said firmly. "You asked me to sit in on their literary society last month when you went up to Manchester, remember? The story they were reading then." He gave an eloquent shudder. "Horror from the very first line. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. Must he indeed? What about the poor fellow's wants, eh? Do they matter? No. Every female in the blasted story was plotting to hook some man for herself or her daughter or her niece. If you don't call that horror, I don't know what is." Max chuckled. "You can laugh, bound as you are, for parson's noose in the morning," Freddy said bitterly, "but every single man in that story ended up married by the end of the book, every last one." He numbered them off on his fingers. The main fellow, his best friend, the parson, even the soldier fellow ended up married to the silly light-skirt sister. Not one single man in that story escaped unwed. He shuddered again, enough to give a man nightmares. So, no literary society for me, thank you. "I need you there," Max said simply. "Why? Your aunt holds her literary society in her own home. You can't get much safer than that." "It's not so much their safety I'm worried about," Max admitted, looking a little sheepish. "It's my aunt." "What about her? She's in her element there, all her croonies about her. Dozens of tunnish ladies, even a handful of men." "Exactly, and therein lies the problem." Freddy shook his head. "I don't understand." "I don't trust her." "You don't trust your own aunt, your only relative?" Max sighed. "You know she almost died while I was away." Freddy nodded. "The girls nursed her back to health, and it's given her a renewed lease on life, which, of course, I'm delighted about, don't get me wrong. The trouble is, it's made her think she's invincible." "She is invincible," Freddy muttered. "Always was. I remember her from when I was a schoolboy, a force of nature even then." Max nodded. "My uncle kept her more or less reined in. Now she's a law unto herself." Freddy frowned. "Hasn't broken any laws that I know of." "Not laws as such," Max admitted. "But think about it. She already has more than half the ton believing that the girl's mother was her wholly imaginary half-sister Griselda. Griselda, I ask you. And their father was an Italian Marchese called Chancelotto." "I heard he was Venetian," Freddy said. Max threw up his hands. "You see, Venetian, the whole of the ton knows it." Freddy shrugged. "Nothing people love more than a hushed-up scandal." "But it wasn't a hushed-up scandal," Max said, exasperated. "It wasn't any kind of scandal at all. Her mother never ran off with an Austrian nobleman or gave birth to another daughter who grew up to marry any blasted Venetian Marchese. She died. It's all a ridiculous tale my aunt invented." There was a long silence. Freddy sipped his wine. Max stared into the fire, brooding, no doubt, on his father-in-law, the late and imaginary Marchese di Chancelotto. Must be hard for an honourable fellow like Max having to accept, at least in public, imaginary in-laws. And he was getting married in the morning. That was a worse fate than having to listen to a few horror stories. "All right, I'll attend the Literary Society," Freddy said in a soothing tone, "but I warn you, I'm not going to read any of those dratted books." "No, that's all right. It's not the kind of literary society where people read. They have the stories read to them. So I'd be grateful if you'd just keep an eye on Aunt Beer." He glanced at Freddy. "And stop her if she starts telling any more outrageous tales." Freddy choked on his wine again. "Me? You think I could stop her from spreading outrageous stories? You couldn't, so what makes you think I could? She still treats me like a schoolboy." "I know, but I'd feel better if you were there, at least. You could always try to stop her." Yes, and Freddy could always try to fly, but he didn't say so. Max was his oldest and best friend. Max was also the reason Freddy was now independently wealthy. If it hadn't been for Max and his trading company, Freddy would still be eking out a living on the inheritance he'd received from his aunt, or worse, dependent on his father, and that didn't bear thinking about. Max had never really asked him for anything. Freddy drained his glass, his 6th for the night, and in a moment of vainglory said, "Very well, I'll try. And I'll attend the blasted Literary Society, and keep an eye on the girls for you and Abby, and I'll look out for Flynn if he ever arrives." Flynn was the other reason Freddy was now a rich man. He probably owed Flynn a few favours too. "Good man," Max said. "I'm probably worrying about nothing. I'm sure you'll have a delightful time with Aunt Beer and the girls. There's no one I'd rather trust them to. You're the only person in the world who'd trust me with a bunch of unmarried girls. I know you better than most people. Now don't look so glum. Abby and I will only be gone for a month or so, and there'll be no trouble, I'm sure." China, 8 months earlier. She breasted the hill and stopped, catching her breath at the sight of the line of brilliant blue that shimmered along the horizon. The sea! She took a deep breath, breathing in the clean, fresh, salt tang of it, the taste of freedom. Then her heart started to thump as she saw in a dip between the hills 3 slender vertical lines silhouetted against the blue, tall masts, which meant a European ship. Pray, it was English. It should not matter as long as it took her away from this place where she would always be foreign, unwelcome, no matter that she'd lived all her life here and knew no other place. But she was English, and an English captain would understand, and pray God, an English ship would take her home. To what? She did not know. She had no living relatives that she knew of. But first things first. She started to run, then stumbled to a ragged halt. She was hot, filthy, dusty, and sweaty from the endless walk. She'd lost track of how many days she'd been walking, hiding from others, sleeping under bushes and foraging for whatever food she could find along the way. She could not approach the captain of a European ship looking like a filthy beggar. She scanned her surrounds and spied a ragged line of green meandering across the dusty brown landscape. A stream. Just what she needed. In the stream she washed, head to toe, immersing her body, fully clothed in the water, then stripping to the bare minimum for modesty. It would not do to be caught naked in the open. She scrubbed as best she could without soap, using sand on her skin and beating her wet clothing on the rocks, as the women back home did. No, not home. The mission would never be home again. England was home, no matter that she had no memory of it. It was where she'd been born. She rinsed and scrubbed and re-rinsed until her skin and scalp tingled and she felt clean again. She combed out her hair in the sun, using her fingers to ease out any tangles. She braided it neatly and wound it around her crown in a damp coronet, tucking the ends in and fastening them with her last 2 pins. The heat of the sun ensured her clothing dried quickly, wrinkled, but clean-looking at least. She wished she had a proper English dress, but she'd worn her simple black Chinese peasant tunic and pants to the market so she wouldn't stand out as foreign, and everything else had been destroyed when the mission was burned. She had no other clothes, no other possessions at all. Only her mother's locket on its thin gold chain. She never took it off. She did a quick check that she was as neat as possible, put on her hat and set out toward the 3 black masts silhouetted against the strip of shimmering blue. Pray that the ship was English. A small port, with a straggle of buildings scattered around it. In her faded black tunic and pants and her conical straw hat, she drew no notice from the coolies busily loading bundles and boxes and rolls of fabric onto the smaller boats and ferrying them out to the big ship that floated serenely at anchor a few 100 yards from shore. She squinted against the glare of the sun on sea to read the name. Liverpool Lass. English! Thank God! Tears of relief pricked at her eyelids. She blinked them back. She searched among the swarming coolies for an English face and found a tall young seaman with ginger hair supervising the loading of a boat, checking items off on a list and rapping out orders in a mix of pidgin English and bad Chinese. She approached him quietly, and when he had a moment, said in English, "Excuse me, sir. Could I speak to the captain, please?"
"He's busy."
The young seaman stopped and looked up.
"What did you say?"
She repeated the request. His jaw dropped. He stared at her in disbelief for a moment, taking in her faded coolie clothes and hat.
"You can't be English."
He pulled off her hat.
"And what the hell? You're a girl?"
She couldn't move. The weight pressed her down, crushing the breath from her lungs. The heat, the sweat, the stench sickened her. She struggled to resist, to block out the words echoing insidiously in her ear. Damaris jerked upright, gasping for breath, fighting desperately to get free, and encountered nothing but cold air and tangled bedclothes. She closed her eyes briefly, trying to catch her breath. She was panting as if she'd run a mile, and waiting for her pounding heart to slow to normal. Her body was slicked with sweat. It chilled slowly in the cold pre-dawn air. The dream again. The 3rd time in as many days. It was getting worse. She sat in her bed with her arms wrapped around her knees, hugging them to her chest and rocking slightly. The weight of the dream hung over her. The weight of memory. She was not that girl, she told herself, not anymore. She'd left Damaris Tate behind. She was Damaris Chance now. It was supposed to be a fresh chance, Abby had said. A chance for a new life for them all. And it was true. Mostly. But the dreams, the memories stayed with her, returning in the night. Vivid, intense, and horribly real. Even now the acid bile of panic and shame scalded her throat. She took a sip of water from the glass by the bed. Nothing would wash away those memories. The dreams would keep them fresh. She rocked gently in the chill grey dawn, contemplating her options. There weren't many. She knew what was stirring up the dreams. She couldn't go on. She had to stop it now before it went any further. The sooner, the better. She broke it to Jane after luncheon when they were getting ready for a drive in the park. "Not make your come out?" Jane dropped the pelisse she was about to put on and stared at her in shock. "But why? It's what we always dreamed of." "You dreamed, Jane, not me." Damaris picked up the pelisse and handed it to Jane. "Now get dressed. Mr. Monkton-Coombes will be here any minute." Jane didn't move. "But why would you not want to make your come-out, Damaris? It'll be such fun. New dresses and dances and balls and routs and—" Damaris shook her head. "I can't do it, Jane. I just can't." "Can't what?" asked Daisy as she entered the bedchamber. She was carrying a half-finished pelisse. "Try this on before you go out, will you, Damaris? I want to make sure the sleeves are right before I finish it off." Damaris removed her warm winter pelisse and slipped on the almost completed garment. Made in Daisy's distinctive mix of old and new fabrics, it was light, intended for spring or summer wear. "Oh, it's lovely, Daisy," Damaris exclaimed. She touched the contrasting brocade collar and cuffs, currently only pinned on. "These are from one of Lady Beatrice's old gowns, aren't they? I remember the embroidered birds. So pretty, and still looking so fresh. The colours are so clear and bright. And the contrast of the different fabrics. I would never have thought to put these together, but it's perfect. You have such an eye." She stood before the mirror, admiring the elegant fall of the pelisse, while Daisy frowned in concentration and repinned one of the cuffs. "It's beautiful, all right," Jane said, "and you're very clever, Daisy, but it's going to be wasted on Damaris." "Humph!" Daisy looked up, frowning, her mouth full of pins. "She says she's not going to make her come out." "Humph!" Daisy didn't take the pins from her mouth, but let her eyebrows do the talking. "I'm sorry," Damaris said. "I just can't bear the thought of it." "Bear the thought of what?" Jane asked. "A come-out is fun." Daisy gave Damaris a long, considering look, then shrugged and returned to her pinning. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you both." Damaris hated letting people down. It was just, she couldn't do it. The dread had been growing day by day, and this morning, when she woke with the familiar feeling of sick apprehension, she knew she had to say something. It was better to let everyone down now, several months before the season started. Surely. "But why? I still don't understand," Jane persisted. "Is it because of the brothel? Because you were only there a few days longer than me, not quite a week? And—" "It's not the brothel," Damaris said. She hadn't told anyone what had happened before the brothel, not even her sisters. And she never would. "I should say not," Jane said. "It wasn't our fault, and I refuse to let my life be less because of what that evil man tried to do to us. And so should you." "It's not because of the brothel." The pinning complete, Damaris carefully eased off the pelisse and handed it to Daisy, then shrugged herself into her winter one again. "The false name, then?" Jane persisted. "I know your parents were missionaries." "My father was, and no, it's not the false name, though heaven knows how Lady Beatrice is going to explain." "Explain what?" The old lady stood in the doorway. "Are you girls ready? Featherby tells me Freddy Monkton-Coombes is downstairs awaiting our pleasure, and while I approve of making a gentleman wait, who knows what the weather will do? Come along now." She flapped a pair of lilac kid gloves at them. "You can explain on the way. Daisy, dear, give me your arm, would you? These dratted stairs." Daisy hurried to take the old lady's arm. Lady Beatrice was still a little weak and unsteady on her feet after months, if not years, of being ill, bedridden, and neglected. Since Abby had discovered her and the 4 girls had moved in to become Lady Beatrice's nieces, the old lady had made a gallant recovery, but stairs were still her bugbear. She could walk down them with assistance, but climbing them required the strong arms of William, their footman. "Now, what were you girls saying?" "It's Damaris," Jane told her. She says she doesn't want to make her come out."
"What's that? Doesn't want her season, you say?"
She swivelled around on the stairs and gave Damaris a sharp glance.
"Is that right?"
"Yes, Lady Beatrice, and I'm sorry, but I won't change my... It's because of the brothel, I know," Jane said, "only..." "It's not because of the brothel," Damaris said in a low voice, glancing downstairs. "And keep your voice down, please. I don't want anyone to hear." Below them in the hall, the Honourable Freddy Monkton-Coombes paced restlessly, long, loose-limbed strides in gleaming high boots. Dressed in a many-caped coat of superfine merino, and holding a curly-brimmed beaver hat in his long fingers, he was the epitome of masculine elegance. He looked up and met Damaris's gaze. She forced herself to look away. "Then why?"
"Hush, Jane. Damaris is right. This is not something to be discussed on the stairs," Lady Beatrice instructed. "Freddy, my dear boy, how very punctual you are." "Punctual?" He glanced at the clock in the hall. "But it's—"
"We won't be long. The girls and I need a moment's privacy." She gave him an enigmatic look. "A female thing, you understand. Featherby, fetch a pot of coffee and some muffins for Mr. Monkton-Coombes."
"No, really,
"Nonsense. I know how much you love your muffins, and cook has made a fresh batch especially. We won't be long," Lady Beatrice declared, and swept the girls into a small sitting-room farther down the hall. As the door closed behind her, she said,
"The dear boy is looking after us quite splendidly while Max and Abby are on their honeymoon, isn't he? Normally he avoids respectable girls like the plague." Daisy snorted. Jane giggled, and after a moment, Damaris joined in.
"What has cast you girls into whoops now?" Lady Beatrice demanded.
"Respectable girls?" Jane spluttered. "2 escapees from a brothel, 3 if you count Daisy." "Course you count me. I grew up in one, didn't I?"
"And we're all living under a false name, pretending to be your nieces," Damaris added.
"Stop that nonsense at once," the old lady snapped. "I don't want to hear any more about that dratted brothel. You are respectable girls, no matter what happened in the past. You're my nieces, and if I say you're respectable, you are."
"And if you say we're your nieces, we are," Jane added mischievously.
"Exactly." Lady Beatrice didn't believe in irony. "And when your sister married my nephew, that made everything legal. So that's the end of it."
It was nothing of the sort. Not when Damaris and Daisy were no relation to Abby and Jane, but none of them wanted to argue. The old lady raised her lorgnette and turned it on Damaris.
"Now, Miguel, what's all this about you not making your come-out with Jane in the spring?"
Damaris bit her lip. "It's true. I don't want to do it." Jane said, "But Daisy's already designed a whole coming-out wardrobe."
"Leave me out of this," Daisy said bluntly. "I won't ask Damaris to do nothing she doesn't want to."
"Anything," Lady Beatrice, Jane, and Damaris corrected automatically. Damaris gave Daisy a grateful smile. "But we've had it all planned out for ages," Jane said unhappily. "Only a month or 2, Damaris said. "Before that, we never even had a chance of a season. The height of our ambition then was for you and Abby to attend a public ball in Bath." Jane still looked unhappy, so she added, "And the start of the season is still months away, so there's plenty of time to adjust our plans." There was a short silence. Damaris was uncomfortably aware of the old lady's shrewd gaze on her. "Think of the money you'll save with only one of us." A London season was fearfully expensive, she knew. Lady Beatrice snorted. "It's my money, and I'll spend it how I like." Technically it was her nephew's money, but they all knew Max, Lord Davenham, would deny his aunt nothing. Jane said sadly, "It won't be half as much fun if we don't have our season together. I won't know anyone."
"Of course you will," said Damaris in a bracing tone. "What about all those people who come to the Literary Society?" "Oh, the Literary Society," Jane said. "They're all old." Lady Beatrice cleared her throat and levelled her lorgnette at Jane, who blushed and said hurriedly, "I mean, of course, they're all charming and quite delightful, but it's not like having your sister with you, is it?" Damaris didn't bother pointing out that Jane would have Abby with her, and Abby was a real sister, not a pretend one. Abby was married, currently away on her honeymoon, but she'd be back in time for the season. But Jane had a point. Having your married sister there wouldn't be the same as two unmarried girls entering the marriage mart together. "I could come as your companion." "A companion?" Lady Beatrice turned her lorgnette on Damaris. "A companion?" She spoke the word with loathing. Clearly it was not an option. "But if you would attend social gatherings as a companion, what's the difference from making your own come out?" Jane asked. "Nobody would ask a companion to marry him." Jane's brow furrowed. "I don't understand." "I don't want to get married. I have—" Damaris swallowed. "I have an abhorrence of marriage." There was a short, shocked silence. It was a ludicrous statement in most people's eyes, she knew. Not want to get married? How else could a girl without property or means expect to live? She would work. She wasn't afraid of hard work. She'd worked all her life. Being sponsored into society, being given the chance to marry a man of wealth and position would be most girls' dream of a lifetime. A year ago, it might have been Damaris's. Not anymore. "And what," Lady Beatrice said after a moment, "does getting married have to do with making your come out?" All three girls blinked at her in surprise. "But isn't that the whole point of a come out?" Jane said. "To find us husbands? That's why they call it the marriage mart." "It's some people's purpose," Lady Beatrice conceded graciously. "Most people's, perhaps. We are not most people." Jane looked worried. "But I want to find a husband." "I know, Jane dear, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the young fellows making cakes of themselves over you. Don't fret, you'll have your pick of them." The old lady turned to Damaris. "As for you, my dear girl, nobody said you had to find a husband." "But I thought—" "Oh, the young men will make cakes of themselves over you too, I'm sure, and quite a number of the old ones as well, as we've seen at my literary society. You'll have plenty of eligible offers, take my word for it, and a few ineligible ones. But there's no need to accept any of them." "But," Damaris frowned, "if I don't find a husband, isn't it a terrible waste of money?" Lady Beatrice's elegantly plucked and dyed eyebrows rose. "Waste of money? Pish-tash! What nonsense is this? There is only one reason for you to make your come out, Damaris. To have fun." "Fun?" Damaris echoed, bewildered. "Squandering a fortune on her so that she could have fun?" "You've had precious little fun in your life, haven't you, my dear?" Damaris swallowed. "How did you know?" The old lady snorted. "Daughter of a missionary, raised in the wilds of foreign. One could make a wild guess." She chuckled at Damaris's expression. "Cheer up, my dear. Nobody will compel you to marry. It would, however, please me greatly if you made your come out with Jane, attending balls and routs and parties, dancing till dawn, wearing Daisy's beautiful dresses, and making her the most fashionable mantua-maker of the season." "From your mouth to God's ears," Daisy said fervently. "Having flocks of men falling over themselves to please you, bringing you champagne and ratafia and delicious morsels from the supper table, sending you bouquets and posies in the morning, writing poems to your eyes, such delightful nonsense." The old lady sighed reminiscently, leaned forward and patted Damaris's hand. "You don't need to take any of it seriously, and no one will press you to do anything you don't want to do. Leave the husband hunting to young Jane here. You and I, my dear, will just have fun." There was such kindness and understanding in the shrewd old eyes that Damaris felt a lump forming in her throat. Lady Beatrice hadn't even asked her why marriage was so abhorrent to her. She swallowed. "You don't mind that I don't want... that I..." Lady Beatrice squeezed her hand and said softly, "My dear girl, you told me when we first met that you never wanted to get married. Did you think I had forgotten?" Lady Beatrice had been ill and bedridden at the time. Why would she have remembered what a strange girl had told her? Why would she have cared? "Why would you do this for me?" The old lady smiled. "You girls have brought me such happiness at a time of life when I thought it was all over. It would give me enormous pleasure to give you a season of carefree, uncomplicated fun without any obligation to anyone." She squeezed Damaris's hand again. "So will you do it for me, Damaris? Kick up your heels just for a season and live a frivolous, entirely pleasure-filled existence? Not for yourself, but to please an old lady." She attempted such an unconvincing, mock-pathetic expression that Damaris gave a shaky laugh and hugged her. "Since you put it like that, dear Lady Beatrice, I can hardly refuse. But it's very generous of you. Too generous." The old lady flapped a dismissive hand. "Pish-tush, what nonsense! Now, come along, girls. Mr. Monkton-Coombes will have finished his muffins, and while all men should be kept waiting a little, it keeps them nicely on edge, I find. It does not do to keep them dangling too long. And when one finally joins them, they must be made to feel that the waiting was worthwhile. So make yourself beautiful, girls. And when you see Mr. Monkton-Coombes, smile." Freddy stared gloomily at the plate before him. Lady Bear was convinced that muffins were the Monkton-Coombes food of choice. That was Max's fault, blast him. He'd told his aunt that Freddy was obsessed with muffins, and of course the old girl thought he meant these blasted bun things. She had him served with them each time he called, and expected him to eat them, with enthusiasm. He picked up a muffin, hefted it lightly, and eyed the fire with a narrowed gaze. It was a good blaze, strong enough to reduce a muffin to ash in a short time. But would there be an incriminating smell? He raised the muffin, aimed, and was about to toss it in the fire when feminine footsteps sounded in the hall. He dropped the muffin, turned toward the open doorway, and saw 4 smartly dressed females advancing toward him, smiling. The hairs on the back of his neck rose. Why the devil were they grinning at him like that? What did they know? What did they want? He had a powerful urge to flee, but he'd made that promise to Max. He rose, brushing crumbs from his fingers. "Ladies?" he said warily. "Freddy, my dear boy, so sorry to keep you waiting." Lady Beatrice eyed him with approval. "Always so elegant." She glanced at the plate of muffins and frowned. "Were the muffins not satisfactory? Featherby, you must have a word with cook." No, they were delicious, as was the coffee," Freddy assured her, "but I wasn't hungry. Late breakfast, you know. Large breakfast. Positively enormous," he added, when she seemed inclined to argue. She sniffed. "You need feeding up." "Oh, well, come along. I trust the weather is holding." "Yes, indeed, a fine day. The breeze is a little on the brisk side, but quite refreshing." He ushered the ladies to the front door. The landau and driver were waiting in the street. Chapter 2. It is happy for you that you possess the talent of flattering with delicacy. May I ask whether these pleasing attentions proceed from the impulse of the moment, or are the result of previous study? Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. The landau only fitted 4 people comfortably. Freddy offered to ride beside the carriage so it wouldn't be such a squash, but the old lady wouldn't hear of it. "I prefer you close by, dear boy." At first he'd thought she meant for protection or some such thing, but then she'd wink at him. "I want to flaunt you. Such a fine, handsome lad you've turned out to be." The old girl was always trying to put him to the blush. Freddy hid a grin. With the aid of a muscular footman, he helped the old lady into the landau. She was frail, but indomitable. Freddy turned to assist the young ladies, first Miss Jane, who bounced lightly up the steps, then Miss Daisy. Then he held out his hand to assist Miss Damaris. "I'm sorry, I've changed my mind," she said, snatching her hand back before he'd even touched it. "Damaris?" Lady Beatrice said sharply. "It's nothing, just a slight headache. If I just lie down for a while, I'm sure the headache will pass." Freddy was sure it would. In fact, he was pretty sure the headache didn't exist. She didn't look the slightest bit pale or heavy-eyed. She looked blooming, as usual, possibly even a little flushed. But judging by the looks and surreptitious nudges being exchanged, there were feminine undercurrents swirling around, and Freddy's policy was to affect an unawareness of such things. Safer that way. "Nonsense! Fresh air and sunshine is the best cure for what ails you," Lady Beatrice decreed. "In you get, my dear. That headache will be gone before you know it." Damaris didn't argue, but obediently climbed into the carriage. Freddy got in after her, signalled to the driver, and they were off. As expected, it was a bit of a squash. Freddy's thigh pressed against Damaris's. It shouldn't matter. If he'd sat next to Jane or Daisy, he wouldn't have thought twice about it. But somehow, because it was Damaris, he couldn't get his mind off it. She shifted a little closer to Daisy. Freddy moved, pressing himself against the side of the carriage to give her more space, but with 3 on the seat there was simply not enough room. He could feel the warmth of her body down the length of his thigh, as she could no doubt feel his. Not that she gave any indication of it. She gazed serenely out of the carriage, as lively as a damsel encased in glass. She was always like that, somehow distant, untouchable. It disturbed him in ways he preferred not to think about. Pretty, quietly spoken, and perfectly pleasant, she ought to be, no different from any of the multitude of girls on the marriage mart these days. And yet he found her unsettling. Those big brown eyes of hers seemed to see too much. He'd always had a soft spot for a pair of brown eyes, but whenever he tried to flirt with her, purely for a little bit of harmless fun, ouch, she'd freeze him out. And yet he kept coming back for more. "Nasty things, headaches," he commented, and winced inwardly at the inanity. In some circles he was held to be a witty and entertaining conversationalist, but whenever he tried to make pleasant, meaningless chat with Miss Damaris Chance, it always came out lame. She nodded, gave him a half-smile, but didn't reply. The headache, no doubt. If anyone had a headache, Freddy ruminated as the carriage passed out of Grosvenor Square, it should be he. Last night he'd finally crawled into bed, his own bed, around dawn. His current mistress was planning to marry again to a much older, richer man, so their affair was drawing to a close. Or rather, a climax. She was determined to go out with a bang. Or 3. Freddy was exhausted. He had his own code about women. It wouldn't win him any prizes for morality, but it was a code nevertheless. He never dallied with innocence of any class. He avoided muffins, eligible girls bent on wedlock, like the plague, and he never chased after married women. If they chased after him, if they were neglected by their husbands and were unhappy, that was another matter. Even so, he only accepted the advances of those who had already provided their husbands with an heir at least. He was no cuckoo in the nest, didn't want the complications. He preferred widows. When he was just 16, he'd lost his virginity to a buxom farmer's widow, 10 years older than himself. She'd taken an eager, clumsy boy and shown him how to please a woman, as well as himself, teaching him the value of self-control and patience. It was a lesson he'd put to good use ever since. Remarkable how many men, judging by the women he'd lain with, didn't bother. Fools. He yawned. Lady Beatrice poked him with her elegant ebony stick. "Been out on the tiles again, young tomcat?" Freddy gave her a cool, dignified look. Lady Beatrice grinned. "Thought so. You have that look about you." "Look?" he asked, then cursed himself for taking her bait. He cast around for a change of subject. "Look," he repeated in a quite different tone, and pointed to an organ grinder. "Monkey dressed in a red jacket, quaint little fellow." An excellent distraction. Miss Jane, he knew, was fond of animals. Lady Beatrice chuckled. "None so prudish in company as a rake. By all means, let us watch the monkey." She leaned back against the padded leather squabs, not taking her eyes off Freddy. He had to laugh. He hadn't relished the thought of playing substitute for Max while his friend was away, but he wasn't finding it too difficult. Getting up before noon was the hardest. His hours and the hours kept by respectable ladies didn't exactly overlap. Still, Max should be back in a few weeks. Freddy could survive sleep deprivation until then. He hoped. The carriage slowed as they turned into Hyde Park. Lady Beatrice instantly spotted a couple of friends and ordered the driver to stop. Freddy and the girls got down, and Freddy helped 2 old ladies up into the landau. While Lady Beatrice and her cronies took a turn around the park in the carriage, Freddy and the girls would promenade in the park. Pretty tame entertainment in Freddy's view, but the ladies seemed to enjoy it. He was quite enjoying it too. It was rather pleasant, strolling along with 3 pretty girls, none of whom had the slightest design on him. He was well aware of the symptoms of matrimonial intent, and the Chance girls displayed none of them. Jane treated him much as she treated her brother-in-law, as a source of treats, society savoir-faire and gossip, and a convenient escort. Daisy had no interest in matrimony of any kind, and in the park all she seemed to talk about were the outfits worn by fashionable ladies, and how they could do better. As for Damaris, well, Freddy had no idea what she thought about anything, really. She said all that was polite and pleasant, but what was she thinking? That was anyone's guess. Unfortunately, the mild weather and weak winter sunshine had prompted more people than usual to take the air. The fact was borne in on Freddy when he saw a tall, dark-haired female dressed in a severe riding habit and a smaller one drowning in a sea of pink and white ruffles, hurrying toward him. Fluffy and the Whip! Damn! He'd thought they were safely in Durham. He stopped dead, causing Jane and Damaris to look at him in surprise. "What is it?" Jane asked. "The Armthwaite muff, sisters. Quick, this way," he said, attempting an immediate about-face. It was more difficult than he'd anticipated with a young lady on each arm. Their curiosity about the approaching pair slowed his retreat, and he was caught. Almeria, the taller of the 2, arrived first. Almeria never walked when she could stride. "Mr. Monkton-Coombes, so here you are!" she said, in an accusing tone that never failed to remind him of Nanny McBride in one of her moods. "I thought you never promenaded in the park." She eyed his companions with a critical eye and tapped her toe, waiting for him to introduce them. Her sister tripped prettily and breathlessly in her wake. "Must you walk so fast, Almeria?" She approached her sister with a pout Freddy felt sure was the result of hours of practice in front of her looking-glass. She turned with a winsome smile to Freddy, apparently unable to see his companions at all. "Mr. Monkton-Coombes, how very delightful to see you here on this beautiful sunny day." The lisp was something she'd acquired only recently, imagining, no doubt, that it deepened the impression of feather-brained femininity. The idea, he supposed, was to disguise the fact that she was just as iron-willed as her more blatantly masterful sister. He said brusquely, "Miss Almeria Armthwaite, Miss Annabel Armthwaite, may I present the Mrs. Chance, Miss Damaris Chance, Miss Jane Chance, and Miss Daisy Chance?" While the Armthwaites grilled the Chance sisters on their family connections and, hardly more subtly, their intentions toward him, Freddy looked around for an excuse to leave. As sole heir to his father's title and fortune, not to mention having his own private fortune, he'd been a target for matchmaking mammas and daughters since he'd first appeared in society. From the beginning he'd made it clear he had no interest in marriage, and once he realized respectable mammas and daughters avoided rakes like the plague, he'd done his best to encourage his reputation as a rake to grow. But in the last year or so his mother had apparently informed the mothers, aunts, and grandmothers of every eligible female in the kingdom that he was contemplating marriage. She might as well have put a notice in the Gazette, curse her. And, as a result, wherever he went, muffins popped out of the woodwork. He wasn't contemplating marriage, damn it, not with anything other than horror. Lady Beatrice's carriage sailed toward them at a decorous pace. Salvation! He held up a hand to signal her to stop, but she waved airily back and continued on her way. Blast! It would be another lap at least before he could escape. "Mr. Monkton-Coombes! Oh, Mr. Monkton-Coombes!" Another voice trilled from behind him. Damn! Another blasted muffin! "Miss Blee." He greeted her with a curt bow. He was never coming to this park again. "I'm so excited about the house party," she said with an arch look. "Really?" he said in a bored manner. "Which house party is that?" Whichever one it was, he planned not to attend it. "As if you don't know." She hit him coyly on the arm with the kind of arch, genteel violence some ladies thought was enticing. It wasn't. He forced himself to reply with the barest scrape of polite disinterest. "I get lots of invitations." "But surely—" "Oh, but you're teasing me, you wicked, wicked man. Of course you know about it. You're the guest of honour." Freddy frowned. "When is this?" "We're attending too," the elder Miss Armthwaite cut in. "I hope you and I will get some hunting in, Freddy." She had a reputation as a bruising rider to hounds. She'd hinted to Freddy more than once she'd be happy to ride him just as bruisingly. Whenever this horror-filled house party was, Freddy planned to be 100 miles in the opposite direction. "Oh, no, the poor little foxes," the younger Miss Armthwaite wailed pretty. "So sweet." "They're vermin," her sister snapped. "Besides, where do you think your fox-fur muff comes from, ninny?" "Don't you like my muff, Mr. Monkton-Coombes?" Miss Annabel gave Freddy an appealing look over her fox-fur muff and batted her eyes. Freddy gritted his teeth. 1,000 miles in the opposite direction. "Are you ladies attending?" Miss Blee asked the Chance girls. "I don't think so," Jane said. "Lady Beatrice hasn't mentioned any house party." "I'm not surprised." Miss Blee simpered and fluttered her lashes at Freddy. "It is a very select guest list, as I understand it." He needed to escape. He looked wildly around. "Lady Beatrice is signalling us, ladies," Freddy said, cutting across the feminine jousting. "Afraid we have to go. Recovering invalid, you know. Goodbye."
Hooking Damaris and Daisy by the arm and herding Jane before them, he marched them back to the roadway. She'd better stop this time. He'd hurl himself in front of her carriage if necessary. "Are those ladies good friends of yours?" Jane asked curiously. "No," Freddy exclaimed, revolted. "But my mother keeps pushing females of that sort at me, so they think they have a claim on me." He was aware of Damaris's gaze on him, quiet and unreadable. Thankfully, the landau drew to a stop without any need for bodily self-sacrifice. Freddy hurried to help Lady Beatrice's friends down. The sooner they were out, the quicker he could leave. "Ready?" he asked, and when the girls were aboard, Freddy signalled to the driver to move on. He was never going walking in the park again, nor would he ever hunt foxes. He knew how the poor beasts felt. He glanced at the old lady. Her eyes twinkled back at him, full of mischief. A trickle of unease slipped down his spine. Max's warning came to mind. He frowned. Lady Beatrice gave an airy shrug, then pulled out a tiny bottle of smelling salts. Waving it about 6 inches from her nose, she said faintly, "I'm exhausted. All this fresh air and exercise, so tiring." She sank back against the well-padded cushions and closed her eyes, as innocent as a lamb. Untrustworthy creatures, lambs, Freddy thought. The following morning, Daisy and Damaris sat sewing in the upstairs sitting room. They spent a lot of their time there. It was bright, with large windows that let in the light, making it the perfect place to sew. A fire burned cosily in the grate. Jane had gone shopping with Lady Beatrice to help her choose a pair of evening gloves. Daisy picked up the half-finished pelisse and began to sew the cuffs. Damaris started hemming a chemise. They sat sewing in silence for a few minutes, the only sound a faint swishing of fabric and the hissing of burning coal in the grate. Daisy finished the cuff and bit off the thread. "I know you said it's not because of the brothel that you don't want to get married, but if it was—" "It's not. It's complicated." She'd never told anyone about how and why she'd been sold to the brothel, and she didn't intend to start now. Any marriage she made would be doomed to misery. Her misery. Like Mamma. Daisy sniffed and knotted a new thread. "But if you ain't going to nab yourself a bloke, how are you going to support yourself? It ain't easy on your own, you know." "I know." In the weeks before they'd met Lady Beatrice, the 4 girls had been trying to support themselves in London and had almost starved. It had been so dreadfully hard to find work. Damaris had been the luckiest, having found a job painting china in a pottery. Daisy went on, "When you start your life by being dumped in a gutter 'cause nobody wants you, you soon learn you got to look out for yourself." She glanced up at Damaris. "If you're useful to people, they'll want you around. But the minute you're not, or someone else takes their fancy, or they change their mind, or die, you're on your own. So it's up to you to save yourself, 'cause there ain't no Prince Bloomin' Charming going to come looking for girls like us, Damaris." Damaris laughed. "I know, and I'm not expecting anyone to save me. I had a lucky escape from that brothel. If you and Jane hadn't let me come with you—" It didn't bear thinking of. "Now don't go all misery guts on me, Damaris. That's all water under the bridge. But yeah, you and me, we don't fit here the way Abby and Jane do. You fit better than me. You're a lady, at least, with all them pretty manners that come natural to you, brought up with heathens or not. But them 2 are real sisters, and blood is thicker than promises. That's all I know." "Don't you trust them?" Damaris was troubled by the thought. It was the one little piece of security in her whole world, that she and the other 3 had sworn to be as sisters. Now don't take this the wrong way, mind. It's not that I don't trust them, or you.
but that I don't trust anybody, not deep down, not really, only myself."
"Oh, Daisy."
She shrugged. "People change, things change." She hesitated and said, "You know Mrs. B, who used to be the madam of the brothel before she handed it over to that black-hearted son of hers?" Damaris nodded.
"Mort,
"Yes."
Mrs. B found me when I was just 8. I was a right mess. Me life was a misery, and this had just happened."
She gestured to her crippled foot.
"She took me away from the place where I was, took me to see a doctor, spent her own money on me, a stranger, and then she took me home and looked after me. Nobody had before. I was that grateful."
She finished a seam and bit off the thread.
"She never once pressed me to work for her as one of the girls, neither."
Damaris nodded. Daisy had worked in the brothel as a maid and a seamstress. Daisy continued,
"I loved Mrs. B. Thought of her like a mum. Well, I used to pretend she was me mum, if you want to know the truth. Thought me and her would be together the rest of our days, and I'd look after her in her old age." She threaded her needle with a different thread. "And then she went off and left me with that bastard Mort, didn't she? Shut me away, like a pair of old shoes, as if I meant nothing to her at all." "It must have hurt you terribly,"
Damaris said softly. Daisy shrugged.
"Taught me a lesson I needed to learn, didn't it? You got nobody in this life to look out for you except yourself." She looked up at Damaris. "And if you ain't going to get married, you'd better think of some way to support yourself."
"I know." They bent over their sewing, deep in thought. Daisy's philosophy might be a grim one, but it was true for Damaris as well. She loved Abby and Jane and Daisy as sisters, and she loved Lady Beatrice with a mixture of fierce protectiveness and a desperate yearning for her mother. But she didn't want to live on Lady Beatrice's bounty like a sponge or a charity case just because she didn't want to marry. If she'd learned anything in her life, it was that she was strong and could work hard. "You can work with me if you like being a mantua maker. I don't mean just helping out like now, but I mean—"
"Thank you. It's very generous of you, Daisy, but I don't know if there'll be much money in it for a while, though, even if we do succeed. Any money that comes in is going to be needed for the business. I'll need to make a place of me own eventually and rent a shop." "I know. And though I'll help you as much as I can at the moment, I have other plans for the future."
Daisy gave her a shrewd look.
"Still hankering after that cottage in the country?"
Damaris nodded. It was her dream to live in a little cottage in the country with chickens and a vegetable garden, somewhere quiet and peaceful. And safe. Above all, safe. Daisy wrinkled her nose.
"Sounds horrible to me. I hate the country. All empty except for mud and cows and trees. What would you do all day?"
Damaris smiled. "I'd be busy growing vegetables and keeping hens. I might even keep bees."
"Nothing but bees and chickens for company? Won't you be lonely?"
"If I am, I'll get a dog, or a cat, or both." She'd been lonely most of her life. She was used to it. And animals didn't judge you. Their love was unquestioning. It would be good to have Daisy and the others close by, but it was much more expensive to live in the city where you couldn't even grow your own food.
"Don't you want kids, Damaris?"
Damaris swallowed. She did, of course she did.
"I looked after some little girls in China." "Foundlings?"
Daisy was a foundling herself. Damaris nodded. The unwanted ones.
"The babies and toddlers were my special charge. They were so sweet."
Her voice cracked as she remembered how she'd last seen them. She swallowed again and said in what she hoped was a light tone, "But children are a lot of work." And loving them made you so vulnerable. There had been enough grief in her life.
"You didn't want to leave them behind, did you?"
Damaris shook her head.
"No,"
she said softly,
"but there was no choice."
She rose and busied herself putting coal on the fire and stirring up the embers. She didn't want to dwell on the past. It was too painful. She had to think about the future. If she were to get her cottage in the country, she would have to earn money for the rent, and the sooner she started, the better. On that thought, she said abruptly, "Daisy, I'm so sorry, but I need to go out. There's something I need to do." Daisy gave her a thoughtful look, then nodded. "Off you go, then." "You don't mind?" Damaris gestured to the unfinished sewing. Daisy grinned. "Nah, go ahead, do what you gotta do. I got my own plans, you got yours." She hadn't asked what Damaris intended or where she was going. Daisy had learned young to mind her own business. "Just be back in time for the literary society. Lady Bear will have a fit if you're not there to read." "I'll be there." Chapter 3.
What? Would I be turned back from doing a thing that I had determined to do, and that I knew to be right, by the airs and interference of such a person, or of any person, I may say? Jane Austen, Persuasion. The dawn of another day. Mist swirled in ghostly shreds, caressing the lamp-posts and softening the stark outlines of the bare winter trees in the park. The hoofbeats of the nag pulling the cab echoed on the cobblestones. Inside the cab, Freddy lounged against the grimy seat back, tired and faintly blue-devilled. He'd just bidden a final and quite energetic farewell to his mistress, but his mood had little to do with that. Truth to tell, they'd wearied of each other, and her decision to marry again was both timely and convenient. The truth was, he was beginning to tire of this way of life, having to leave a warm, comfortable bed in the dark, making a discreet exit by the back door, braving the cold pre-dawn streets. He yawned. For once he'd like to take a woman to his own bed, and stay there as long as they wanted to. Perhaps it was time to employ a mistress, set her up in a house so he wouldn't have to sneak out before dawn. He'd never fancied the idea of paying for it, but these cold morning risings were killing him. Or perhaps he was getting old. He'd be 30 soon. He gazed sleepily out of the carriage window. London was stirring, men and women trundling their goods along in handcarts, everything from cabbages to rags and bones, street sweepers, maidservants scurrying along the street, some with baskets heading to the market, others carrying jugs to purchase fresh milk from the herd of cows kept in Green Park. Freddy shivered and pulled his coat tighter about him. Better them than him. He was a few moments from home and a warm, comfortable bed. Through half-closed eyes he watched a woman walking briskly along the footpath ahead of him. There was something about her, the way she walked. She was swathed in a plain grey cloak, but he thought she was slender and perhaps young, possibly pretty. She was moving in the opposite direction, away from Mayfair, toward a much less salubrious district. His cab passed her just as she was walking under a lamp, and out of idle curiosity Freddy turned to look, just to see whether she was pretty or not. "Bloody hell!" he exclaimed, and rapped on the ceiling of the cab. "Stop here!" "Thought you wanted Mayfair, sir," the cabby grumbled. "Changed my mind." Freddy tossed him a coin, jumped down and ran after the girl, who'd turned a corner and disappeared down a side street. At the corner he spotted her, a slender grey shadow swirling through the mist, insubstantial, but walking briskly and with purpose, seeming to know exactly where she was going. She turned another corner and disappeared. He hurried after her and found himself in a narrow street. The gaslights didn't extend this far. In the dim, pre-dawn light, he could make out a few dilapidated houses with boarded-up windows, a couple of warehouses, narrow yards enclosed by high walls topped with shards of glass, and the occasional chimney of a manufactory. What the hell could she want in such a district?
He followed quietly, burning with curiosity. But when she turned into a dark and narrow alley, he could hang back no longer. Didn't she realize the danger a lone woman could face in these parts? He caught up with her, grabbed her by the arm and swung her around to face him, then ducked as she lashed out at him with, "Good God, a cosh!" He caught her forearm in his hand and forced it down. The cosh, a small leather bag filled with gravel or some such thing, dangled limply from her fingers, attached by a looped string. "Well, Mr. Monkton-Coombes?" Damaris Chance gave him a wide-eyed look of amazement, glanced behind him to see if he was alone, then returned her gaze to his face. For a moment they stood staring at each other, breathing heavily, small visible puffs in the chill, still air. Her skin was milk-pale, luminous with mist, her eyes huge and dark in the dim light. They looked almost black. Freddy knew they were a soft brown like the velvet of pansies. That was in the dark. In the sun they sparkled like topaz. Under the drab grey cloak she wore an even drabber grey gown, like some dowdy down-at-heels governess. In some obscure way it offended him. She always dressed with elegance and style, as befitted her beauty. And she was carrying a cosh, a weapon of the wharfs and back streets. That roused him to further anger. He shook her by the arm. "What the devil are you doing out here alone at this hour in this god-forsaken neighbourhood?" "What are you doing here?" Her voice was cool, low and composed. Smoky honey in the chill, bleak surrounds. She tried to pull her arm out of his grip. His fingers tightened. "I asked you first, and what the deuce are you doing carrying a cosh?" He was not composed at all. This was why he should have refused Max's request. This feeling he got whenever she looked at him this way, with silky sable brows arching over fathomless dark eyes. He had no idea what she was thinking, damn it. A man could drown in that liquid gaze. And the way she pursed those full, wild rose lips, they scrambled his brain. Defending myself from unwanted attentions, of course. She glanced pointedly at the hand that held her. "Let go of my arm, please." He ignored her. "If you were where you're supposed to be, you wouldn't need to defend yourself at all. What are you doing out here?" "Walking." "Don't try that flummery with me. What are you doing here?" She gave him a look that might have been apologetic if she hadn't answered coolly, "That's my business." "It's my business too." She put up her brows in a way that was no doubt meant to make him feel abashed, trying to look governessy, he supposed, in her drab grey garb. Freddy had never had a governess, that he knew of, and he didn't feel abashed in the slightest. The contrast between her fine, moon-pale beauty and the dreary clothing buttoned tightly, swathing her slenderness in drabness, only made her look enticing. The thought flashed across his mind that it might be quite entertaining to have a governess. Not that he was allowing himself to be enticed or distracted. She was very much out of bounds to him, a duty only. "Max made me promise that I'd keep an eye on you girls while he's away, and a blasted nuisance it's turning out to be." She glanced again at his hand, which was still clamped around her forearm. "I quite agree." "Well, it's a good thing he did," he said crossly. "What do you think he'd say to you, wandering about in such an area at this time of night?" "It's not night, it's morning," she corrected him. "And I'm not wandering. I know exactly where I'm going. It's nothing for you or anyone else to be concerned about, so I thank you for your interest and bid you good day." She tugged at her arm. Interest? It wasn't interest he felt, it was... Damn it, he didn't know what it was. Annoyance, probably. He could be home in bed by now, and instead he was down some filthy alley arguing with a mule-headed chit who seemed to have no idea of the trouble she could be in. "Does Lady Beatrice know you're here? Does Featherby?"
"Featherby is a butler. It is not for him to approve or disapprove of my doings."
He wanted to shake her. "Perhaps not, but I'll lay odds he would have sent that giant footman with you if he had any idea you were going out at this time of day, and in these streets. And don't think I haven't noticed you failed to answer my question about Lady Beatrice. I can see from your expression she doesn't know either. Does anyone know?"
She looked away, her jaw clenched, presenting him with a view of her profile. A beautiful profile, he mused, if currently a touch mulish. The sun was almost up, staining the sky pink, and lending a faint blush to her milk-white skin.
"Well?" he prompted.
"Daisy knows."
"Oh, well, that's all right then," he said with heavy sarcasm. "Daisy'd be a lot of help if you got into trouble. Do you have any idea of what kind of neighbourhood you're in?"
He gestured to the run-down surroundings. "I know exactly what sort of place this is," she retorted. "Better than you, I expect."
Better than he? He narrowed his eyes. "Why? How do you know this place?"
"It's none of your—"
"Don't give me that. I promised Max I'd keep an eye on you all, and I don't make promises lightly."
Not at all if he could help it. She glanced down the alleyway to where a couple of shabby-looking men had come out of a yard, and stood watching them with interest.
"Make all the fuss you want," he told her. "You're not taking another step until you give me a satisfactory explanation."
She made a small irritated noise. "If you must know, I have a job here. Now please release me or I'll be late."
"A job?"
He didn't believe her. Girls who lived in Mayfair under the care of a doting aunt didn't have jobs.
Even if the aunt wasn't a real aunt, the security she provided was real enough. "What kind of job?"
"I paint china."
"China?"
It was the last thing he would have thought of.
"What sort of china?"
She rolled her eyes at him. "What sort do you think? Cups, saucers, plates, bowls, jugs." She bared her teeth at him in a falsely sweet smile and added, "Chamber pots."
"But why?"
She pursed her lips and tried to pull free of his loosened grip, but he wasn't having any of that. "For money, of course." Freddy frowned.
"Money?"
A job like that wouldn't pay much. Lady Beatrice made all the girls an allowance. Pin money, but it would be plenty for their needs. Unless—
"Have you been gambling?"
"Of course not."
"Then why are you short of money?"
What could be so important that she'd taken up a menial job in secret in a seedy part of town at this indecent hour? He waited, still gripping her slender wrist firmly. A clock somewhere chimed. 6 sonorous chimes. "I'm not short of money, and what I do in my own time is none of your business." She twisted against his grip. "Now let me go. You're making me late." She glanced down the alleyway. Freddy followed her glance. The two men had been joined by a middle-aged woman. Freddy returned to the point at issue.
"If you're sneaking out of the house to work in a job in this part of town, it's Max's business and Lady Beatrice's, since you're living under his roof and under her protection," Freddy pointed out. "And while Max is away, it's my business."
"It's nothing for either of them to be concerned about."
"I'll be the judge of that."
She made a frustrated noise. "Very well. I'll tell you as long as you promise to say nothing about it to anyone." She waited, but Freddy would make no such promise.
"I'll decide that when I know what it is."
What if she was involved in something dodgy or dangerous? She moistened her lips worriedly, considering her options. Freddy stifled a groan, unable to take his gaze off her rosy, damp mouth. Damn it!
Max had no business asking him to keep an eye on such lusciousness, knowing he could only look and not touch. It was above and beyond. She bit down on the soft, plump flesh, which almost made him groan aloud. He could practically taste it himself. But she seemed to have come to some decision, for she said, "Well, if you must know—"
"This fella bothering you, Miss Damaris?"
Freddy felt a heavy hand clamp down on his shoulder. At the same time, a meaty fist grabbed Freddy's neck, and something cold, a blade, pressed against his throat, and a different voice rasped,
"Let her go. She ain't for the likes of you."
Freddy released Damaris's wrist, and the pressure of the blade lifted. Now she would understand the danger she courted in districts like this. He willed her with his eyes to flee. Things were about to get ugly. Freddy might dress like a pink of the ton, but he boxed regularly at Jackson's parlour. He could beat off these two, but he didn't want Damaris in the way, not when knives as well as fists were flying around. He gave her a hard look, willing her again to run, and braced himself for action, only to hear her say in that soft, smoke-honey voice, "Thank you, Amos, Henry, but it's quite all right. This gentleman was just leaving." Amos? Henry? She knew these ruffians. The knife disappeared, but the heavy hand remained on Freddy's shoulder.
"We'll see the fancy gent off, miss. Don't you worry."
There was a wealth of meaning in his voice, and a wealth of onions on his breath. Freddy turned his head away. Damaris laughed softly. "No, really, he's harmless. He was just satisfying himself that I really do work here."
"Harmless?"
Freddy stiffened.
"Harmless?"
"Let him go, please," she said in that governessy tone, and to Freddy's amazement and annoyance, they did. "Come, let us go to work," she said, and like little lambs, the two thugs shambled in her wake down the laneway, casting threatening looks back at him from time to time. They reached the plump little woman, who put an arm around Damaris's waist and cast an indignant glance at Freddy. Then all four of them disappeared into the yard. Tall iron gates closed behind them. Freddy followed and looked through the high gates just in time to see Damaris ushered through a doorway by the little woman, who appeared clean, dowdy, and respectable, not at all like a procurer of hapless females. A large brick kiln dominated the yard. Nearby stood an open shed that held racks and racks of china of various shapes and sizes, and in various states of glazing. Amos and Henry started moving trolleys containing unglazed pots. It was indeed a pottery. How very curious. He watched as a young lad stacked unglazed pots.
"Oi, you!"
It was a harsh female voice. The woman he'd seen earlier was marching across the yard toward him, a small, aggressive barrel of a female, intent apparently on conversing with him.
"Madam?"
He raised his hat politely.
"Don't you madam me, you randy rake!"
snapped the barrel. Freddy blinked.
"And don't you come sniffing around Damaris no more if you know what's good for you."
"I am not sniffing," he began indignantly, but the woman stormed on.
"She's a respectable girl, is Damaris, a good girl, and she don't want nothing to do with fancy gents who ain't got a moral to their name." "My good woman," Freddy began.
"And I ain't your good woman neither," she retorted, planting her hands on her considerable hips in a belligerent stance that made Freddy quite glad the gates between them were firmly shut. He didn't mind brawling with men, but women were another matter altogether, and this one barely reached his waist.
"I assure you, missus, that—"
She swept on. "I dunno what the world's coming to, rakes and reprobates sniffing around the skirts of hard-working, respectable girls in broad daylight.
Oh, yes, you can poke her up all you like and look down your nose at me like I'm dirt under your boots, but I know all about rakes and what you do to innocent girls, and our Damaris is not for the likes of you. Understand?
I am standing in place of her guardian, Freddy said coldly. He'd never corrupted an innocent girl in his life, and I did not look at you as if you were dirt. The woman made a rude noise.
Guardian? Pfft! Is that what they're calling it these days?
She snorted.
I saw the way you looked at her. I know a lust-sodden lecture when I see one. Now, go on, get out of here, and if I see you hanging around her again, my lads will give you the thrashing you deserve, gentleman or not.
There was clearly no reasoning with the woman. Freddy shrugged. You are mistaken as to my motives, but clearly you have no interest in the truth, so I will bid good day to you, madam. He turned to leave the scene with dignity, ignoring the extremely vulgar noise the woman made to his back. Then a thought occurred to him. Damaris should not be walking these streets unescorted at any time of the day. He turned back. What time does Damaris finish work? The woman swelled with visible indignation.
That cheek of you! I just told you to stay away from her. Asking for a beating, you are.
No, Freddy said coolly, simply asking what time she finishes work. I shall escort her home.
Down the road to Rouen is the only place you'd likely escort her, the woman declared. My lads will walk Damaris home right to her very door. So, how'd you like that, Sir Rake? She said with an air of triumph.
Damn, that's foiled me, Freddy said with what he hoped was a convincingly frustrated air. Having satisfactorily arranged the matter of Miss Damaris's safe escort home, he took himself off to catch up on some much-needed sleep. No trouble. Max had a great deal to answer for.
Inside the pottery, Damaris hung up her cloak, Abby's old cloak really, on the nail of the back of the door, collected her brushes, and sat down at her usual bench. On a stand to the left of her, Mrs. Jenkins had laid out all the pieces to be painted.
They'd already been fired with a white overglaze. Each piece would be perfect. Anything with even the slightest imperfection would be put aside and painted by one of the other girls. Damaris's work fetched the best prices. The stand on her right would hold the finished pieces, left to dry, then be taken for a final firing. She picked up a brush and frowned. Her hands were shaking. Why? Surely not from that mild little exchange with Mr. Monkton-Coombes. She'd managed to appear calm and undisturbed while talking to him. She was used to keeping calm when men raged, and Mr. Monkton-Coombes could hardly be said to have raged. Papa, in a rage, had been far more frightening. She hadn't been at all fearful of Mr. Monkton-Coombes, more annoyed. So why this reaction? It was almost as though she could still feel his leather-gloved fingers holding her wrist. But he hadn't hurt, or even threatened to hurt her. He hadn't shouted or menaced her in any way. He just wanted to know what she was doing, because Max had made him responsible. It was inconvenient, but not outrageous, and he'd been perfectly gentlemanly about it, so why, now she was inside, had her hands started trembling? Cold, perhaps? Whatever the reason, she couldn't paint with shaking hands. She rose and went to stand beside the small iron stove. The pottery works were always warm from the kiln, but even so, a fire was always kept going in the workroom stove for mixing glazes, for making tea and, on mornings like this, to thaw out the cold hands of the girls who painted the china. It had been an exceptionally cold summer, and the winter was expected to be even worse. She was holding out her hands, rubbing them next to the stove, when Mrs. Jenkins bustled in from outside.
"I sent him off with a flea in his ear," she said, dusting down her skirt with a satisfied air.
She snorted.
Tomcat in gentleman's clothing, that's what he is. A rake through and through.
Rake? You thought...
Mrs. Jenkins snorted. I knew what he was the instant I clapped eyes on him, dressed like that in his fancy duds at this hour of the morning. The cheek of him, thinking he could seduce away one of my girls in broad daylight.
But he wasn't.
Bless you, my dove. You're too young to recognise a wicked seducer when you see one, and I grant you that one is an handsome devil and charming as an oiled snake, I have no doubt. She fixed Damaris with a gimlet eye. But it don't do for a girl like you to catch the eye of a gentleman, take it from me. He'll soften you up with sweet words and little gifts and poetry, and you'll think he's ever such a nice fellow. Then in the twinkling of an eye he'll have your skirts over your head, and there you'll be, ruined forever.
But Mrs. Jenkins...
Ruined forever, Mrs. Jenkins repeated firmly, and we don't want that, do we? Now, I've given him a piece of me mind, blistered his ear holes good and proper, I did, and if he knows what's good for him, he won't be back to bother you again. So, let's get to work.
Damaris nodded and resumed her seat at the bench. Her hands had stopped shaking, but she had to press her lips together to hide the smile that kept threatening to break out. She could just imagine Mr. Monkton-Coombes's face when he was confronted with Mrs. Jenkins, 4'8" of righteous indignation. Are there any special requests?
No, we'll keep going with the blue and white designs. They're flying off the shelves, can't make 'em fast enough, so off you go, my dear, as many as you can. Leaving at 2 again, are you? Damaris nodded. If she left at 2, she'd just be able to make it home in time to change and be ready for Lady Beatrice's literary society. She picked up the brush. She was lucky to be able to set her own hours. The other girls who worked here had no such option. Damaris's unique skills gave her choices they did not have. Once again she thanked God for giving Papa the impulse to send her to Master Cheng for lessons, and for Master Cheng, the gentle elderly scholar and artist who'd treated a mere girl-child, a foreign girl-child at that, with a generosity of spirit that still humbled her. It had been forbidden for Chinese to teach foreigners their language on pain of death, but as a child Damaris had picked up the spoken language quickly. Papa's great dream was to translate the Bible into Chinese, but he had no ear for the language and struggled to be understood in even the most simple transactions. Almost from the start, he'd relied on her to interpret for him. And after her mother died, he sent Damaris to Master Cheng to learn to write the language she spoke so well. It was risky for Master Cheng, too, but the old man had told her knowledge was a gift to be shared, and that he was too old to worry about being beheaded, that such a death would be clean and quick. Still, it was wise to be careful, so painting became the ostensible reason for her lessons, and because he was a man of his word, he incorporated painting with reading and writing lessons. Calligraphy was an art as well as a discipline, he said. Had it not been for Master Cheng, Damaris would never have discovered she had a gift for painting. She lined up a dozen bowls in front of her, then closed her eyes for a moment, visualizing exactly what she would paint. A bamboo theme today, she thought. Her bamboo designs were always popular. In her mind's eye, she pictured the bamboo grove that Master Cheng cultivated in his small enclosed garden, the long graceful canes of black-stemmed bamboo, the precise angle of the elegant green leaves. She sat quietly, breathing deeply until she could almost smell the garden. How many times had he made her paint that bamboo, over and over in black ink, until in just a few strokes she could make it come alive. With a deep breath, she opened her eyes, dipped her brush in the mix that would become a brilliant blue after firing, and started to paint in sure, confident strokes. A slender stem of bamboo sprang to life on the pristine white glaze, the leaves almost quivering from a sudden summer shower.
Damaris smiled. It would be a good day's painting. She could feel it. She loved this work, really loved it. Even if she didn't need the money so desperately, she would still want to paint. This way she could do both. After half a dozen bowls, with her rhythm established and her brush moving as if on its own accord, her thoughts returned to the confrontation with Mr. Monkton-Coombes. He was bound to tell Lady Bear. Damaris had always known her secret would come out eventually, but this was too soon. She didn't have nearly enough money yet. Lady Bear wouldn't be at all happy about her having a job. Perhaps she could talk to Mr. Monkton-Coombes at this afternoon's Literary Society meeting, convince him to keep quiet. What she was doing was harmless, surely. Damaris painted on, her mind a whirl of possibilities, her brush strokes sure and swift. Chapter 4. Books? Oh, no. I am sure we never read the same, or not with the same feelings. I am sorry you think so, but if that be the case, there can at least be no want of subject. We may compare our different opinions. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Lady Beatrice's Literary Society met 3 times a week in the afternoon. At this time of year, with the majority of the ton in the country, sophisticated London entertainments were few and far between. So those members of the ton who remained in town during the hunting season were delighted to be offered something a little different from the general round of morning calls. Lady Beatrice's was not the usual kind of literary society. It was, as Lady Beatrice herself informed any new members, just for fun, and not for dreary intellectual posing and prosing on about. There were plenty of other literary groups for that kind of thing. Lady Beatrice simply offered a good story, read aloud by her nieces, and accompanied by tea and cakes. The tea served was often sherry or wine. It was particularly popular with older people whose eyesight was fading, and who found the small print in a book difficult to read. And anyone who so much as mentioned alliteration, allegories, or anything else Lady Beatrice called clever clogs show-offery wasn't invited back. Damaris returned from the pottery with barely 15 minutes to spare. On their mother's instructions, Amos and Henry had insisted on escorting her almost all the way. Damaris had convinced them to leave her a short distance from Mayfair by telling them she'd be in trouble if she was seen with them, that her home was just a step away and she'd be perfectly safe now, thank you. Ridiculous that they were protecting her from the wiles of Freddy Monkton-Coombes. Almost as ridiculous as imagining Mr. Monkton-Coombes was interested in seducing her. A line of carriages had formed at the front of the house already. She entered through the kitchen door and hurried up the servants' stairway. She slipped into her bedchamber. Daisy was there to meet her. "Good, I thought you weren't never going to get here," she said. "Quick now, let's get you presentable." She helped Damaris out of her outer clothes, then handed her a washcloth. "No time for a proper wash today, just a lick and a promise." "Daisy, you're a saint. Thank you." Damaris dipped the washcloth into the waiting warm water and washed herself quickly. "Jane's already in there. She'll start. Right, let's get this gown on you." "Has Lady Beatrice said anything?" Daisy shook her head. "Nah, but you're gonna have to tell her soon. Turn round and I'll do you up." "I know." Damaris glanced at Daisy over her shoulder. "Mr. Monkton-Coombes knows." "Hey, what? How come? You didn't tell him, did you?" "Of course not. It was just by chance. He saw me going to work and followed me. He even talked to Mrs. Jenkins, the owner." "Bloody hell," Daisy muttered. She tugged the dress to straighten it. "Right, that's done. Now we'll just tidy your hair." She undid the simple knot Damaris always wore for work, brushed her hair out, then twisted it into an elegant plaited coil high on her head, No time for anything fancy today. So, you reckon Mr. Monkton-Coombes will tell on you to Lady Bea?
I don't know. I hope not.
Damaris glanced at herself in the looking-glass. Daisy, you're a wonder and a marvel. If you ever decided not to be a mantua-maker, you could always find work as a lady's maid. Daisy snorted. Nah, I've been at other women's beck and call all me life. Now I want to do something for myself. Damaris glanced at her, a little dismayed. I hope you don't think I was treating you like a maid just now, Daisy. Nah, course not. This... She waved her hand at Damaris's hair and gown. This is what sisters do for each other. Now, get moving or we'll be late. I don't want to miss nothing of this story. Damaris gave her a swift hug. Then the two girls hurried downstairs to the large drawing-room. A babble of conversation wafted down the hall toward them. William, the footman, was bringing in some extra chairs. The society was proving more popular each week. As they entered the room, Lady Beatrice caught their eye and smiled. The room was crowded. There were 40 people at least. The old lady gave a signal to Featherby, the butler, rang a little bell. The din started to fade as people ended their conversations and found their seats. As one by one the audience members were seated, only one man remained standing, a tall, elegant gentleman dressed in a dozen shades of grey, the Honourable Freddy Monkton-Coombes. He stood at the rear of the room, leaning against the mantelpiece, his arms folded, watching her. He made no move to find a chair. Damaris pretended not to notice him. Threading her way through the crowd, she joined Jane at the front of the room. Now that Abby was on her honeymoon, the reading was left to Jane and Damaris. Daisy had learned to read in the last few months, but she wasn't up to performing in front of strangers. Jane smiled as Damaris slipped into the waiting seat. Just in time. She murmured, I'll go first, shall I? Give you time to gather your thoughts. She lifted the current book they were reading, and a hush fell. Jane began. Though now the middle of December, there had yet been no weather to prevent the young ladies from tolerably regular exercise, and on the morrow Emma had a charitable visit to pay to a poor sick family who lived a little way out of Highbury. Damaris let the words wash over her, unhearing. Had Mr. Monkton-Coombes told Lady Beatrice about their encounter in the street? What would the old lady say about Damaris working in a menial position? Would she be upset? She glanced at Lady Beatrice, who was listening to the story with her eyes closed. Of course she'd be upset. In Lady Bea's world, ladies simply didn't work. The menial nature of the job would appall her, and besides, she wanted Damaris to have a life of carefree fun. Once she learned, she'd probably forbid Damaris to return to the pottery. She'd probably want to buy Damaris a cottage. But Damaris couldn't accept that, not on top of all Lady Beatrice had already done for her and was planning to do. A London season just for fun? As the daughter of a missionary, Damaris knew only too well that while charity was a blessing, it could also be a burden. It always came with some kind of obligation, explicit or implicit. She'd spent her whole life either giving or receiving charity, mostly at the same time, living on other people's charity so that she and her father could help the children at the mission. Her mother's money had run out by the time Damaris turned 15. For once in her life, she wanted to be free to make her own choices, to be answerable to no one. She had to stop Mr. Monkton-Coombes from telling Lady Bea. Damaris glanced across the room to where he still lounged against the wall, the only person in the room still standing. She had a clear view of him, and he of her. He was frowning, but he wasn't looking at her. She followed his gaze, but couldn't work out who or what had disturbed him. Everyone in the audience seemed to be listening attentively to Jane. Perhaps he was just staring blankly. People often did that when they were listening to a story, lost in the world of the book, or lost in thought. She hoped he wasn't thinking about whether to tell Lady Beatrice about her. She could not but flatter herself that it had been the occasion of much present enjoyment to both, and must be leading them forward to the great event. A short silence fell. Jane, having finished the chapter, passed the book to Damaris, and a buzz of conversation rose. Damaris hesitated. Should she approach Mr. Monkton-Coombes now and speak to him? There would be a short break now for everyone's refreshments to be replenished. People liked to listen while they sipped tea or sherry, or nibbled pensively on a cake or an almond wafer. And then it would be Damaris's turn to read. But what if he argued? It would only draw attention to them, and she didn't wish that. London society was hungry for gossip of even the mildest sort. He straightened and stepped away from the wall he'd been lounging against. Damaris rose from her seat, clutching the book to her chest. If he tried to approach Lady Beatrice, she would intercept him, distract him somehow. She had no choice. Freddy was intrigued. Damaris had kept glancing at him on and off throughout the reading session. Clearly she wanted to talk to him. He headed toward her, but he'd taken a mere half-dozen steps when...
"Mr. Monkton-Coombes, the very man I wanted to talk to."
An elderly female claw hooked him from the crowd.
"You know my great-niece Hermione, don't you? Hermione Fullerton-Smith?"
Freddy did, much to his regret. One of the Lincolnshire Fullerton-Smiths, and a muffin of the highest order.
"How do you do, Miss Fullerton-Smith?" he muttered, casting a frustrated glance across the room to where Blenkinsop, a fellow he'd been to school with, was oozing flowery compliments over Damaris. Damn it! Blenkinsop was exactly the sort of fellow Max would expect Freddy to protect the girls from. She turned her head, caught his eye, and gave him an unreadable look. At his elbow the Dowager tightened her grip.
"What a lovely surprise,"
Miss Fullerton-Smith murmured with a coy smile.
"I didn't expect to see you until the house party. I'm so looking forward to it. And,"
she walked her fingers playfully up his arm,
"to getting better acquainted with you."
It left him cold, colder than cold. He stepped back, ostensibly to let a footman bearing a tray through.
"I'm afraid I don't know which house party you mean, and I doubt very much if I'll be there."
She gave a tinkling laugh.
"Well, of course you do. You're being very naughty. Mamma and I have been assured by your dear mamma you'll be there."
Freddy almost snorted. His mother knew nothing of his social engagements, and wherever this house party was, if the Armthwaite Muffins, Miss Blee, and now the Fullerton-Smiths were attending, he planned to be as far away from it as possible. Somewhere like France. Or Russia. A silvery bell rang out. Immediately people began to resume their seats. Freddy took his leave of Miss Fullerton-Smith and her great-aunt, and retreated to the opposite side of the room. Damaris raised her book, preparing to read. The room fell silent. Freddy found another wall to lean against and retired to glower at Blenkinsop and listen to Damaris's beautiful voice reading. The wretched story continued. These girls seemed to have an endless supply of stories about women whose sole aim in life was to find rich husbands. Ghastly stuff. Who'd write a book about muffins?
"Another chilly morning, Miss Chance."
Damaris, who'd just let herself out the back gate, jumped as the deep voice came out of the swirling fog.
"Mr. Monkton-Coombes?"
She didn't even try to hide her surprise. It wasn't quite dawn. He was clearly waiting for her.
"What on earth are you doing here?"
Again.
"Escorting you to work."
"I don't need an escort, thank you. I'm perfectly all right by myself."
"I'm not going to argue. I made a promise to Max I'd look after you girls, and I mean to keep it. It's to stop Abby worrying," he added, hoping it would mollify her.
He presented his arm, and after a moment's hesitation she took it. "You don't need to worry," she said as they turned a corner. "I know this area. I used to work at the pottery before we came to live with Lady Beatrice."
"You worked here before?"
It was the first he'd heard of anything she'd done before she came to live with Lady Beatrice. Her background, all the girls' backgrounds, was shrouded in mystery. He knew there was something shady about them, that they weren't really Lady Beatrice's nieces, but Max had been pretty close-mouthed about it all, and as far as most people knew, they were the offspring of a Venetian Marchese called Chancelotto, who had been made up by Lady Beatrice. "Yes, and I'm working here again." He wondered what had made a gently raised girl seek work in a pottery in the first place, but he could see from the set of her chin that she wasn't going to explain.
"You're sure you're not in trouble from gambling or some such thing?"
"No, I told you before, I don't gamble."
"But there must be some urgency," he persisted. "After all, in a few months you'll be having your season, and next thing you know you'll be married and your future will be secure."
He felt her shiver.
"Are you cold?"
"No."
He glanced at her grey cloak. It was thin and rather threadbare. "You shivered."
"I'm not cold."
She didn't look cold. Her cheeks were quite rosy.
"And I won't be getting married."
"Nonsense, of course."
"I should have said I don't want to get married."
"You don't want to get married?" He swung around to stare at her, then shook his head. "Nonsense. All girls want to get married."
"Not all girls."
They moved on. "Every girl I ever met did, and does."
"Some girls marry because they want to, because they've found the man they want to go through life with, but most marry because they have no other choice. A single woman has very few options in this world, so for many women it's a compromise. They marry for security, for wealth or position, and the chance of children. The man is almost immaterial."
Freddy's mouth tightened. Didn't he know it? The muffins his mother kept hurling at him wanted him for exactly those reasons, and the fortune, lands, and title that would come to him after his father's death. Freddy himself was immaterial. A means to an end.
She continued. "A few girls are lucky enough to be given the choice, to marry if they want, or to remain single. They're the women with money of their own." They walked on a few blocks in silence.
A small boy swept some horse dung out of their way as they crossed the street. Damaris nodded at the child and gave Freddy an expectant look. He fished for a coin and flicked threepence to the urchin, who caught it in a grubby fist, saying, "Thanks, pretty lady," with a gap-toothed grin. She gave him a warm smile. "Don't you want children?" Freddy asked.
Her smile faded. "One can't have everything in life," she said quietly, and picked up her pace.
"You can't possibly prefer a life of drudgery, working in a pottery for a pittance, to marriage to some wealthy member of the ton."
"Can't I?"
"No, it doesn't."
She turned on him. "Why all the questions? It's none of your business what I do with my life, never mind the hypocrisy."
"Hypocrisy?"
"You're famous for your aversion to marriage, and yet you have the cheek to criticize me for mine."
"I wasn't criticizing," he said, stung.
"No?"
She gave a huff of disbelief and walked ahead, hugging her cloak more tightly around her.
"And before you ask, yes, Lady Beatrice knows I don't want to marry."
"And?"
"She accepts it, but she wants me to have my come out anyway. For fun, she says."
Very sensible, Freddy thought. The old lady obviously didn't believe her either. Damaris was still young, 19 or so, too young to be making such a momentous decision. She'd no doubt change her mind. And even if she didn't, even if you don't choose to marry, there's still no need to work at this kind of job. There are other alternatives for you, surely, more genteel positions than working in a noisome back alley."
"I like painting china."
You could paint china and still be comfortable working as a lady's companion, for example."
She gave a kind of snort through elegantly flared nostrils.
"What's wrong with being a lady's companion? Lady Beatrice would gladly employ—"
"Lady Beatrice is too kind and generous for her own good, which is why I will not sponge off her indefinitely. Do you think that's what I want? To take and give nothing in return?" She rounded on him suddenly. "Why don't you want to get married?"
"What? None of your
She smiled. "Exactly. And yet marriage offers you so much. A wife to run your home and do your bidding."
Freddy snorted. "Do my bidding? You don't know much about wives, if that's what you think."
"A companion, children. Isn't it your duty to produce an heir to continue the family name? What do they say? An heir and a spare?"
Freddy loathed the expression.
"Or is it women you have an aversion to? I know some men."
"I do not have an aversion to women."
"Well then, why don't you want to marry?"
Nettled, Freddy stared at her in frustrated silence.
She gave a little grin. "See? Not so much fun when you get a taste of your own medicine, is it?"
She took a few steps, then seemed to reconsider.
"You're going to tell Lady Beatrice about me, aren't you?"
He wasn't, but he wasn't going to tell her that. He shrugged. They walked on a little.
She said abruptly, "Have you ever had nothing, Mr. Monkton-Coombes?"
He frowned. "In what sense?"
"In any sense. Have you ever had nothing, owned nothing, not so much as a penny to your name?"
"Of course not."
"Well, I have, several times in my life, so don't talk to me about need. You look at me and see a girl who's well-fed, well-dressed, comfortably housed and elegantly shod."
He couldn't help but glance at the boots she was wearing. They were damn ugly and far too heavy for her.
"Not these. I can't very well tread the filthy back streets of London in dainty slippers, can I? Especially not with the weather we've been having," she said impatiently. "I mean, in general, I appear to have everything I could ever want."
He nodded.
"And you know from whom all this abundance comes, don't you?"
"Lady Beatrice and Max."
"Exactly. And don't misunderstand. I love Lady Beatrice dearly, and am deeply grateful for her generosity and that of her nephew. But what if, for some reason, Lady Beatrice or Lord Davenham turned against me? Where would I be then?"
"They wouldn't. Lady Beatrice adores you girls, and Max adores Abby, and Abby wouldn't let him."
"Yes, but let's say for the sake of argument they did. Or what if they died? People do die for all sorts of unexpected reasons."
People did. Freddy knew that only too well. They walked on for a few moments in silence. What if she were left on her own? London streets were full of destitute people. It was one reason he insisted on escorting her. Without family, without a home or an income of some sort, Damaris living on the streets. It was unthinkable.
"It's happened to me twice in my life. Twice. And I won't let it happen again. I have to have money of my own, that I've earned myself and owe to no one. I don't expect you to understand. People like you grow up with an assumption that you'll always have everything you need. Not everything you want, but what you need to live."
"I understand," Freddy said. And he did. But he could see from her expression she didn't believe him. He found himself wanting to share his own sorry tale with this quiet, intense girl as they walked through the fog-bound, silent streets. But he restrained himself. He never talked about it with anyone, especially not a woman. She gave him a sidelong glance.
"You won't tell on me to Lady Beatrice or anyone?"
"No, but I think you should let her know what you're doing."
She shook her head. "I can't. It would upset her too much. She'd be so hurt to discover I didn't
trust her?"
She bit her lip. "I know it looks that way, but it's not like that. I do trust her. I know she won't turn on me as I described. I truly know it. It's just—" She sighed. "I can't explain it."
You know your fear is both false and illogical, but you fear it anyway.
She stopped dead and looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "You do understand," she breathed, so softly it was almost lost in the fog.
Our fears are not always reasonable, he said quietly, glad of the gloom that hid his expression.
They'd reached the laneway that led to the pottery yard.
"And so we have reached your destination. Good day, Miss Chance."
He bowed and walked away into the swirling fog.
Duty was a bitch of a mistress, Freddy Monkton-Coombes reflected. If he hadn't made that blasted promise to Max, he'd keep himself as far away as possible from Damaris Chance. He wouldn't have this problem. Instead, he was forced into her company day after day, morning after morning, coming straight from his bed to her company. If only she were a widow. He much preferred widows. He particularly liked widows who had no plans to remarry, who had everything they wanted, security, comfort, and the freedom to live their lives as they chose. Heady thing. Freedom. Every widow whom Freddy had enjoyed a discreet liaison with had wanted nothing from Freddy except himself, his body, his bed skills, a little of his company and nothing else. Perhaps a few gifts, but that was only natural. He found it endlessly refreshing. It was a little like that with Damaris. She wanted nothing from him, not his wealth, not his prospective title, not even his body, though he was sure he could change her mind about that. But she was unmarried, and therefore out of bounds. If Damaris were a widow— His mind skipped down a trail of endless possibilities, delightful possibilities. But no, he put a firm clamp on his imagination. She was forbidden fruit. Forbidden fruit was always the tastiest. No, he was honor-bound to protect her innocence, from himself as much as any other villain.
Chapter 5. She was stronger alone. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. Damaris let herself into the pottery works and stripped off her cloak, hat and gloves. What on earth did Freddy Monkton-Coombes think he was doing, turning up before dawn to walk her to work? It was ridiculous, taking a promise to keep an eye on them rather too far. He was behaving more like a chaperone than a rake. As for his questioning her about her reasons for working and her intentions for the future, what business of his was it? She jammed her cloak on the hook. Hypocrite, urging her to marriage when he had no such intention himself. He'd surprised her with that last exchange, though, about fears. She hadn't expected a man like him to be so perceptive. She set out her materials absent-mindedly. Why must everyone harp on so about marriage? Oh, they meant well, she knew that, but why couldn't they just leave it alone? Acknowledge that Damaris knew her own mind and the choices open to her. Did they think she didn't want to be loved? Didn't want to have someone whose business— no, whose pleasure it would be to take care of her, protect her? And who would let her take care of him and love him in return? Did they think she didn't watch Abby and Max together and ache for what they had, a love that was almost tangible? She was as human as they. She ached for love as any woman did. But she knew with a certainty that reached back to her earliest memories, that it would not be like Abby and Max for her. Abby had been an innocent. Abby had been born into a loving marriage, and despite being left orphaned and in poverty at a young age, she still treasured her memories of her parents and their love for each other, and for her and Jane. Abby had come through the hardships of her early upbringing unsullied, untainted. Some people were lucky,
and some were not. For the umpteenth time Damaris wondered about Mamma and how she'd felt when she married Papa. Had she tried to love him? Had he ever tried to love her? She had no memory of a single affectionate gesture between them. Of course, you couldn't tell what people felt by their behaviour, and in the privacy of a bedchamber anything could happen. That she knew only too well. How long had it been before Papa moved into his spare, monk-like bedchamber, and Mamma moved Damaris into her room? Damaris had no memory of it ever being different. Had they quarrelled? And if so, over what? Was it something Damaris had done? Was that why Papa blamed her? There were times when he seemed to despise them both, though it was hard to tell what he really thought because he was cold and harsh to most people. All her life she'd striven to please him, but she'd rarely succeeded. Papa believed in duty and obedience, not love. And original sin.
"There's bad blood in you, just like your mother."
Damaris couldn't see anything bad about Mamma, but Mamma hated China. She hadn't wanted to leave England and had no interest in missionary work, so that would have angered Papa. Why had they married in the first place? She missed her mother with a fierce longing. There were so many questions she had for her, questions about herself and her father, but also questions about life and choices and men. Questions only a mother could answer. When she'd died, and they'd laid her in the hard, cold Chinese earth, Damaris had wept and wept until her father had shaken her by the arm and said her grief was unseemly and an offence to the Lord. She'd choked back the tears and tried to hide the chasm of loneliness that Mamma had left. As if the sun had disappeared, taking with it light and warmth and leaving no life, no joy, no love, only duty and obedience, and original sin. She hadn't wept since, not even when the worst happened.
"Are you all right, Damaris?" Mrs. Jenkins stood frowning. "Not feeling sick, are you?"
"No, Mrs. Jenkins."
"Daydreaming about that dratted rake, I'll be bound." She shook her head. "Young girls and their foolishness. I'm telling you, Miguel, a man like that will only lead you down the road to ruin."
"Believe me, I'm not dreaming of him or any other man," Damaris said firmly.
"Good. Then get on with your work, girl, and don't waste time hoping for a knight in shining armour. They don't exist."
"Yes, Mrs. Jenkins." Hoping for a knight in shining armour? Nothing was further from the truth. Damaris put her faith in work, not dreams. "I thought you liked Mr. Monkton-Coombes," Jane said. Damaris had just finished telling Jane and Daisy about her conversation with Freddy Monkton-Coombes on the way to work that morning. It was late, and the three girls were gathered in Jane's room, toasting crumpets in front of the fire and spreading them with butter and honey. Lady Beatrice was always tired after literary society days and retired to bed early, while the girls enjoyed an informal supper. Being together like this, their supper on a tray, with soup, boiled eggs and toast or crumpets and honey, eaten in their bedclothes in front of the fire, evoked their earliest days together before they'd even met Lady Beatrice, and reminded them all how lucky they were to have found each other. Tonight, 3 half-grown kittens watched the butter dish with proprietary interest. "I do like him," Damaris said. "It's just that he seems to have taken it upon himself to—" "No, I mean like. You know." "Oh, no, not in that way. He's quite attractive, of course." Damaris took a sip of her hot milk, aware her cheeks were warming. Daisy snorted. "Quite attractive? He's bloody beautiful, and you know it." Damaris smiled but didn't respond. She envied the other girl's ability to say such things aloud, the freedom to admit attraction without shame. "He watches you sometimes when you're not looking,"
Daisy told Damaris as she buttered a toasted crumpet. No, you're making it up. She's not, Jane said. I've noticed it too. And you look at him in the same way when he's not looking, like he's a sweetmeat on a stick and you're starving hungry. Daisy said the last words with relish. I don't. Damaris's hands flew up to cover her hot cheeks. You do, and with a bit of encouragement I reckon he'd... No, stop it. You know he's not looking for a wife, and anyway you both know marriage is the last thing I want. Daisy shrugged and bit into a crumpet oozing with honey and melted butter, only saying what I see. The 3 kittens edged hopefully closer. Besides, Damaris went on, attempting to recover her composure, most women look at him like that. You've seen them in the park, buzzing around him like bees on borage. Yeah, but he's not looking at them, he's looking at you, so with a bit of encouragement, "Oi, get your nose out of that, you little devil!" Daisy pushed Max, the most impudent kitten, away from the butter dish. Named after Lord Davenham before they'd even met him, Max was the most adventurous and mischievous of the kittens. No, Damaris said, shaking her head. Even if it were true, it's out of the question. You know I have an abhorrence of marriage, and so, as it happens, does he. Don't have to be married to act on a fancy for a fella. Daisy! Jane exclaimed, laughing. That's shocking. Just saying. Then don't, please. Damaris's cheeks flamed again, and half laughing, half serious, she said, Spare my blushes, Daisy, I beg of you. It's just talk, Jane said gently. Just girls having fun in private. You mustn't mind us. She cut off a chunk of butter, broke it into 3 pieces, and gave one to each of the kittens. The sound of purring filled the room. Daisy sniffed. For a girl what spent a few nights in a brothel, you blush easy, Damaris. I know, Damaris said. It's just that I've never talked like... Like what? Jane said, cutting her crumpet carefully in half. Never talked about men and feelings and things? No. Damaris had never shared her innermost thoughts with anyone, and she still found it difficult. My mother died when I was still a young girl. Daisy frowned. Didn't you have no one else to talk to? No, not really. No other girls your age? Jane asked. At the Pilbury home I always had friends to talk to and share my secret thoughts with, even after Abby left. Damaris shook her head. She covered the butter dish and set it on a table out of reach of prowling kittens. The girls at the mission were in my care, and much younger. It was I who listened to them. Jane licked honey off her fingers, then wiped them with a napkin. What about your father? Couldn't you talk to him? No. He would have been the last person in the world she'd share such thoughts with. In any case, Papa thought all her thoughts were shameful. There was nobody. Daisy said, What? Not even the servants or nothing? The girls in the brothel used to tell me all sorts of personal stuff. I thought everyone talked to servants. Damaris shook her head. We had no servants. On the mission, I was everybody else's servant. She stacked the dirty dishes on the tray. Eh? But you're a lady. Damaris smiled. Lady or not, Papa said I was a servant of God, and it was my privilege to take care of less fortunate others for the sake of his glory. How many times had Papa reproved her with those words? Blimey, he sounds a right laugh and a half. Damaris gave a dry laugh. He wasn't. Still, I loved taking care of the little ones. They were so sweet and affectionate. Her voice cracked. There was a short silence. What happened to them? Daisy didn't miss much. Damaris shook her head. It was too painful to talk about. Jane picked up Snowflake, the fluffiest kitten, saying, Aren't the kittens growing fast? In an attempt to change the subject. Snowflake purred loudly and snuggled against her. Damaris flipped a feather toy around for Max and Marmalade to chase and pounce on. "So Lady Beer was right then," Daisy said. "You got a lot of fun to make up." "Lady Beer is very kind, and so are you both." Damaris leaned over and gave Daisy a one-armed hug, and at the same time squeezed Jane's hand affectionately. "You know, I used to think being sold into that brothel was one of the worst things that had ever happened to me, but now I'm glad of it, for otherwise I'd never have met you two and Abby and Lady Beer, and meeting you all has been the best thing that has ever happened to me." They watched the kittens cavorting for a few minutes. Then Jane said, "You said the brothel was one of the worst things that had happened to you. Do you mean there were worse?" "Oh, yes," Damaris said softly. But when they pressed her further, she changed the subject. Damaris lay in her bed that night, thinking over the conversation. Did Freddy Monkton-Coombes really watch her, as the girls had claimed? It was true that she watched him sometimes, so mortifying to think others had noticed. "You look at him like he's a sweetmeat on a stick and you're starving hungry." She squeezed her eyes shut as if to block out the image, but it was no good. Because it was true. She had been sneaking looks at him, at his hands, so masculine and strong, at his long hard legs encased in gleaming high boots, and worst of all at his backside, when he wore those tight-fitting buckskin breeches. Papa's voice whispered in the darkness, "There's bad blood in you, just like your mother." Original sin. Chapter 6. Vanity and pride are different things, though the words are often used synonymously. A person may be proud without being vain. Pride relates more to our opinion of ourselves, vanity to what we would have others think of us. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. "Forgive the interruption, sir, but there is a person wishing to speak with you." Freddy looked up from his breakfast and frowned at his manservant, Tibbins. "What kind of person?" "An Irish person, sir. Rather rough-looking." Freddy swallowed a mouthful of ham. He didn't know any Irishmen, and he didn't want to be disturbed at his breakfast, even if it was 1 in the afternoon. "What's his name?" "I don't know, sir. He wouldn't say." "Did he say what he wanted?" "No, sir." "Did he give you a card?" "No, sir." "Then send him away." "I tried, sir, but he, refused to go." "Then throw the impudent fellow out." "He tried," said a deep Irish voice from the doorway, making the valet jump. "But he's a puny wee laddie, and I'm a mite stubborn." Freddy glanced up from his breakfast. A tall, roughly bearded ruffian lounged in his doorway. He gave Freddy a half-grin, insolent and knowing, as if daring Freddy to throw him out. A gold earring glinted in a tangle of overlong black hair. Freddy eyed the man's violently coloured waistcoat and green coat thoughtfully. He drained his tankard of ale, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said in a dry voice, "Blackbeard the pirate, I presume. Max warned me to expect you." The grin widened. "Patrick Flynn, at your service. And you'll be the Honourable Freddy hyphen, I take it." "Insolence!" Tibbins gasped, and said to Freddy, "Shall I fetch help to eject him, sir?" "No," Freddy said with a faint smile, and rose from the table. "Fetch another jug of this excellent ale, and another tankard and plate, and scramble some more eggs. Mr. Flynn will be joining me for breakfast." Flynn laughed and ambled into the room. The two men shook hands. "Breakfast, is it? And here's me thinking it was nearly dinner time. But I'll join you, and gladly. That ham and those eggs look mighty good to a man who's spent the last few months living on salt beef and ship's biscuits." Tibbins hesitated, still clearly doubtful of the wisdom of admitting the stranger. "Tibbins," Freddy said. "This exotically dressed gentleman is the founder of Flynn and Company Oriental Trading, a very successful company in which I hold a quarter share. He is also one of Lord Davenham's best friends." 22%, not a quarter, Flynn corrected him, "and as for exotic, what's wrong with me clothes?" He stroked the dreadful waistcoat with a loving hand. Freddy glanced at Tibbins. "See? Perfectly harmless. So, fetch the ale and eggs, if you please, and some more toast." Tibbins, silent disapproval etched in every movement, set another place for the Irishman and left the room. Freddy gestured to Flynn to sit down. "So, when did you arrive in England?" Freddy asked, carving generous slices of ham from the joint on the platter in front of him. "This morning." Flynn snagged a morsel of ham, called in on Bartlett at the London office first. The London headquarters of Flynn and Company Oriental Trading. "Max left instructions with him, gave me your direction, said I should call on you." Freddy nodded. "He told me to expect you. He was sorry you missed his wedding. What delayed you?" Flynn swiped another sliver of ham and popped it in his mouth. "Delicious. Nothing like English ham. Unless it's Irish ham. Or possibly Danish." Freddy handed him a plate piled with ham, and Flynn ploughed into it with hearty appetite. "So, Max is married, eh?" he said through a mouthful of ham. "That was quick work. The lass tired of waiting, did she?" "No, it wasn't that girl. It was another." Flynn's brows rose, but he kept munching.
"I suppose you could call her a connection of his aunt."
Flynn nodded. "Planning to call on Lady Beatrice later today. Max left her direction with Bartlett, too." Max married her oldest, niece, Abby. Freddy knew perfectly well the girls were no relation of Lady Beatrice's at all, and possibly not even to each other. But Max had been like a clam as far as sharing details even with Freddy, so it was best to say nothing at all. Tibbins arrived with a dish of scrambled eggs, a mound of toast, and some more ale. Freddy watched Flynn attack the food with gusto and recalled that Max had told him the man was planning to enter society. It wasn't only clothing advice he would need, but a little social polish. Or possibly, he reflected, as Flynn ate a slice of toast in one giant mouthful, a lot. Flynn looked up from his plate. "Did Max tell you anything about me? Me intentions in coming to London, I mean." "You mean about wishing to be married?" "To a fine, high-born English lady, yes." Freddy hesitated, wondering how to put it tactfully. Flynn said, "If you're thinking you need to warn me that I have an iceberg's chance in hell, don't worry. Max told me that the English aristocracy has no love for Johnny-come-latelys. What do they call us? Mushrooms or cits, or whatever, let alone Irish-born Catholics, never mind how lapsed. I know all that, but I also know a tidy fortune will help the bitter pill go down. Besides, I've never met a lady yet who's failed to warm to me Irish charm." He grinned. "And I do enjoy a challenge." "Good. Then the first item on the list is to get you properly kitted out. Tibbins," Freddy called to his manservant, "a bath, a shave, and a haircut for Mr. Flynn, and then a trip to my tailor." "Your tailor?" Flynn said as the valet went to arrange a bath. "I have plenty of clothes." Freddy gave him a flat look. "A fine, high-born English bride, you said?" Flynn narrowed his eyes. "That's right. Any objection?"
"Not in the least," Freddy said. "If you're mad enough to want to step into Parsons' mousetrap, it's no business of mine. But if you want me to help you—" He waited. "Go on." "Very well, then I'll be blunt. Fine English ladies, and their fathers, might be able to overlook your Irishness. Some won't mind your being a Catholic. Lapsed. And some will forgive the vulgarity of your being in trade, but none, no fine young English lady, will want to be seen in public with a man in a waistcoat like that, nor a bright pea-green coat.
I have a very fine purple coat." "Burn it." "But it's my favourite." "Burn it," Freddy told him. "You can dress like a circus banner, or you can marry a fine English lady, but not both." Flynn scowled. "I like bright colours." "Like them as much as you want. Have your underdrawers made in green, purple, pink and orange if you wish. Your dressing gown and nightshirt can be as lurid as you want, but in public the only colours a gentleman wears—" "I'm not a gentleman," Flynn began provocatively. "If you want to marry a lady, you need to look like a gentleman," Freddy told him, "and a gentleman wears muted colours, black, white and grey for evening wear, and for day wear, buff, black or brown breeches, and a coat of brown, black, dark blue or green. Dark green," he clarified, seeing Flynn was about to argue the merits of his emerald coat. "What about red?" Flynn said hopefully. "Only on the hunting field, and then it's called pink." "Pink? A red coat is called pink?" "On the hunting field. Otherwise, a red coat is what soldiers wear." Flynn pulled a face. "Damned dull if you ask me." "I didn't ask you," Freddy pointed out. "You asked me. Now, do you want my assistance or not? I don't mind. I'm just as happy not to bother." "I'll do it," Flynn said gloomily, "but I'll not burn me purple coat." "Keep it if you must, but never wear it in public." Freddy rose. "Now, as soon as we have you shorn and shaved, I'll take you to Old Bond Street and introduce you to my tailor. I advise you to put yourself wholly in his hands." "To dress me up like an undertaker?" Flynn grumbled. "Nonsense!" Freddy was shocked by the man's ignorance. "Undertakers dress quite differently. They wear black netting veils streaming from their hats for a start. You would look ridiculous in a long black veil." "It would be best if you waited until you were more fashionably dressed before you call on Lady Beatrice and the young ladies," Freddy said, as Flynn stood with surprising patience being measured for a complete gentleman's wardrobe. Freddy had to hand it to the man. Once he made up his mind to cooperate with Freddy and the tailor, he went all the way, even to bringing his portmanteau with him, so that Freddy and the tailor could select what was to be kept, which was precious little. Flynn frowned. "I thought I'd call on them today." Freddy shook his head. "It takes time to make a coat." Flynn glanced at a rack containing a row of coats on hangers. "What about that lot? Would any of them fit me?" he asked the tailor. "It wouldn't matter if they did," Freddy told him. "They're already bespoken. Each is made to measure for a particular man." "A particular man who's used to waiting for his coat? Who's ordered it but hasn't paid for it yet?" "Exactly." Flynn pulled a thick roll of banknotes from his pocket and eyed the tailor. "I wonder now, would any of those coats fit me?" He fingered the banknotes casually. The tailor eyed the banknotes. "I will inquire, sir." He eyed Flynn's colourful waistcoat with an opprobrious eye. "A waistcoat too, I think, sir." It wasn't a question. "Damn it, man," Freddy said to Flynn in a low voice as the man went to look through the coats. "It's not gentlemanly to bribe a tailor and steal another fellow's coat." Flynn was unperturbed. "I'm a businessman, not a gentleman. Max told me once most gentlemen in London take months to get around to paying their tailor's bills, if at all. Can't blame the fellow for preferring a cash payment." The tailor returned with a smart dark blue coat and a grey brocade waistcoat and helped Flynn into them. They fitted perfectly. "Shall I dispose of these with the rest, sir?" the tailor murmured, lifting Flynn's own waistcoat and the green coat fastidiously between finger and thumb. Flynn hesitated, and the tailor added, "They really aren't appropriate for a gentleman of your stamp, sir, being unfashionable, foreign-made, and badly cut." "Unfashionable, foreign-made, and badly cut, eh? Oh, well, in for a penny." Flynn sighed. "Go on, then, man. Do what you want with them."
The tailor dropped them in the arms of his assistant, who bore the offending garments away. Flynn glanced in the looking-glass and grimaced. "I look like a wet Sunday afternoon. I presume I'm fit now to meet Lady Beatrice and the young ladies." It was a remarkable improvement, Freddy thought, from the unshaven, long-haired, garishly attired pirate who'd sauntered into his apartment that morning to someone who almost looked like a gentleman. Almost. Just remove that earring. Flynn rolled his eyes, but obeyed, pocketing the gold earring. Freddy gave an approving nod. "Excellent. Now you're ready to meet the ladies." "You say this is the famous Captain Flynn Max has spoken of?" Lady Beatrice eyed him critically through her lorgnette. A sharp old bird, Flynn thought, the kind who didn't miss much, even without the eyepiece. "Just Mr. Flynn, if you please, m'lady. I'm no longer captain of a ship, and I don't know about famous." "Pish-tush! Max told us quite a bit about his friend." She swivelled in her chair and said to Freddy, "Are you sure?" "Sure of what?" he asked. "That he's Max's Captain Flynn?" Flynn choked back a laugh. Bloody aristocracy didn't care what they said about the peasants, never mind that he was right here in front of her. "I'm Max's partner, right enough," he assured her. She sighed. "Why would you doubt it, Lady Beatrice?" the pretty blonde asked, giving Flynn a flirtatious smile. "Jane," Flynn reminded himself, angelically fair and looking like a fairy-tale princess. Next to her was Damaris, pale with dark hair pulled up in an elegant knot. She hadn't said a word since they were introduced, but those dark eyes missed little, he'd wager. And then there was the little one, Daisy, sitting on a stool, sewing, taking in everything. Also sharp as a tack, he reckoned. All in all, Flynn thought with satisfaction, quite a collection of interesting females. The old lady sighed. "Max led me to expect somebody more colourful, flamboyant." It was clear she was disappointed. "Ha!" Flynn turned an accusing eye on Freddy. "When I arrived on this shore, Lady Beatrice, I assure you I was a great deal more colourful, but since then I've been shaved, shorn, stripped of me finery, and dressed with all the liveliness of a wet week in Lent, all in the name of looking more like a gentleman. Max said you wore earrings." "Just one, m'lady, but I was convinced to remove it." Flynn produced the gold earring from his pocket. "Oh!" Lady Beatrice sat up. "Would you put it in, please?" Flynn inserted the ring in his ear. "Oh, yes." Lady Beatrice smiled. Flynn glanced at the young ladies. Two were smiling. One wasn't. "I was informed," he said with a withering glance at hyphen, that no English gentleman would wear such an item. Lady Beatrice nodded. "Quite correct, but you're not an English gentleman, are you?" She smiled in a way that took the sting out, "and there's no point disguising the fact, since the moment you open your mouth everyone will know you're Irish." She turned to the three young ladies. "What do you think, girls? Should Mr. Flynn give up his earring, or do we like the hint of pirate air it gives him?" There was no doubt what the old lady preferred. Jane nodded. "I think it's very dashing." Damaris inclined her head thoughtfully, then nodded. "If you'd asked me before, I would have thought that an earring would have detracted from a man's masculinity. But now, seeing Mr. Flynn wearing one, it doesn't detract at all, does it? It only adds to it." Hyphen scowled and crossed his high-booted legs. "Daisy, what do you think?" Jane asked. Daisy glanced at Flynn and wrinkled her nose. "I don't like it. It makes him look like a common sailor from down the docks, or some bloke with an organ and a monkey." "Nonsense," Lady Beatrice said briskly. "Mr. Flynn carries it off with an air, and no common sailor or organ grinder could afford clothes like that, even if they are a little on the dull side." "Dull?" Monkton-Coombes said indignantly. He couldn't possibly enter society dressed the way he was. Max asked me to ensure Flynn had access to the finest sartorial advice, and dash it, that's what I did. Introduced him to my own tailor.
And he looks almost as elegant as you, dear boy. You've done a fine job, the old lady assured him, examining Flynn again through her lorgnette. Only, I think Mr. Flynn needs something a little more distinctive.
Distinctive?
Both men spoke at once. She nodded. Something to ensure the ton knows you don't give the snap of your fingers for their good opinion.
But I thought,
Flynn began. I would advise you to keep wearing your earring, Mr. Flynn. It will bring you a little notice, a hint of notoriety. She gave him a sharp look. Will you mind that?
No, indeed, ma'am. I'm here to find myself a fine lady to wed, but I'm not ashamed of who I am or what I've done. And while I'm happy to have me manners polished up a bit, and to wear the kind of clothes Mr. Monkton-Coombes advises, I'll not be pretending I'm other than who I am.
A fine lady, is it? The old lady's elegantly plucked brows rose.
Yes, ma'am, Flynn said coolly. The finest young lady in London. I've always aimed high in everything I've done, and I see no reason to change.
You know that being Irish, and I presume Catholic, will count against you. And I understand from Max you have no family remaining alive, and what you had was wholly undistinguished.
She called a spade, this old bird, and Flynn liked her the better for it. Correct, milady. Still and all, I reckon I'm a bit of a catch. I'm a self-made man with a fleet of ships at my command. I'm clean, healthy, and have all me own teeth. I'm loyal to me friends, and I'll be loyal to a wife. I reckon that makes me equal to some of your fine English gents.
I suspect it does, Mr. Flynn, and better than many. And, being a friend of my nephew, I suppose you expect me to introduce you to the finest young ladies in London, do you?
He flashed her a grin. I don't expect anything, milady, but that would be grand.
He bowed over her hand and kissed it. She laughed and waved him away. You left something off your list of attributes, Mr. Flynn.
And what would that be, milady?
Cheek and a measure of raffish charm. Lady Beatrice grinned and clapped her hands. I'm so pleased Max sent you to me, Mr. Flynn. I adore matchmaking. Behind him, Monkton-Coombes made a hastily muffled, choking sound. She heard and turned on him with a severe look. And, Freddy Monkton-Coombes, there is nothing more gratifying than working with a man who knows what he wants. Monkton-Coombes rose from his seat, saying, Well, since you've all got plans to make, I'll take my leave. Devastated to depart this jolly gathering, Lady Beatrice. Matchmaking, what fun indeed. Can't imagine anything more delightful. But I have an urgent appointment with, my bootmaker. Flynn, all right if I leave you in the lady's hands? It was clear he couldn't wait to be gone.
Very much so, thank you, Flynn said, repressing a grin. And would you mind sending a note to that tailor of yours to return me old clothes? If Lady Beatrice says I can wear colours.
Too late, Monkton-Coombes said with ill-concealed satisfaction. His apprentice put them on the back step. They'll have been snapped up by the first beggar that came along. You'll just have to put up with looking elegant and fashionable instead. Let that earring give you the distinctiveness you apparently need. Lady Beatrice, Miss Chance, Miss Jane, Miss Daisy, I'll see you all tomorrow. He gave an elegant bow and left. Flynn spent another half-hour talking with Lady Beatrice and the girls, but the old lady soon tired. Time for my nap, I'm afraid, Mr. Flynn. But come to dinner this evening at 8, and we shall talk more. And come to my literary salon tomorrow afternoon, sir. And wear your earring. Let's see how you dazzle the fine young ladies there. Flynn took his leave and was ushered out by the butler. The little one called Daisy followed him into the hall, her basket on her arm. She waved the butler away and turned to Flynn. You're not happy with your new clothes, Mr. Flynn?
Flynn shrugged. Never figured myself for the role of peahen, that's all.
She frowned. Peahen? Don't you mean peacock?
In this?
He looked down at himself disparagingly. There's more colour in a muddy puddle. She moved closer and said in a confiding voice, I could make you a lovely colourful waistcoat if you liked. Flynn eyed her. Was the lass flirting with him? He gave her a slow smile. Could you indeed? She nodded and produced a piece of gorgeously embroidered fabric from her basket. I've got some lovely material here. Make a fine gentleman's waistcoat, it would. Give you that bit of distinctiveness Lady Bea was talking about. You could become known for your waistcoats. A hint of flamboyance, but nothing vulgar. A snap of your fingers to the drabness of male fashion. Flynn examined the fabric. Chinese silk. Good heavy quality, too. Embroidered green dragons and golden firebirds on a crimson background. Exactly the kind of thing he liked. Hyphen and the tailor would probably loathe it. A point in its favour. She leaned closer and lowered her voice enticingly. How about I make this into a beautiful waistcoat just for you? Flynn smiled down at her. She was a pretty little thing. Oh, but a man missed flirting in those long months at sea, not to mention other feminine attributes. And why would you do that for me? He asked softly. She gave him an odd look. For money, of course, she said. Why else? He threw back his head and laughed. It wasn't his body she had her sharp little eye on. It was his wallet. How much? She pointed to his new waistcoat. How much did you pay for that? He told her. Mine'll cost you double, she said. Double? It was outrageous, even at London prices. She shrugged. You'll like it twice as much. She darted him a speculative glance. Maybe even 3 times as much. He laughed again. All right, make it up. And if I like it half as much as you reckon I will, I'll pay you double. But I warn you, I'm very particular. She snorted. So am I. I'll make you the finest waistcoat in London. Just see if I don't. You might even set a trend if... She gave him an assessing look, which dwelt for a disparaging moment on the earring. You can carry it off. It's not your ordinary literary society, Freddy explained to Flynn as he rang the doorbell of Lady Beatrice's home on Berkeley Square. You won't be expected to know anything. Flynn gave him a dry look. I do read, you know. Of course, but... Oh, here we are. Featherby. He nodded to the butler. Mr. Monkton-Coombes, Mr. Flynn. Featherby greeted them as he took their coats, hats and gloves and passed them to an underling. You've timed it well, sir. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Much of a crowd this afternoon? Freddy asked. Yes, sir. Attendance grows daily, especially of the younger men. Lady Beatrice is delighted. The younger men, eh? He'd noticed the trend himself. I see, he said grimly. As they mounted the stairs, Flynn murmured, Problem? Freddy shook his head, not yet ready to share his concerns with a man who, after all, he'd only just met, even if he was a friend of Mac's. They entered the salon, and Lady Beatrice immediately waved them over. Freddy, dear boy, Mr. Flynn, how delightful! Let me introduce you to my friends. A few minutes later, a little silver bell tinkled. Flynn joined him at the back of the room. Interesting collection of people, he murmured. Then a hush fell, as Jane began to read. Emma and Harriet had been walking together one morning, and in Emma's opinion had been talking enough of Mr. Elton for that day. Freddy quite agreed. He would be happy if he never heard another thing about Emma, Harriet, Mr. Frank Elton, or any of them. He glanced at Flynn to see how he was taking it. The Irishman was leaning against the wall, arms folded, and appeared to be listening with every evidence of appreciation. Freddy scanned the audience. There were more young men here. Why? Surely they couldn't all have developed a sudden taste for literature. And several of them, while not actively hunting for rich brides, were known to be in need of a topping up of the family coffers. What could have brought them here? These girls hadn't a penny but what the old lady gave them. He glanced across the room at the old lady. She caught his eye and winked, looking inordinately pleased with herself. A cold, prickling feeling slid down his spine. Oh, God! What was she up to now? In the break between chapters, Freddy sent Flynn over to keep an eye on the girls while he did some delicate investigation. He spied Lady Beatrice in the centre of a small group of ladies and sidled up behind them, unseen, to eavesdrop. "Of course it's so difficult chaperoning heiresses," she was saying, "especially with Max away, and when fortune hunters start circling." A lady leaned forward and asked in a low, excited voice, "So it's true what I heard? Your nieces are heiresses?" "Blast the old lady and her tricks," Freddy thought. "No," he said, in a loud, firm voice, "they are not." "Oh!" Lady Beatrice glanced at him and clapped a hand over her mouth in stage-worthy dismay. "I forgot. I'm not supposed to—" She broke off with an apologetic grimace. "Sorry, dear boy," she whispered quite audibly. She turned to her companions and recited like a well-rehearsed schoolgirl, "He's quite right. I know nothing of any heiresses or fortunes, and I know nothing at all about the Chance-a-Lotto inheritance." Freddy ground his teeth. "The Chance-a-Lotto inheritance?" the ladies breathed in unison. "Never heard of it," Lady Beatrice said firmly. "That's right, isn't it, Freddy, dear boy?" Her eyes were dancing with mischief. Freddy scowled at her, silently cursing the old lady, and Max for saddling him with her. What the devil was he supposed to do now? Chapter 7. I can hardly tell why or in what the deception originated. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. "A word in private, if you please, Lady Beatrice." Freddy had waited behind until the last of the Literary Society guests had departed. The old lady smiled and patted his cheek. "Oh, I do love it when a man gets all stern and masterful. So attractive." Sitting herself down on the nearest chair, she waited with a mischievous expression. "Go ahead, dear boy. Are you going to spank me?" He couldn't help but laugh, and of course it completely ruined the speech he'd been rehearsing in his mind for the last half hour. He sat in the chair opposite her. "Why did you do it?" "Do what?" "Spread the rumour that the girls were heiresses." "But I didn't, dear boy. You heard me. I told everyone that I'd never heard of the Chance-a-Lotto inheritance and that there was no such thing." "Yes, but you must have started the rumour in the—" She gave him an indignant look. "I most certainly did not. I denied it from the very beginning. There's a big difference. I promised Max before his wedding that I wouldn't tell any more lies about the girls, and I haven't," she said, with a virtuous expression, quite ruined by the glee that sparkled in her eyes. "Don't give me that. You knew exactly what you were doing," Freddy said severely. "And if Max strangles you when he gets home at the trial, I will testify on his behalf that it was entirely justified." She gave a gurgle of laughter. "But why would you do something so... Words failed him. "Clever? The girls needed practice." He frowned. "What sort of practice?" "On men. Only men of my generation come to my literary society, and while they're perfectly happy to flirt with my pretty nieces, the girls really need to practice on young men, so they're prepared for their come-out. Inexperienced girls can usually handle older men, but they're more apt to get flustered by the attentions of a handsome young devil. So I enticed in a few younger men for them to practice on." Freddy couldn't believe his ears. Were the girls party to this strategy? He couldn't imagine Damaris agreeing to such an outrageous thing.
Of course not, dear boy. They worry too much, those girls. Max does too, poor boy. I can't imagine why. She laughed. Pooh, what's the point of life if you don't make it a little interesting? Have you thought about what would happen if one of the girls fell for a fortune hunter? What then? She gave him a serene smile. My girls won't be taken in by men of that ilk, and in the meantime they can practice on 'em. He groaned. She was impossible. The sooner Max came home, the better. It was dark, pouring with rain and freezing cold. He was mad, Freddy thought blearily as he dressed. Wretched, stubborn, prideful girl. He glanced in the looking-glass and ran a hand over his stubbled chin. He wasn't going to shave for her, not at this hour. Tibbins was already exuding silent disapproval of this change in their routine. Tibbins was not what anyone would call a joyful morning riser, but he never voiced his displeasure in words, only through a series of sniffs and sighs and lugubrious glances. Freddy was well versed in their meanings. "Think of it as the end of a long night," Freddy advised him. Tibbins sighed and handed Freddy his neckcloth. "But it isn't, sir, is it? I often used to return at this hour, and it never bothered you then." "It's not the same, sir," Tibbins said in an austere voice. "No, then I was coming home after a night of pleasure, and now I'm leaving a warm and cosy bed purely out of duty. Other than that, it's the same thing." Tibbins sniffed. Freddy frowned. Bad enough it was a freezing wet morning. He wasn't going to be sniffed at by his valet as well. "It's not that I want to get up before the crack of blasted dawn, but I made a promise to Lord Davenham I'd look after his sisters-in-law. I have no choice, blasted. I gave my word." "Duty, is it, sir?" Tibbins sniffed again. "I see, sir." The words said one thing, the tone another. He passed Freddy his hat and an umbrella. "Good morning, sir." Freddy ran down the stairs, paused on the front step, and contemplated the dismal scene outside. Filthy, blasted weather. He must be mad to go out in it. But she left him no choice. Of course, any sensible woman would stay in bed on a morning like this, but oh no, she was a stubborn wench. She'd be out in the freezing cold rain, tramping through the muddy streets, catching her death. He put up the umbrella and stepped out into the driving rain. Tibbins was a fool. Why else would he be doing this except out of duty? He'd given his word. A carriage drove past, splashing his buckskins with muddy water. He brushed it off irritably. Blasted Max. It was all his fault. He waited for her in the lane until she emerged from the side entrance. She looked fresh and glowing and gave him a sunny smile, apparently not the slightest bit bothered by the filthy weather. At least she'd availed herself of an umbrella, even if it was a dainty, feminine, useless thing with a frill that was bound to drip on her. His umbrella was large and black and far more efficient. He held it over her. "Here. No sensible female would go out in weather like this." "I have a job," she said tranquilly. "People don't stop working simply because the weather is a little wet. And good morning to you, too." He ushered her to the end of the lane where he had a cab waiting. She stopped. "A cab?" "Of course a cab," he said crossly. "Do you think I'm going to let you walk through the filthy streets in this filthy weather? You'll get splashed and wet and dirty, and then you'll sit inside that wretched pottery all day in wet clothes. Max wouldn't allow it, and neither will I. Now, will you stand about arguing all day and drowning us both, or will you get in the blasted cab?" She got in the blasted cab without a word, an odd little smile on her face. He gave the cab the direction of the pottery, and the cab set off. She still had that little smile. "What's so amusing?" "Nothing much. Just a small irony." Freddy scowled. "Irony? What irony?" People should know better than to fling words like irony around at this uncivilized hour, let alone in weather like this.
Just that the cost of this cab is probably more than I'll earn in a day at the pottery.
Irony. That's not irony. It's plain female stupidity and stubbornness.
Her smile widened. My, but you are in a charming mood this morning.
He glowered. Blame Max.
They lapsed into silence for a while. The cab rumbled along, twisting and turning through the streets.
You won't need to worry about that fellow Blenkinsop, he said after a while.
Oh?
I've warned him off.
Oh.
Her expression was perfectly inscrutable. Blast it, what did O mean? Was it O meaning good, well done? Oh, thank you, Mr. Monkton-Coombes, for ridding me of a pestilential knave? Or, oh, but I enjoy the attentions of idiots like Blenkinsop. If he bothers you again, let me know.
Thank you for your concern, but he doesn't bother me. I'm quite able to deal with Mr. Blenkinsop.
So it was, oh, stay out of my affairs. Freddy folded his arms and glowered out the window. Blasted, stubborn, independent female. Later just arrived for you, sir. The porter at Freddy's bachelor lodgings indicated the letter on the sideboard. Freddy picked it up, grimaced as he recognized his mother's writing, pocketed it, and continued up the stairs. No doubt she was coming to town and wanted his services as an escort. That was the usual reason she wrote, to drag him somewhere to meet some muffin or other. He entered his rooms, shrugged off his coat and tossed it to Tibbins, his manservant, poured himself a brandy and sat down to read his mother's missive. My dear Frederick, the time has come for you to do your duty. Your father is not getting any younger, and the future of the estate and the perpetuation of his family name preys greatly on his mind. As the only remaining Monkton-Coombes son, it is incumbent on you to marry and beget heirs. Your father and I have been very patient, but it is clear to us that you have no interest in giving up the frivolous life you lead in order to embrace your responsibilities, nor have you made any serious attempt to find a suitable bride. To that end, and since the only time you deign to visit us at Breckenridge is in early December, we have arranged a small house party at that time where a selection of suitable young ladies will be assembled for you to choose from. At the end of the house party, your father will announce your betrothal. A spring wedding will follow, and by this time next year we hope an heir for Breckenridge will be on the way. Your cooperation in this matter will perhaps enable your father to forgive you and bring about the reconciliation with him that I have so longed for. We look forward to seeing you at Breckenridge on the 5th. Your loving mother, Louisa, Viscountess Breckenridge. He stared at the letter. A house party at Breckenridge in early December. He couldn't believe she'd stoop so low. She'd trapped him, damn it. Hoist him with his own petard. The 5th of December was the one day of the year, the only day he visited the family seat. In 16 years he'd never missed, and his mother knew damned well why, and it wasn't to see her or his father. Now, to hold a house party on the occasion, it was desecration, damn it. He wouldn't stand for it. He wouldn't go. He had to go. He'd never once missed the annual service held in the little family chapel. His annual atonement. He glanced down at the letter again. Oh, she could twist the knife, could Mamma, as the only remaining Monkton-Coombes son. And we all know whose fault that is, don't we, Mamma? His mouth twisted, and with a muttered curse he crushed the letter into a ball and hurled it into the fire. It smoked, blackened, then burst into flame. His loving mother, indeed. Sacrifice himself on the altar of marriage to a muffin on the off-chance of a possible reconciliation with his father? As if he hadn't tried for years. It wasn't Freddy who'd set his mind and heart against his only remaining son. He shook his head. After 16 years of bashing his head and pride against the brick wall that was his father, he was inured against the hurt. He rose and paced the room, tight with anger and frustration. He was accustomed to the hints, the tears, the nagging, but this was a new low, turning an occasion that mattered, damn it, into a house party with a bunch of muffins jockeying for position. He would not dance to their tune. He was a grown man of 28, and he'd take a bride when he was damned well ready to, if he ever was. And the more they harped on marriage, the less inclined toward it he became. In the grate, blackened shreds of crested linen weave paper twisted gently, ghostly writing still faintly visible, taunting him. Freddy flung the brandy glass into the fire. There was faint satisfaction in the sound of smashing glass and the hiss and flare of the brandy hitting the flames, but not enough. The noise brought his manservant running. "Sir?" "Fetch my coat," Freddy said curtly. "I'm going out." "Anywhere special?" asked a voice from the doorway. It was Flynn. "I was about to announce him, sir," the valet said. Freddy waved him away. "Bad time, is it?" Flynn asked. Freddy harnessed his temper. "Not really. I just decided I needed a bout or two at Jackson's boxing saloon." Flynn's brows rose. "Boxing, is it? Mind if I come along?" Freddy shrugged. "Be my guest, but I warn you, I'm in a mood to give someone a thrashing." "Fine. I wouldn't mind a bit of exercise myself." Freddy grabbed his coat and headed for the door. The landing outside was busy with workmen carrying boxes and trunks and bits of furniture. "The set of rooms upstairs is being vacated. Poor fool is getting married," Freddy explained as they waited for a large trunk to be wrestled around the bend in the stairs. He glanced at Flynn. "Tibbins says it hasn't been let yet. If you were interested, I could have a word with the landlord." Flynn shook his head. "Thank you, but no. I've made me arrangements." "That was quick." Flynn grinned. "After dinner last night, Lady Beatrice invited me to stay as long as I want." Freddy's brows rose. "Indeed?" Flynn had been invited to stay? Indefinitely? Of course, Lady Beatrice would do anything for Max, but still, the Irishman must have a way about him to receive an invitation like that. Freddy knew for a fact that Max had no plans to house Flynn with his aunt. He'd mentioned to Freddy that Flynn would need to find bachelor quarters. Flynn shrugged. She said she'd feel safer in the house with a man living there. Freddy snorted. I could have sworn she already had a butler, a giant footman who used to be an ornament of the ring. He once fought against Jackson, you know, and 2 other strong young footmen. "Ah, but none of them is Irish." Flynn grinned. "And Lady Bea told me herself. The servants are all very well, but they're just not the same." Freddy wasn't going to argue. These new arrangements suited him perfectly. If Flynn was staying at Lady Beatrice's, he could take over some of Freddy's guard dog duties, starting with escorting the girls to parks filled with lurking, blasted muffins. The thought sparked the anger in him again. Come on, let's go. He needed to punch someone. He didn't much care who. Chapter 8. That is what a young man ought to be. Whatever his pursuits, his eagerness in them should know no moderation and leave him no sense of fatigue. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. The bell rang, calling the end of the bout. Several gentlemen applauded. Flynn was panting. He flexed his jaw cautiously. Damn, but you actually know how to box, hyphen. Never would have dreamed a fine gentleman like yourself could throw such a punishing left. Freddy wiped a trickle of sweat from his brow. You're not so bad yourself, Irishman. Shame those gentlemanly tactics would be no use in a real fight. Freddy stiffened. I've been in plenty of real fights.
Sure, with other gents, I bet, but in the back alleys and down on the docks, if you get into trouble, they won't be following Broughton's rules or anything like 'em, you know."
Freddy eyed the big Irishman. He glanced over to where Jackson stood watching.
"My friend Flynn here has offered me a challenge, abandoning the rules and showing me how they fight in the back alleys and the docks." There were strict rules about how one behaved in Jackson's boxing saloon. Jackson considered it, then nodded. "I'll referee then, so it doesn't get out of hand." Several more gentlemen drifted over to watch. The bell rang to open the round. Before it finished ringing, Flynn lashed out with a kick to the groin. Freddy just managed to avoid it and took the blow on the thigh. There was a murmur of disapproval from the watching gentlemen. Flynn grinned. "I did warn you. I'm fighting dirty." "You don't say," Freddy drawled, and without warning feinted with his left and at the same time tried to kick Flynn's feet out from under him. What followed was dirty, exciting, and educational. When the first bout ended, Flynn showed Freddy a few of the more devious moves that had flattened him. Then the bell went and it was on again. After 3 fast and furious bouts, Jackson called the end of the session. Freddy and Flynn staggered apart, sweaty, panting, battered, bruised, bleeding in a couple of places, and grinning. A spattering of applause burst from those gathered around to watch. Jackson examined their injuries himself. "Nothing that won't mend." He signalled attendants to bring towels and bowls of water. Flynn splashed his face and rubbed a towel over his bare chest and arms. He was panting heavily. That wasn't a half-bad fight. Freddy nodded, too winded to reply. He wiped a trickle of sweat from his brow that turned out to be blood. He'd have quite a few cuts and bruises to show for the morning's work. But beneath the tiredness and the aches and pains, he felt both relaxed and invigorated. The bout had purged him of the frustration and anger of the morning. And somehow, in the process of trying to pound each other into the ground by fair means and foul, he and Flynn had become friends. They washed, dried off, and dressed again. "Drink?" Freddy said. "Something to eat?" "That'd be grand." Freddy touched the cut over his eye gingerly. It was still oozing blood. "My lodging's all right. I'd like to get this covered up before we meet any ladies." Flynn agreed, and they strolled up Bond Street, reminiscing about fights they'd seen and some they'd participated in. "When did you take up the noble art of pugilism?" Flynn asked as they approached Freddy's lodgings. "I was a scrawny young runt when I was first sent away to school. Some of the bigger fellows made my life hell, so I learned to box." "You kept it up, obviously." "I liked the exercise." They entered Freddy's lodgings. He rang the bell for his manservant. "Claret, ale, or brandy?" "Tea, if you don't mind." "Tea?" "Picked up the habit in the East. I don't mind the other, but it's a little early in the day for me." "Tea, then, for Mr. Flynn, Tibbins, and some sandwiches. I'll be back in a moment," Freddy said. "I'll just attend to this cut." A few minutes later he returned, having cleaned up the cut over his eye, smeared it with ointment and covered it with a plaster so as not to distress feminine sensibilities. At the same moment, Tibbins returned with a tray bearing a pot of tea, 2 cups, and a large plate of sandwiches. Outside it started to rain again. Freddy dropped into a chair in front of the fire and stared into the flames while Tibbins poured the tea, then withdrew. Flynn stirred a lump of sugar into his tea and drank it in silence. He ate a sandwich. He ate another sandwich. He glanced at Freddy's cup, which was untouched, and the plate of sandwiches. "Not hungry?" Freddy didn't respond. Flynn ate another 2 sandwiches. In the street outside, a wagon rolled past, its wheels rattling over the cobblestones. "The boxing didn't help as much as you hoped," Flynn said after a while. "Care to talk about it?" Freddy gave him a sharp glance. Flynn shrugged.
Sometimes helps to get it off your chest.
He refilled his cup, stirred in some sugar and picked up another sandwich.
I know how to keep a confidence.
There was a long silence, broken only by the sound of the rain beating on the windows, the fire hissing, and the chomping of sandwiches. Freddy picked up the tea, tasted it, grimaced, walked over to the sideboard and poured himself a brandy. Resuming his seat, he sipped and twirled the glass thoughtfully, gazing through the swirling golden liquor to the glowing coals of the fire.
Woman trouble?
Flynn asked. Freddy gave a dry laugh.
Not in the way you're thinking. It's my mother.
Ah. Flynn ate another sandwich and lapsed into a companionable silence. You learned quite a bit about a man when you'd fought him, Freddy reflected, and he was Max's good friend.
Why not? It couldn't hurt. My brother George died when I was 12, Freddy began. He was the heir, you understand, the older brother.
He swallowed some more brandy.
We did everything together. We were only 2 years apart. He was the best brother a boy could have, and the best son. He was perfect, clever, brave, good at whatever he did, a quick student, a gallant rider to hounds, a brilliant cricketer. There was nothing he didn't do well. Everybody loved him. I loved him.
He stared into the flames a while, then said,
I killed him.
He drained the glass.
How?
Flynn began. But Freddy held up his hand.
It doesn't matter how. That's old history. The thing is, he died on December the 5th, 16 years ago, and every year since I go home on December the 5th. There's a memorial service in the family chapel.
He looked at Flynn.
It's the only time I ever visit Breckenridge, my childhood home. I stay away the rest of the year. My parents and I... Well,
he poured another brandy.
But once a year I go down there and attend the service for my brother. I endure... He broke off. My parents endure a day of my company, and the next morning I leave, not to return until the following year.
Flynn frowned.
You don't visit your family? Not even for Christmas? I bump into my mother occasionally in town. She sometimes requires me to escort her to the theatre or a party of some such kind. They always come to town for the season. And when Parliament is sitting, of course. Your father?
Freddy lifted a shoulder.
Rarely. We belong to different clubs, move in different circles.
He attempted a smile.
Mine are generally less respectable.
Flynn ate the last sandwich.
The 5th of December is, what, about 4 weeks away?
Freddy nodded. He leaned forward, seized the poker and stabbed at the coals heaped in the fireplace, stirring them so that sparks danced in mad spirals and vanished into the chimney.
I'm the heir now, because George is dead.
Flynn nodded.
They want me to marry and produce another heir, another George. He added, in our family the oldest son is always George, the second always Frederick.
Flynn crossed his booted feet, leaned back and waited. His gold earring glinted in the firelight. He was a good listener for a pirate.
For the past few years my mother has been thrusting muffins at me at every opportunity.
Flynn frowned and glanced at the plate where only a few crumbs and a sprig of parsley remained.
Muffins? Not the edible sort. Females. Eligible females. Seriously marriage-minded, eligible females, usually of the reforming type, he added savagely, because I'm a frivolous fool who can't be trusted to manage the estate. Can't be trusted?
Flynn's brows rose.
Then they don't know? No, and I'm not going to tell them. Even if they believed me, which they wouldn't, it's none of their concern.
Flynn nodded slowly. I see. Well, I suppose you know your own business. So, what's the problem? You can't tell me you're worried by your mother's attempts to marry you off to one of these, muffins, because I won't believe it. You're no weakling, and you cut the apron strings years ago, I'll be bound.
Freddy nodded.
When I was 18. And you're right, she can't make me. They can't make me do anything I don't want to do. I'm financially independent of them, thanks to Great-Aunt Adelaide and her fortune. As I understand it, she left you a competence only, a useful sum. It was you who turned it into a fortune. Partly with the help of Flynn and Company Oriental Trading,
Freddy acknowledged.
but that's not the point. The point is that my mother has now invited a flock of the most horrendous muffins to attend a house party at Breckenridge. Your family home, and don't tell me, it's coinciding with your visit on the 5th of December. The only reason I'm going there is for George, and she's blasted well desecrating the event with muffins.
There was a short silence. Flynn rose and poured himself a brandy. He refilled Freddy's glass, too.
"It's a pickle," he said after a while. "It's a bloody disgrace. I suppose you've told her you won't stand for the interference."
Freddy gave him a baleful look. Of course he had, 100 times.
"And there's nobody else you want to marry?" "I'm never going to get married." Flynn's brows rose. "And here's me thinking you were quite the ladies' man." "That's got nothing to do with marriage." "Indeed it hasn't."
Flynn gave a gusty sigh of reminiscence.
"Still, I've made up me mind to buckle down and become a good husband." He glanced at Freddy. "Comes to us all in the end." "Not to me." "Not ever?" "Never." "Then you'll just have to put up with your mother's muffin shenanigans. It's that. Or bite the bullet and get engaged to some female you think you could bear to wed, if the worst came to the worst. If you were betrothed, your mother'd stop shoving muffins at you. And she'd have to cancel that house party." "What are you talking about?" "I just told you I don't want to get betrothed or married. I'm thinking of one of those betrothals that goes on forever. Could even go on for years if neither of you were in a hurry. And I hope that the girl eventually gets bored or fed up with you and calls it off. Because, as I understand it, in England it's only the females who can call off a betrothal."
Freddy stared at him. He swirled his brandy thoughtfully. Flynn shook his head.
"I know it's a mad idea. What woman would be happy to wait for years, you being such a handsome piece of husbandly temptation, rich and in line for a title?" "You're right," Freddy said. "It's a mad idea."
He put down his brandy glass, looked at the empty plate, and gave Flynn an indignant look.
"You've eaten all the sandwiches."
He raised his voice.
"Tippins, more sandwiches. And a fresh pot of tea."
"What happened to you?" It was the first thing she said to him, not even a good morning.
"Nothing, and good morning to you too."
She rolled her eyes. "You have a plaster on your forehead. Your jaw is bruised in several places, and you have a swollen lip. And you're limping slightly."
"It's nothing. Shall we go?"
"You've been in a fight."
No. Mr. Flynn was simply demonstrating some of the finer points of the art of pugilism, as practised in places he's familiar with. And before you ask, we came out even."
"Mr. Flynn? You two didn't quarrel, did you?"
He grinned. "On the contrary, if anything, it cemented our friendship."
She gave him a long look. "Men are strange."
"Strange, but women seem to like us nevertheless." He presented his arm in a jaunty manner. "Shall we?"
Damaris took it, giving him a sideways glance. "It does seem to have improved your mood." She'd assumed that by now he'd be sick of walking her to work, especially since he'd been so grumpy and cross about the rain the other day.
She'd half expected him either to drop it, or to assign a footman to accompany her, or to inform Lady Beatrice, which would effectively put an end to it anyway. But here he was, as elegantly dressed as always, except for the unshaven chin. It fascinated her, that chin. She longed to run her fingers over it, to feel the scrape of his dark gold bristles, the shape of the bone underneath. Papa whispered reprimands in her head. She ignored him. There was nothing whatsoever improper in the way she was behaving. Any thoughts she had were just that, thoughts. They walked on for a moment in silence, her hand warm in the crook of his arm. It was pleasant, she had to admit, this feeling of being cared for, even if she could look after herself perfectly well. Out of the blue he said, "You know, some people believe you to be heiresses." "I know. Lady Beatrice started the rumour, didn't she?" "Oh, no. You're quite wrong there," he said with a mix of asperity and wry humour. "She assured me she didn't start a rumour, she merely denied one." He glanced down at her, thus ensuring everyone believes it to be true. Damaris laughed, shaking her head, "And I suppose she shows no remorse." "Remorse?" He gave her a shocked look. "Whatever for? She's denied the lie to everyone who will listen, which makes her practically a saint." Damaris chuckled. "Well, it won't make any difference to me. And Daisy's not planning to marry either, so it's only Jane who'll be affected. And since she's after a man who's—" She broke off, biting her lip. Jane's determination to marry a rich man wasn't hers to share. These morning excursions, with nobody else around, had caused a kind of intimacy to grow between her and Mr. Monkton-Coombes, and she'd spoken without thinking. "A man who's—" "It doesn't matter." As they waited to let a heavily laden cart pass in front of them, he turned his head to look at her. "So, you're still determined never to marry? You're completely sure?" She stiffened. "If you're going to harp on about that again—" No, I wasn't going to try to change your mind. Quite the contrary. I feel the same." He hesitated, and she felt him tense. "But if you're quite sure about never wanting to marry, I have a proposition for you." Damaris withdrew her hand from his arm and stepped back. She couldn't look at him, she was so disappointed. Daisy was right. He had been watching her with intent. Mrs. Jenkins, too. He was a rake, after all. "No, I won't be your mistress." "Mistress? Have you got maggots in your brain?" He sounded indignant. "Do you think I'd propose such a liaison with the unmarried sister-in-law of my oldest friend? Let alone the fact that Lady Beatrice would skin me alive." "She wouldn't." "No, she'd have that giant footman of hers do it. Good God, woman, what were you thinking?" She gave him a wary look. "What were you thinking?" "Nothing immoral or improper for a start." He frowned. "Well, it's not exactly proper, but it's certainly nothing society would condemn you for." His frown deepened. "Well, they might censure you a little if they knew the whole story, but they won't. So it's me they'll blame. You would, you will, I hope, come out of it smelling of roses." He gave her a thoughtful look. "Or gardenias. You're more of a gardenia type." By the end of this tangled speech, she wanted to laugh. She'd acquitted him of dark designs on her person, but was still no wiser as to the so-called proposition. "Perhaps you'd better explain what it is you want, and I'll be the judge of whether it's immoral or not." "Right." He took her arm again, and they resumed walking. "You know, I think that my parents have been putting pressure on me to get married. Well, of course you know. You've met some of the Muffins." "Muffins?" "My mother's favourite candidates for daughter-in-law, the Armthwaite sisters." "What, both of them?" "Don't be flippant. either would be quite horror enough, and then there's Miss Blee and well, you know what I mean. You've seen 'em in action."
Damaris nodded. "None of them pleases you?"
"Good God, I should think not. Far from it."
"But there must be other girls, nicer girls."
"That's not the point. The thing is, I don't want to get married at all. Or at least, not for years. I like my life the way it is."
"Without responsibilities?" He seemed about to argue, but then shrugged.
"Without a wife."
"So what do you want me to do?"
He stopped, turned to face her, and took a deep breath. "Become betrothed to me."
Chapter 9. I am excessively fond of a cottage. Jane Austen. Sense and Sensibility. Betrothed? How many times must I tell you I have no intention of ever getting married? She stepped away from him, looking unaccountably upset. Freddy cursed himself silently. For a man of address, he was making a complete mull of this. He caught her hands, and when she tried to pull away, he held tighter. "I didn't ask you to marry me. I asked you to become betrothed to me." She stopped tugging and gave him a puzzled look. "It's the same thing." "It's not. I don't want a real betrothal. In fact, I'm counting on it not to be real. I want a pretend betrothal." She paused. "A pretend betrothal?" "Just for a week or two. Or a month. Or more." "Why?" He explained to her about the house party, and when he'd finished, she said, "Why don't you just not attend?" "Because I have to. It's a trap they've set for me." "The Armthwaites?" "My parents." And for the second time in a week, he found himself explaining about George and the memorial service, and how he never went home any other time. He didn't go into details, didn't explain why his family home wasn't home to him, and hadn't been so for years, just that the occasion was important to him. And if the place was swamped by muffins trailing around after him, popping out from behind bushes, trying to force him to propose, or worse, to compromise them, he shuddered. "And at the memorial they'll be dripping with sympathy, competing to outdo each other," he finished. "I couldn't bear it. I'd have to strangle someone. Preferably himself." "I see what you mean. It's a difficult situation." "Then you'll do it." She shook her head. "I can't. I'm sorry." She started to walk away. "I'm going to be late for work." He caught her arm. "But you must do it. Can't you see it's a perfect arrangement? Neither of us wants to get married." "Hire someone." "I can't. Apart from the fact that I couldn't trust a hireling, I need a lady. Someone who's already part of society, someone my mother would accept. She's a friend of Lady Beatrice's. She'd have to accept you. Please, Damaris." She shook her head. "I can't. Ask Jane." He grasped her by the shoulders. "I don't want Jane. I want you." He swallowed. He was completely losing it. Somehow he had to make her accept. She narrowed her eyes. "Surely it doesn't matter which of us you get to be a false fiancé." "Your sister Jane does want to get married. Even if she agrees to go along with this scheme, she might change her mind once she sees the house and realizes I will inherit a title one day." She stiffened. "You don't trust Jane to keep her word?" "I don't trust any woman." He broke off, realizing he was getting deeper and deeper into the mire. "Look, it's not personal, and it's no reflection on Jane. Ladies are expected to change their minds. If a gentleman and a lady enter into a betrothal and the gentleman discovers she's an evil-tempered harpy, he can't break the betrothal without disgracing himself. A gentleman's word is his bond, and once he's publicly given it, he's honour bound to keep it. The poor fellow's stuck with the hag for life, but she can call it off without any public censure whatsoever."
It's horrendously unfair, but there it is."
"It is fair. A woman has more to lose in getting married."
He stared down at her. "What? A woman loses? What nonsense! She gets a husband and a home, and she's supported for the rest of her life."
"If the husband is good and kind. But if he is not, she is wholly at his mercy for the rest of her life. If she has money before marriage, afterwards she has only what he deigns to give her. He rules every aspect of her life, who she sees, where they live, how she dresses. Even her body is not her own, and when she gives birth, her children belong to him." Her eyes were bright with emotion, and she was breathing deep, ragged breaths. He tried not to notice the rise and fall of her bosom. He thought about what she'd said. He'd heard a few other women speak of marriage that way before, but they were all widows, never an unmarried girl. She really had no time for the institution at all, which for his current purpose was perfect. She took another deep breath, which, again, he didn't watch. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to find someone else for your scheme. And now I really have to go." She'd taken no more than 3 steps when Freddy heard himself saying, "I'll pay you." It wasn't what he'd planned, but now he'd said it, why not? It made the whole thing less personal, more businesslike. She hesitated, then shook her head and kept walking. He followed. "I'll pay you well. Enough, so you won't have to work in this wretched pottery." Suddenly, it seemed the most urgent thing in the world to get her to agree. He didn't want his false betrothed to be anyone else. It had to be Damaris. Again, she paused. She was tempted, but "No," she said, and kept on walking. "Enough money to support you for several years, or to buy a cottage, if you wanted." Damaris stopped dead. Enough to buy a cottage? Buy a cottage? Not just enough money to rent one? It was the kind of security she hadn't even dared to dream of. She turned slowly. "You would buy me a cottage?" "Yes." "It means that much to you, to have a false fiancé?" "Yes, but you'd have to come with me to my family home, Breckenridge House, make it look real." Make it look real? She swallowed. What would that entail? Still, a cottage. How long for? "The visit? No more than a week." "And the betrothal?" He shrugged. "Let's see how it goes down. A few weeks, perhaps. Maybe a month or 2. She considered it. "So we'd break it off at the beginning of the season?" "To be honest, I haven't really thought that part of it through. Once we get through the visit to my parents and my brother's memorial service, it'll be up to you. It does occur to me, though, that if we remained betrothed during the season, it would take the pressure off both of us." That was true. There would be no expectations then of her having to endure any kind of courtship. More and more this crazy idea appealed, and at the end of it she'd get her very own cottage. A dream come true. "So we pretend to be betrothed?" "No, we become betrothed. Only you and I will know of our agreement." "You mean I can't tell my sisters or Lady Beatrice?" "No, they might let something slip." He must have seen her hesitation, for he added, "And I will want your promise on that." "I don't like deceiving them." "There will be no deception involved. We will be betrothed. I'll give you a ring and send an announcement to the Morning Post. We'll behave in every way as betrothed couples usually behave." She gave him a doubtful look. "And how is that?" "How would I know?" he said with an impatient gesture, "a little billing and cooing, I suppose. Nothing to make us nauseous. You can blush and flutter your eyelashes at me." "I never flutter my eyelashes, not at any man," she said crisply, "and I wouldn't know how to bill and coo. I'll leave that to the pigeons." He gave her a thoughtful look, then nodded. "Quite right.
Well-bred dignity, that's the style. You remain your usual self, cool, distant and dignified, perfect for the future Viscountess Breckenridge. Cool, distant and dignified? Was that how he saw her? She'd laugh if it didn't make her want to cry. If he only knew. So you'll do it? You really don't want to get married? No. And you? You really don't want it either? No, not at all. Excellent. Then, my dear Miss Damaris. He took her hand and went partially down on one knee. Not, she noted, enough to touch the filthy cobblestones and thus soil his immaculate buckskin breeches, but just enough to make a parody of a proposal. Will you do me the honour of betrothing yourself to me, in public and in private, for as long as it remains convenient to us both? She took a deep breath and ruined the parody. In exchange for you buying me a cottage, sir. I will. He rose, grinning. Avaricious chit. He stepped closer. She stepped back, and his smile faded. He frowned. What is it? She asked. With another man, I usually seal a bargain with a handshake, but with a woman, it's usually a handshake will do very well, she said hurriedly, and stuck her hand out. They shook solemnly, but then he lifted her hand and planted a light kiss on it. Bad luck not to seal a betrothal with some kind of kiss, even one through a glove, he told her. Now, when shall we announce it? I imagine you'll want to tell your sisters and Lady Beatrice first. Shall we return to Berkeley Square now? You can announce it when I have the deed to my cottage. His brows snapped together. What? But that will take... The deed or a sum deposited in my name in Cootes Bank. You're not very trusting of my word, are you? It's not personal. I don't trust any man's word. With good reason. Very well. I'll see what I can do. Is there anywhere in particular you'd like this cottage to be? She thought for a moment. Somewhere in the vicinity of Davenham Hall would be nice, so Abby and I could visit each other. And I'd want a little land around it. His eyes narrowed. How much land? Enough for a vegetable garden and some chickens. Good God, he said faintly. Very well, Devon it is, and as near to Davenham Hall as practicable. And if nothing suitable is immediately available, I'll deposit an equivalent sum in your name. We shall announce the betrothal in a week, then. A week? She felt suddenly breathless. My brother's memorial is on December the 5th, which is almost 4 weeks from now. I must give my mother time to cancel the house party. What if she doesn't? He shrugged. Then I'll tell her I won't go, and I'll threaten to call off the betrothal. But I thought you said... It's a bluff, but it won't be needed. She'll be so pleased to think I'm finally getting married, she won't do anything to upset the apple cart. So, we announce it in a week, and 2 weeks later we go down to Breckenridge. She nodded, still a little dazed at the speed with which it was all moving. And you promise not to tell your family it's not a genuine betrothal? She nodded. And you will quit that noisome pottery. It's not noisome, but very well. The minute I receive the deed or the bank deposit, I will quit my job. God, but you're a stubborn woman. She shrugged. I've learned to look out for myself, that's all. She'd had to. He groaned. I suppose that means another week of early morning assignations. They're not assignations. And since I never asked for your escort in the first place, you can please yourself whether you come or not, she told him. It's nothing to do with me. She walked down the lane and turned in at the pottery entrance without so much as a backward glance. It did not please him to crawl out of bed before dawn, Freddy thought, as he tied his neckcloth with great care, then pressed the folds just so into place with the judicious lowering of his chin, his freshly shaven chin. But for once he did not begrudge the inconvenience. This was an occasion, after all. Tibbins eased him into his coat, his expression as lugubrious as ever. "Cheer up, Tibbins. This is the last time we'll be up at this appalling hour." "Indeed, sir," Tibbins said with a noticeable lack of joy. "How delightful." Tibbins, Freddy was forced to admit, was not a morning valet. Pity. Freddy was in excellent spirits. He almost felt like whistling. Almost. But whistling indoors a half-hour before dawn might be the straw that broke the valet's back. He picked up the deed to a Devonshire cottage delivered to him the previous evening and tucked it into his pocket. Bartlett was a miracle worker. 5 days it had taken him to find and purchase a suitable cottage on the very edge of Max's estate, just outside the village and within easy walking distance of the big house. The wench would have no excuse now to drag him out of bed at an uncivilized hour. He handed 2 letters to Tibbins. "Post this one, and drop this one at the offices of the Morning Post." The first was a letter to his mother telling her to cancel the house party, that he was betrothed already. The other was the formal newspaper announcement of his betrothal. He'd always imagined it as a knelling of his doom, and yet he still felt perfectly light-hearted. He popped his hat on at a jaunty angle and accepted the gloves his valet handed him. "And, Tibbins, take the rest of the day off," he said in a fit of magnanimity. "I won't need you again until the evening." "Thank you, sir." There was no noticeable lightening of the gloomy countenance. Freddy marched through the streets with a brisk step. There was mist, but it was the kind of mist that might even burn off later and reveal a bit of sun, the kind of day it ought to be when a fellow's plans all fell into place.
No more freezing dark of morning escort duty. Damaris would be free of servitude to that bad-tempered she-troll in the pottery, and Freddy, why, Freddy would be muffin-free for the foreseeable future. Muffin-free. He whistled the rest of the way. "Good morning, Miss Chance," he said the moment she stepped through the gate. She gave him a surprised look. "Good morning, Mr. Monkton-Coombes. You look very pleased with yourself this morning." She smiled. And it was a promise of the sunshine to come, he thought. "I am. Miss Chance, you may congratulate me, and while you're at it you may congratulate yourself as well. We are—" He produced the deed from his pocket and presented it to her with a flourish and a bow. "Betrothed." "Betrothed?" She took the paper from him and unfolded it and read it in silence. She went pale, then pink, then looked at him with an expression he wasn't quite sure of. "You really did buy me a cottage." She whispered it as if she couldn't quite believe it. She clutched the deed tenderly to her breast. "Where?" "In Devonshire, not far from Davenham Hall, as you asked. It's nothing to get excited about," he added, feeling a little embarrassed at the wonder in her voice. "I'm told it needs some repairs and a good clean-out. It's been empty for a few years." "I don't mind. I can fix it up and clean." Her big brown eyes were shining. "No need. I had Bartlett, man of affairs, you know, put some men on the job. A bit of thatching replaced." "Thatching?" He frowned. "You don't like that. I can have it replaced." "No, I love the sound of a thatched roof. My mother grew up in a village with thatched cottages. She used to tell me about it when I was a child. They sounded very quaint and pretty." She refolded the deed and tucked it carefully inside her bodice. Lucky deed, sliding into that soft warmth. He forced his mind back onto the subject of thatch, of the roofing kind. "Bit old-fashioned, in my opinion, but as long as you don't mind. Other than that, there's a bit of plasterwork to refinish, a handful of small repairs, a lick of paint, and it'll be ready."
Her eyes widened. "You're having all that done?"
"Well, I'm not going to present you with a hovel, am I? Besides, it's nothing, a few paltry repairs. Now, let's—"
She clasped her hands together eagerly. "When can I see it?"
"I'll take you there after the visit to my parents' home." Her expression clouded, and he added, "It won't be ready before then, so there'd be no point. Now, have you told that fierce little troll at the pottery that you're leaving?"
She shook her head. "If you mean Mrs. Jenkins, I'll tell her when I finish up today. And she's not a troll. She's very kind."
He snorted. "To you, maybe. Me, she treats like a rabid dog. But you cannot mean to spend another day in that wretched place, surely?"
She smiled and shook her head. "I have a dinner set to complete, and I'm not going to leave Mrs. Jenkins in the lurch. She's been very good to me. As have you. A cottage. My very own cottage. Oh, thank you, Mr. Monkton-Coombes. You have no idea what this means to me." She clasped his hands and gave him such a warm, glowing look he felt quite peculiar, probably because he'd forgotten to have breakfast.
"Very well, if you must work, I'll pick you up at— what time? 2?
4, she said. "There's no literary society today."
He nodded. "Make it 4 then, and we'll tell your sisters and Lady Beatrice. I've already sent a notice to the Morning Post. It will appear tomorrow."
She took a deep breath. "So it's official then?"
"Yes, it's official." He was about to be formally and publicly betrothed, and still he had no sense of the tolling of his doom. Quite the contrary. Why had he never thought of a false betrothal before? It was the perfect solution.
It was closer to 5 than 4 o'clock by the time Damaris had finished the dinner set, packed up her things, and made her last goodbyes to all the people at the pottery. She was tired and a little sad. She'd been happy here, but she'd made a bargain. And, as a result, she had a cottage all of her very own. She could hardly believe it. From time to time throughout the day she'd touched her chest, listening for the slight crackle of the deed tucked in her bodice. Her future.
"I'm that sorry to see you go, Damaris."
Mrs. Jenkins had offered her more money to stay on.
Damaris's designs were selling like hotcakes, apparently. It was nice to know. Perhaps when she got settled in her cottage she could paint pottery again. If there were any potteries in Devon, she had no idea. The only trip to Devon she'd made was for Abby and Max's wedding.
"Thank you, Mrs. Jenkins. I'm sad to leave too."
She stepped into the yard and held out her hand to shake Mrs. Jenkins's hand.
"But it's for the best, I assure you."
But it seemed Mrs. Jenkins was determined to walk her to the gates. She slipped an arm around Damaris's waist and steered her across the yard, saying, "You're a good girl, Damaris. If you change your mind and want to come back, there'll always be a place for you. You know that."
"Thank you, Mrs. Jenkins. It's very kind of you. But I don't expect to be living in London."
"Where are you going?" "No!" Mrs. Jenkins stopped dead. Her arm dropped away from Damaris's waist. She glared at the gates, where tall, elegantly clad Freddy Monkton-Coombes stood waiting, then turned to Damaris with an expression of horror. "You're not going off with him, are you?" she exclaimed. "Not with that rake? Tell me it's not true, Damaris."
"He's just escorting me home," Damaris said soothingly, but she felt her cheeks warming.
Mrs. Jenkins gasped. "Oh, God, you have! You've fallen for his evil wiles." She clutched Damaris's arm. "Don't do it, my girl. Don't go with him. He'll lead you down the road to ruin."
Damaris gently disengaged herself from the woman's grip. "It's all right. We're betrothed," she said, seeing no other way to reassure her. Her first lie of many more to come, she thought.
"Betrothed? I don't believe it."
Mrs. Jenkins glared through the gates at Mr. Monkton-Coombes, who made her an elegant bow in response. Rather a cheeky, elegant bow. Mrs. Jenkins bristled visibly. She pulled Damaris close and said in her ear, "Don't let him touch you until you've stood before a parson, with witnesses, and you've got a proper legal paper with your marriage lines writ on it, and he's put a proper gold ring on your finger. Otherwise, he'll ruin you as soon as look at you. I know his type." Damaris gave her a quick hug. "It'll be all right, I promise you. Goodbye, Mrs. Jenkins." The little woman shook her head sorrowfully.
"You're heading down the road to ruin, my dear. I feel it in my waters."
Damaris let herself out of the gate and took Mr. Monkton-Coombes's arm.
Mrs. Jenkins shouted after her, "And watch out if he starts with the poetry. They got no shame, them rakes."
"Poetry?" Freddy Monkton-Coombes said as he led Damaris down the lane toward a waiting cab. "What does she imagine I'm going to do with poetry? I never touch the stuff." "Seduce me, I think." She added thoughtfully, "I suspect she's not without some experience of rakes herself." He snorted. "Can't see it myself. What was she whispering in your ear about?" "Oh, nothing. She's just worried about me, that's all." "Worried?" He gave her a sharp look. "About what?" Damaris smiled. "Your intentions toward me." "Oh, is that all?" He helped her into the cab. "I thought it might be something serious." He rapped on the roof, and the cab lurched off. "Now, how would you like to handle telling your sisters and Lady Beatrice? Do you want to do it in private, or would you prefer us to do it together?" She'd been thinking about it all day, trying to decide. The trouble was, after her statement that the very idea of marriage was abhorrent to her, there were bound to be some uncomfortable and penetrating questions. She sighed. "I hate the idea of lying to them." He turned abruptly and grasped her by the upper arms. "Get that nonsense out of your head for a start. It's not a lie. We are betrothed. We have made an agreement. I've written to inform my parents, and the formal announcement will appear in the Morning Post tomorrow." "Yes, but it doesn't make it any less dishonest. The truth is, we have no intention of going through with it." He frowned. "Stop thinking about the future, then. Right now, you and I are betrothed, and that's all that counts. People get betrothed all the time and never marry. People change their minds. And at some time in the future you will change your mind, and we won't be betrothed any longer. But at this moment we are. So it's not a lie." She considered it. "You think I should just be in the moment, and not think about the future?" "Exactly." "It's quite Chinese." "What is?" "Living in the moment. Buddhists advocate that." Papa would have been scandalized that she even knew about what he called arrant heathenism. "Excellent. Be a Buddhist, then, if it makes things easier for you." She laughed. "You're not very religious, are you?" He shrugged. "Do you mind?" "Not at all." She'd had a surfeit of Papa's brand of religion. It was a relief not to have anyone else's beliefs shoved down her throat. The cab turned into Berkeley Square. The moment of truth. "Let's do it together," she said. The coward's way out. Chapter 10. Human nature is so well disposed towards those who are in interesting situations that a young person who either marries or dies is sure of being kindly spoken of. Jane Austen. Emma.
Freddy told the cab driver to pull up on the corner so that Damaris could slip in by the side entrance as usual. She didn't want to be caught wearing Abby's old clothes. She would slip upstairs by the servants' stairs, change, and then come down again. Freddy rang the bell and was admitted to the house by the butler. "Lady Beatrice is in the green salon with the other young ladies," Featherby informed him. "I will announce you." Damn, it was later than he'd thought. It was Lady Beatrice's habit to gather before dinner for a glass of sherry with the young ladies and any other dinner guests. He entered and was promptly invited for dinner. He accepted and stood sipping sherry by the fire, making polite conversation with the young ladies as he waited for Damaris to appear. Luckily there were no other guests tonight. In a surprisingly short time she hurried in, luminous in a gown of rose pink, with her hair twisted in a simple knot, and breathlessly apologizing for her lateness. "I completely lost track of time." She glanced at Freddy, and the faint pink of her cheeks deepened. Lady Beatrice waved her excuses away. She raised her lorgnette, directing it at Freddy. "Now that we're all gathered, is there any particular reason you've graced us with your presence, young Monkton-Coombes, delightful though it is? You've been twitching like a cat at a mouse-hole ever since you arrived." Damaris put down her untouched sherry glass and went to stand beside Freddy. "I asked him here." Her voice trembled a little. We have an announcement to make." She swallowed convulsively and looked at Freddy. He drained his glass, set it on the mantelpiece, took a deep breath, and said, "I have asked Damaris to marry me, and she has accepted." Not bad for a man saying what he'd sworn he'd never say. There was a short, stunned silence. Then a babble of female excitement broke out. "Damaris! Oh! I don't believe it!" Jane squeaked, hugging her and jumping up and down at the same time. "How exciting! You sly thing, you! I never suspected a thing!" "But I thought you weren't never—" Daisy broke off, shaking her head and grinning. "Well, never say never, is that it? I'm very happy for you, lovey." She, too, hugged Damaris, though with a little less exuberance than Jane. "Told you he had his eye on you, didn't I?" she whispered in Damaris's ear and laughed. Both girls hugged Freddy, much to his surprise. "Oh, but you're going to be our brother now," Jane said happily. "We can't possibly behave formally with a brother." "Oh, when's the wedding going to be? Can we be bridesmaids? And where will it be? In London or in the country like Abby and Max's? That little chapel at Davenham was so pretty. You could be married there too. Oh, I do love weddings." The flurry of questions was appalling. Women and weddings. Freddy had no idea where to begin. "We haven't decided yet," Damaris said quietly. "We've only just got betrothed. We haven't had time to make plans." Something in her voice seemed to calm the excitement. The girls stopped jumping around and followed her gaze to where an old lady was scrutinizing them both through her lorgnette. There was a sudden hush. She continued to examine them through that damned glass. Freddy felt like an insect on a pin. "Lady Beatrice, you haven't said anything?" Damaris said at last. "Don't you approve?" The old lady sniffed. "Seems to me you haven't even bothered to seek my approval." She gave Freddy a withering look. "In my day, when a young man wished to propose to a young lady, he would speak first to her father." Freddy frowned. "But Damaris's father is dead." "She does, however, have an aunt." "Ah." Freddy glanced at Damaris, who looked thoroughly miserable. Lady Davenham might not be a real aunt, but clearly the old lady's nose was right out of joint, and it was up to him to retrieve the situation. "My apologies. Jumped the gun. excitement of the moment and all that. He assumed his most penitent and earnest expression. Lady Beatrice, do I have your permission? I will speak to Damaris first. In private, if you would all be so good. For a moment, nobody moved. She rapped her stick on the floor. Now! 2 young ladies, a cat and a butler, vanished. Freddy hesitated, not liking to leave Damaris alone with an annoyed dowager, but she made little waving motions with her fingers and gave him a nod as if to say it would be all right. I will wait in the hall, he said with dignity. If you need me, Damaris, just call. Lady Beatrice's well-plucked eyebrows almost disappeared into her vivid red coiffure, but she said nothing, just raised her lorgnette. If he'd been a bug, he would have sizzled. The door closed behind him. Damaris turned to Lady Beatrice penitently. Lady Beatrice, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Pish-tush, you didn't at all, foolish girl. I'm just concerned that young rattle might have pushed you into something you told me several times that you didn't want. Never wanted. She gave Damaris a shrewd look. Had an abhorrence of, in fact. Oh. Damaris felt her cheeks heating. Yes, oh. You're not in trouble, are you? Oh. She looked up, startled. No. Because if you are, you know I'll take care of you, don't you? No matter what you've done. You don't have to do anything drastic like marry if you don't want to. Damaris's eyes filled. She embraced the old lady. Oh, Lady Beatrice, you're so kind. I don't deserve... But it's nothing like that, I promise. You're sure you're not in some kind of trouble? No debt or anything? No, there's nothing like that. I'm not in any trouble at all. And this marriage isn't being forced on you? No, not in the least. So you're happy with the arrangement? Yes, very. Damaris smiled, trying to look like a happy bride-to-be. She hated this charade. It was much harder than she'd imagined. This darling old lady was worrying about her, and Damaris just wanted to throw herself into her arms and confess that it was all a hoax. But she'd promised him she wouldn't. Lady Beatrice pursed her lips. You don't look very happy. Oh, well, it's just... She trailed off. She couldn't explain. Mixed feelings? Damaris nodded. It's a big step. I just feel a little... overwhelmed. The old lady eyed her thoughtfully. If you say so, my dear. She was silent a moment, then gave a brisk nod. Well then, send in young Monkton-Coombes, but before you do, ask Featherby to step in for a moment, will you? You'll give your consent? I'll talk to him first. Oh, don't look like that, girl. You know very well I can't stop you if you want to go ahead with this thing. But it's no bad thing to put a young man on the spot. I wish you wouldn't. Oh, pish-tush, don't fret. I'm not going to eat him. He's not a bad lad, young Monkton-Coombes. Just mishandled. His mother is a friend of mine, but she's always been blind where Freddy is concerned. Lavished all her love and attention on her firstborn and barely even noticed she had a second son, even after she lost George. And then, suddenly, she thought she could badger the boy into marrying. And, of course, the more she pushed, the more he resisted. She shook her head. Some men can be pushed, and others can only be led. And take my word for it, my dear, Freddy Monkton-Coombes is the type you can only lead, if you're careful not to get his back up. I don't intend to lead him at all, Damaris told her. Lady Beatrice chuckled. Oh, my dear, I'm counting on you to lead him a right merry dance. It's exactly what the boy needs. Damaris didn't bother to argue. Whatever Freddy Monkton-Coombes needed, it wasn't herself, except as a pretext. So you will give your consent? Yes, of course. I'm not against the match, but he's lived for years as a fribble,
and a rake, swearing he'd never get married, and I'm dashed if I'm going to make it easy for him. You're a splendid girl, and he'd damned well better prove to me that he deserves you. Now, send the rascal in, after I've spoken to Featherby." "So, young Monkton-Coombes, what have you got to say for yourself?" "I apologise for neglecting to ask your permission, Lady Beatrice, but—" "Piffle! You don't give a hang for my permission." So, the gloves were off. Fine. He shrugged. "Not really, but I don't want to upset Damaris, so—" "You're telling me you care what the girl thinks?" "Of course I do," he snapped, annoyed by her obvious disbelief. "I'm going to marry her, aren't I?" "Are you indeed?" Freddy looked at her warily. What was that supposed to mean? Had Damaris confessed the ruse? He decided to brazen it out. "I am, whether you like it or not." "Why?" The question hung in the air. Why? What the devil did he say to that? "For obvious reasons, of course." She pursed her lips. "And they would be—" "Private ones." Her brows rose. "A wedding is a public affair." "Indeed it is." Lady Beatrice sipped her Madeira, eyeing Freddy with a beady expression. She wasn't at all happy about this betrothal. Did she think he'd forced Damaris into it? Ridiculous. The girl couldn't be forced to do anything she didn't want. Witness his futile attempts to make her give up that job. No, it might be a fine line, but a bribe was not force. "In some kind of trouble, is she?" He stiffened. "Not as far as I'm aware, and before you ask, I haven't laid a finger on her." She sniffed. "Then why the deuce has she been working in that dratted pottery, eh?" Freddy's jaw dropped. "You know about that?" She snorted. "Almost from the beginning." "But you never said. She has no idea, you know." She made a dismissive gesture. "A good butler knows what's going on in his house, and Featherby's an excellent butler. He knows when there are comings and goings at unseasonable hours." As soon as he realized Damaris was slipping out before dawn, he sent William to follow her, see where she was going, and ensure her safety. When he found out, he came to me, thinking she must be in some kind of financial trouble. "Why did you not say anything to Damaris?" "Because, despite what I said earlier, that girl's free to make her own decisions. Those girls had a life before they came to me, and it's not my place to trim her wings, only offer her shelter. I just want to ensure she's not in trouble." "She's not, is she?" "No." "Do you know what she wants the money for?" "Yes." There was a short silence. "And you don't intend to tell me what it is? I see." She pondered that a moment, then sat up and said in a brisk voice, "The other reason I didn't speak to Damaris about it was because when Featherby came to me, he also brought the interesting intelligence that you were meeting my girl at the kitchen door and escorting her to the pottery." She raised her lorgnette. "And why would a gentleman of your stamp do that, I wonder?" His stamp? Her tone was damned offensive. "Because I promised Max I'd keep an eye on you and the girls, that's why." She eyed him for a long moment and then let out a crack of laughter. "The rake playing propriety?" "Yes, as it happens," he said stiffly, "because I promised Max." That apparently amused her even more. She pulled out a wisp of lace and dabbed at her eyes, then grinned. "You know it's very attractive when you poke her up and glare down your nose at me like that. And can I take it that this betrothal will put an end to her employment at the pottery?" "You can." "Good. I notice she's wearing no betrothal ring." "A ring? Damn it, he'd forgotten. I intend to buy one tomorrow," he said, as if it had been in the plan all along. "Your mother still wears the Monkton-Coombes betrothal ring. Part of an hereditary set, ain't it?" "Yes, but I wouldn't dream of asking."
Asking your mother for it?" She cut him off sharply. "But it's Damaris's right to wear it, is it not? As the betrothed of the heir to Breckenridge?" Oh, she wasn't pleased with him, not at all. Now he was undervaluing her niece, not giving Damaris her due, and that was plain wrong. He might have forgotten to buy a ring, but he was going to do right by the girl, and he wasn't going to make her wear the Monkton-Coombes set. What I was going to say is that I wouldn't dream of asking Damaris to wear it. Well, you've seen it, he added as her brows rose. It's a blasted ugly thing. Wouldn't suit Damaris at all. It is ugly, she agreed in a milder tone. Then if you haven't bought a ring yet and you don't intend to wrest the hereditary one off your mother's hand, perhaps I could solve your problem. Ring that bell for me, will you? Freddy rang it, and almost instantly Featherby glided in. Without a word, he bowed, handed Lady Beatrice a small box, then glided out. The old lady cradled the little box in her bony fingers, opened it, glanced at the contents, then shut it with a snap. "I thought I'd lost my rings during the time when Max was away and I was ill, but as it happened, I'd hidden them in a secret hollow in my bedpost. Featherby found them when we were moving to this house. I gave Max the emerald for Abby. I always thought this would suit Damaris. What do you think?" She tossed the little box in his direction. He caught it reflexively and opened the lid. It was a sapphire ring, the stones square-cut and stunning. The setting was old-fashioned but simple, elegant, and on Damaris's slender finger it would look, Freddy thought, perfect. But it wasn't right. He shook his head. "I can't ask you to provide the ring. That's my privilege as the groom, even if he was a false groom. You don't have a ring, and it would please me beyond anything to have her wear it. It would please Damaris too, I think." Freddy hesitated, turning the ring over in his hand. The sentiment associated with the piece made him uncomfortable. A ring purchased tomorrow from Rundle and Bridge would be better, more anonymous, more in keeping with a false betrothal. But this was lovely, and Damaris would like it, he was sure. "Shall we ask the bride-to-be what she thinks?" Lady Beatrice asked. He almost winced. The bride-to-be. The bride never-to-be. "Very well," he said, and went to the door. As expected, Damaris was waiting outside with her sisters. He gestured to her to come in. "Everything all right?" she murmured as she passed him. "I've given my consent to the match," Lady Beatrice said, "and the boy has a ring for you." Freddy gave her a stern look. "It's actually Lady Beatrice's ring," he told Damaris. "I was going to buy you one tomorrow, but she has offered this, and if you would prefer it." He showed her the ring. She hesitated, glancing at it briefly with a troubled expression. "Lady Beatrice, it's very beautiful," she said in a soft voice, "but I couldn't possibly accept it. It looks far too valuable." "Nonsense," the old lady snapped. "I've had it for years. Can't wear any rings myself." She lifted her hands. "Well, you can see how swollen these old joints of mine are, so this one might as well be of use to you, my dear. And don't look at me like that. I have a ring for each one of you girls that I'll give at the appropriate time. Decided it long ago, when Featherby first found them. Max and Abby were happy enough to accept the emerald." Damaris bit her lip, and the old lady sighed and added in a plaintive voice that didn't fool Freddy for a moment, "But if you don't want an old-fashioned piece like that for your betrothal ring, I suppose you can wear it on another hand, or have it reset." "I would never have it reset. It's perfect just as it is." Damaris gave Freddy a speaking look. She loved the ring, he could tell, but was torn because she shouldn't be accepting something like this for a false betrothal. "Then that's settled," he said. making the decision for her. "Thank you, Lady Beatrice." God, but the old lady was a tricky piece. He felt like he'd gone 3 rounds in a verbal boxing ring.
Damaris hesitated, then gave him back the little box. Lady Beatrice gave him an expectant look, then cleared her throat meaningfully.
"Oh, damn, of course."
He opened the box, and Damaris held out her hand. She was blushing. He took out the ring and slid it onto her finger. It was a perfect fit.
"Well, go on, kiss the girl," the old lady ordered him. "Not like you to hang back, young tomcat."
This was one part of the charade that Freddy wouldn't mind at all. He'd wondered for weeks what she'd taste like. He stepped forward. "Oh, I must show the others." Damaris broke away and hurried to the door, leaving Freddy standing. Lady Beatrice gave him a narrow look, then watched Damaris showing her sisters the ring. She arched a sardonic brow at him. The old girl was no fool. She knew something was not quite right. Luckily, Featherby, having anticipated the occasion, brought in champagne and glasses, and the awkward moment was lost in the excitement. Freddy toasted his blushing bride-to-be. She blushed beautifully, he noted with interest. They needed to do a little more planning if they were to pull this thing off successfully. He was only too aware of Lady Beatrice's beady gaze boring into him. Damaris lay in bed that night, twisting restlessly under the covers, turning the evening's conversations over and over again. Everybody, from Lady Beatrice, Jane and Daisy to Featherby and William, the butler and footman whom they'd brought with them to Lady Beatrice's house, right down to the smallest scullery maid, they were all so pleased for her. Too pleased. Accepting their well wishes and happy speculations was like being flayed. The happier they were for her, the worse she felt. Jane had never understood why Damaris hadn't wanted to get married in the first place. She'd come to her senses as far as Jane was concerned. Freddy Monkton-Coombes was handsome, rich, well-born, and nice. Naturally, Damaris would prefer to marry him rather than live alone and lonely in some mouldy old cottage in the country. Jane imagined Damaris's situation was the same as her own. Of course she did. Damaris had never told her anything to make her think otherwise. Daisy, having had a great deal more life experience than Jane, if no more years, saw things differently. She could see that Damaris wasn't securing herself a prosperous and comfortable future with a wealthy man. What Daisy thought was, to Damaris's mind, much worse. Daisy thought Damaris was in love with Freddy Monkton-Coombes, and he with her. Daisy knew no more than Jane, but somehow she'd sensed the darkness in Damaris that Damaris had tried so hard to hide. Daisy had been raised in a brothel. She had an instinctive understanding of such things. She ought to understand why it just wasn't possible. But Daisy, like all of them except Damaris, was a girl full of hopes and dreams. She thought love could make the darkness go away. Damaris knew differently. She didn't believe in fairy tales. Rain spattered against her window in spiteful bursts. She shivered, though she was not really cold. Was it always so in England? She hadn't been here a year yet, but it always seemed to be wet, dark, damp, grey, cold. She missed the sun, even missed the burning, relentless heat of it during the Chinese summer when it sucked the moisture out of everything, shriveling the plants, cracking the soil, and leaving only the driest of dust. Even the shadows were crisp and brittle and sharp, making everything clear. In England, the shadows were soft-edged, blurry, insubstantial, deceptive. Chapter 11. A young woman in love always looks like patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Jane Austen, Northanger Abbey. I can't bear it. Everyone's so happy for me, and it's just wrong.
You're not going to crack, are you? Freddy steered her around a puddle. You promised.
It was a cold, bleak day, but they were taking a stroll around the square. She'd been so desperate to escape the house she'd practically dragged Freddy out the moment he'd arrived, and of course everyone smiled understandingly. Young love needed to be alone. I know, and I'm trying not to, but it's so hard. It's bad enough accepting the congratulations of relative strangers, the people in the literary society or those we meet in the park. But Jane and Daisy and Lady Beatrice, they're the people in the world I most care about, and to go on deceiving them like this makes me feel just dreadful.
Is it really so bad?
She gave him a despairing look. Jane and Daisy are already planning the wedding, the invitations, the decorations, and Daisy has come up with a design for the most beautiful wedding dress. Featherby and William keep giving me fatherly smiles, thinking us love's young dream. Well, you saw the way Featherby saw us off just now. Even Cook is planning a very special wedding cake, not to mention the wedding feast. Everyone is being so nice, and I don't deserve any of it. Seemingly at a loss for what to say, he patted her hand and resumed their stroll. After a moment he said,
"Had a letter from my mother this morning. She's cancelled the house party."
Oh, good. That was the main reason for their betrothal after all. For a fleeting second it occurred to her she could call off the betrothal now and have the whole horrid thing over with. But she'd promised to go with him to his parents' home, and there was no way she could reasonably wriggle out of it. Besides, he'd bought her a cottage. That cottage was the summit of all her dreams, her reasonable dreams. It was her future, her security. And if the deception she had to perpetrate on her loved ones was difficult, well, that was only fair. Cottages had to be earned. She just hoped her sisters and Lady Beatrice wouldn't be too hurt when they learned the truth. As for unreasonable dreams, she glanced at the tall, elegant man strolling beside her, listening patiently to her complaints and protecting her from muddy puddles. Anyone who allowed herself to dream unreasonable dreams was a fool. A man was roasting some kind of nuts over a small brazier. Freddy stopped.
"Do you like chestnuts?"
The hot nuts smelled delicious, but Damaris was in no mood for food. I've never eaten them, but I'm not hungry, thank you.
Nonsense. You don't have to be hungry to eat hot roast chestnuts.
He bought some in a twisted cone of paper and offered it to her. Try one. They looked a little greasy, but she pulled off her gloves and took one just to be polite. The outside shell was scorched in places and had been cut in a cross. The ends were curled up, ready to peel. She peeled back the shell and nibbled the exposed yellowish nut. It was a little floury and soft, rather than crisp, as she'd expected, but it was very tasty. Sweetness with a tang of salt. She smiled at him. They're good.
They're better with a bit of butter. Cook used to make them for me when I was a boy.
Freddy passed the cone to her again. She took another. Freddy was pleased, seeing her enjoy the nuts. He hadn't thought much beyond getting his mother and the muffins off his back, ruining George's memorial. He hadn't imagined it would be difficult for her. And now he could see it did. He had no idea what to do to help her.
"Miss Chance! Mr. Monkton-Coombes!"
Freddy turned and saw 3 ladies approaching, 2 young, sisters by the look of them, and muffins for sure, and an older one, presumably their mother, with a liveried footman in attendance.
"Congratulations on your betrothal, Miss Chance, Mr. Monkton-Coombes. Mamma saw the notice in the Morning Post. How very exciting!"
Damaris murmured her thanks, wiping her hands on a handkerchief before shaking hands with the ladies. Freddy bowed and tried to look interested as he received their congratulations. He had no idea who they were, hadn't caught their names when Damaris had greeted them, but the older one asked to be remembered to his mother in a familiar manner, so he supposed he must know her. The two muffins chatted animatedly, quizzing Damaris about their plans and punctuating each utterance with girlish giggles and coy glances at Freddy. "All the young ladies in London will be ready to slay you, Miss Chance." "Yes, so many have been setting their caps at our dear Mr. Monkton-Coombes, who until now seemed quite oblivious to feminine charms, when all along he secretly had his eye on you." More girlish giggles all around, though not, he noted, from Damaris. She bore the nonsense with grace and dignity. "Have you set a date yet?" the older one asked. "Not yet," Freddy said. "We're going down to Breckenridge first. Delightful to talk, ladies, and thank you for your good wishes, but it's chilly, and we must keep moving. Don't want to let my bride-to-be get cold feet." This witticism produced even more gales of laughter as Freddy and Damaris departed. "Now do you see what I mean?" Damaris murmured. "Unbearable." Freddy didn't know what to say. Of course he'd found the women irritating, but no other female of his acquaintance would complain of receiving such a flattering degree of attention and frank female envy. But then, Damaris was not like any other female of his acquaintance, and he could see it would get wearing. He'd been on the receiving end of a little teasing, particularly from his male cronies, but he'd expected that after his oft-repeated prejudices against marriage, and in any case, he didn't care what most of them thought. "How's the old lady taking it?" He tossed the now cold chestnuts under a tree for the squirrels and brushed off his fingers. "She's about the only one who's not behaving all midsummer moony, but in a way it's worse." "Worse?" "Yes. She's almost unbearably kind, always asking me if I'm sure, and if there is anything I want to tell her it would make no difference. She will always love me and take care of me." Damaris sighed. "So I feel like a worm." "I wish I could help, but I don't see that there's anything I can do." Apart from calling off the betrothal, which he was not prepared to do. His head was still reeling from the speed with which his mother had called off the house party. Damaris stopped dead and turned to look at him with an intense expression. A feeling of foreboding stole over him. "As a matter of fact, there is something you could do." She clasped her gloved hands to her bosom in an unconscious gesture of appeal. Freddy took a deep breath and grasped the nettle. "What?" "Take me away from here." He blinked. It was the last thing he'd expected. "Take you where?" he asked cautiously. "To your family home." His brows shot up. "To Breckenridge? But that's where my parents are." "You'll have to introduce me at some stage. Besides, wasn't that the whole point?" "It was, yes, but that would mean we'd be there for—" He calculated the days. "More than 2 weeks, assuming we stay for my brother's memorial service." "Would that be unbearable for you?" She looked at him and said quietly, "Oh, I see it would. I'm sorry. We'll stick to the original plan, then." She took his arm and they continued their walk. Now Freddy was the one who felt like a worm. 2 more couples came up and congratulated them. Freddy watched as Damaris handled their felicitations with quiet charm. She probably had to put up with this sort of thing all the time. He only had to endure it when he was with her, at the literary society or in the park. The rest of the time it went pretty much as usual. And when he was at home, Tibbins didn't beam at him in a sentimental fatherly fashion. He sniffed, meaningfully. Tibbins had said everything that was proper, of course, but it was apparent to Freddy, well, he would have had to be a block of wood to have missed it, that Tibbins was not happy about Freddy's upcoming nuptials. Tibbins did not like change. In Freddy's bachelor quarters he ruled supreme. In a properly ordered marital home he would be one of many, a mere valet, significant but not supreme. 3 more ladies and a gentleman approached them, beaming to wish them happy. That made 11 blasted well-wishers in a period of about 15 minutes. Damaris was everything that was gracious, but Freddy had had enough. They hadn't even made a circuit of Berkeley Square yet, and she'd said it was worse for her at home. "I see what you mean," he said, after the last well-meaning nuisance had wished them joy and taken himself off. "We'll leave tomorrow morning. I'll write to my mother to expect us on Wednesday." She gave him a glowing look. "Really? Are you sure?" He nodded gruffly. "It's only a couple of weeks. It won't be that bad. We needn't spend much time with my parents. I'll take you around the estate, show you a few of the local sights. Can you be ready to leave by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?" "I can be ready to leave in an hour," she said so fervently he laughed. 9 o'clock it is. I will make the arrangements and you can break it to Jane." She tilted her head. "Why Jane in particular?" "She'll have to do all the reading for the Literary Society now." Damaris laughed. "She won't mind. Oh, thank you, Mr. Monkton-Coombes." "Freddy, remember?" "Thank you, Freddy. You can't imagine what a relief it will be to get away for a little. I really appreciate it. I promise you I'll do everything I can to make this visit to your parents go smoothly, and to make them like me." "Oh, you don't have to worry whether they'll like you or not. They'll like any respectable girl who's prepared to marry me." Her face dimmed, and then he added, "Besides, if they like you too much, I'll never hear the end of it when you come to your senses. Break the engagement and send me about my business." She still looked troubled, so he patted her hand. "So you can be as rude to them as you like. I won't mind." She bit her lip. "I couldn't possibly be rude to them, but perhaps I could be a bit cold and standoffish." "For heaven's sake, don't do that," he interrupted. "Cold and standoffish? They'd adore you. No, don't worry about my parents. Just be yourself." She nodded and gave him a determined half-smile, but the glow had gone. He hoped it wasn't anything he'd said. It was a still morning, and the mist hung low. The stark, bare trees of Berkeley Square seemed to float in a lake of cloudy grey. "Perfect weather for travelling," Freddy said when he arrived. "Shouldn't take this fog long to burn off, and once it does, it should be clear and dry all the way." He'd come with a postilion, 4 horses, and a smart-looking bright yellow chaise. Carriage lamps burned on either side of the chaise, golden orbs of light in the grey morning. "Hired a yellow bounder, eh?" Lady Beatrice commented when she saw it. She'd come down the front steps leaning heavily on her canes to oversee their departure. Everyone, it seemed, had gathered in the street to wave Damaris off. The servants spilled along the footpath and peered through the railings from the subground kitchen entrance. Featherby supervised as William stowed her luggage safely in the boot, and another footman assisted Polly, the maid who was accompanying Damaris, into a seat at the back of the carriage. Jane and Daisy stood on either side of Lady Beatrice, veering dizzily between excitement and misery. They'd each hugged her a dozen times, pelting her with advice, wiping away tears, and generally acting as though she were going away for good instead of visiting Somerset for a few weeks. Damaris felt a bit teary herself. Behind the chaise stood Freddy's curricle, pulled by 2 beautiful bays, snorting and prancing restlessly under the control of a diminutive tiger who held their bridles and crooned endearments and muttered curses at his charges. A groom sat in the curricle, holding the reins. Damaris wondered why Freddy would take 2 carriages, but since nobody else had commented on the arrangement, she didn't ask. What did she know about travelling in England anyway? But he must have noticed her wondering, because he explained. Need my curricle to show you around the district when we get there. Lord only knows what carriages my parents have, probably some dowdy old-fashioned rigs you wouldn't want to be seen dead in."
She hid a smile. She wasn't the one who cared about being smart.
"All right," she called to Lady Beatrice and her sisters as Freddy helped her into the chaise, then climbed nimbly in after her.
"Mind you take good care of my girl, young Monkton-Coombes," Lady Beatrice said almost fiercely.
As Freddy was in the process of tucking a luxurious fur rug around Damaris to protect her from draughts, he gave the old lady a sardonic glance.
For a moment Damaris thought he was going to say something rude, but all he said was, "I will, milady," and shut the door.
The postilion glanced back, Freddy gave him the signal, and the carriage moved off.
"Phew, that's done,"
Freddy said, leaning back as they turned into Mount Street, leaving Berkeley Square behind them. He glanced at her.
"Comfortable?"
"Very, thank you." The fur rug was lovely and soft and warm. They watched the streets of London slip by, the familiar giving way to the unfamiliar, Freddy pointing out various places of interest as they went. Then, sooner than she'd thought possible, they were moving along the turnpike at a smart clip, with the city fallen behind them and the country all around. Silence fell between them, talk giving way to the sound of the horses' hooves on the road, the carriage creaking and groaning as it bounced and swayed along. It was a little unsettling. She gripped the straps hanging above the window to steady her. Apart from a trip to Max and Abby's home where she'd been unwell most of the way, Damaris hadn't seen much of the English countryside. She supposed she must have when she was little, but she had no memory of it. Mamma had talked often of England. It was all so beautiful and green, she'd said. It wasn't really all that green at the moment, with silvery drifts of mist lingering in the dips and hollows and meandering along stream beds, and silver rime coating the open ground where the remnants of frost caught glimmers of weak winter sunlight. But it was beautiful, as Mamma had said. It was nothing like China, or at least the part of China she'd lived in. It was a different kind of beauty. These English fields were like patchwork on a quilt, in squares or strips or rectangles, all neat and straight and lined with hedges, not following the flow of the land as they'd done in China. And the villages, some a mere straggle of houses along the road, others a neat, sturdy collection built around a pretty village square. There were tiny cottages and larger farmhouses, and from time to time an imposing mansion glimpsed between trees. They'd left the turnpike now. The chaise swayed and bounced over potholes in the road, throwing them against each other. She gripped her strap more tightly.
"Are you all right?" Freddy asked her. "You've gone very quiet, and you look a little pale."
"No, I'm quite all right, thank you. Just thinking." She stared determinedly out the window. She liked the small whitewashed cottages best. Were any of them like the cottage he had bought her? Some had what she could tell would be flower gardens at the front in spring. Mamma had told her about English gardens. She'd tried to make one in China once, but it had shriveled in the summer, and Papa said they should grow food, not flowers. Food. The chaise turned a sharp corner. Without warning, her stomach lurched, and she tasted bile and a bitter echo of her breakfast.
"Oh, Lord,
Not again."
Are you sure you're not feeling ill? We can stop if you want."
"I'm all right, truly," she managed. She stared out the window of the carriage, breathing deeply, determined not to give in to the waves of nausea that grew increasingly worse. Without warning, Freddy opened a window and shouted to the postilion.
"What?" "Stubborn wench," Freddy informed her as the chaise immediately slowed. "You're now a delicate shade of green." The chaise came to a sudden stop and swayed gently to and fro. "Out you get."
"It's nothing, just that the movement of the carriage is making me a trifle..."
He opened the door and lifted her down. "Nauseous," she finished, and, clapping her hand over her mouth, made a rush to the ditch on the side of the road. After a short, humiliating episode beside the ditch, she wiped her mouth, threw away her soiled handkerchief, and made her way unsteadily back to the carriage. "Better?" Freddy said as he helped her back into the carriage. She nodded, thoroughly mortified. "I'm sure I will be all right soon. I have the same problem on ships, but it passes eventually." She settled herself back in her corner of the carriage. "I trust I will not inconvenience you again." "It is no inconvenience at all," he said. "I was often ill as a child. In another few miles we'll stop to change the horses, and we'll get you some hot tea with ginger. That often helps." They had to stop twice more before they reached the post inn. Her stomach was completely empty now, Damaris was sure. There would be no more embarrassing requests to stop, no more standing on the side of the road retching miserably. At least she hoped not. At the posting inn, she rinsed out her mouth, washed her face and hands, and tidied her hair. She glanced at herself in the looking-glass, pasty as an uncooked pie. She pinched her cheeks to bring some colour to her face and returned to the traveller's sitting room. He made her drink a cup of weak black tea with some grated ginger infused in it. The thought of it repelled her, but when she drank it she had to admit it did seem to settle her stomach a little. He wanted her to eat some bread too, but she refused. "Ready to continue the journey?" he asked when she had finished. She put the empty cup down and said in as bright a manner as she could manage, "Yes. How much farther is it to Breckenridge House?" "We'll stop for the night in Basingstoke, and if everything goes smoothly, we'll reach my parents' place by tomorrow evening." 2 days of travel. The prospect was appalling. It would just have to be endured. Bracing herself for the next stage, she headed outside. "Not that one." Freddy took her arm and steered her away from the yellow bounder. She knew now how it got its name. "We'll use the curricle. The fresh air will do you good." Her heart sank. The curricle was light and flimsy. It was probably even bouncier than the chaise. It was quite a climb to reach the seat, and her skirts kept getting in the way. He ended up lifting her bodily so she could place a foot in the stirrup, then held her by the waist as she grabbed the fur rug that someone had dumped on the seat, lifted it out of the way, and manoeuvred herself awkwardly into position. A more graceless process she could hardly imagine. The wretched vehicle was designed for men with long legs, wearing boots and buckskins, she thought sourly as he climbed lithely in and wedged himself in beside her. There wasn't much room. They sat thigh by thigh. She couldn't give him any more room without tipping herself over the side of the carriage. He took the fur rug, then put 2 fingers in his mouth and emitted an ear-splitting whistle. A manservant came running from the inn, carrying an oblong wood and metal box with 2 handles. "Lift your feet," Freddy instructed her. Damaris lifted them. The man carefully slid the box under her feet and withdrew, and she cautiously lowered her feet onto it. It was warm. She could feel the heat right through the soles of her shoes. "Foot warmer," Freddy said in answer to her silent surprise. "Hot coals inside it. Should last for an hour or 2. We'll change coals when we change horses." He tucked the fur rug back around her as he spoke, then picked up the reins. "Ready?" She was anything but she managed a smile and a nod, and they moved off. The wind was cold on her face, but it was more refreshing than anything, and her feet, resting on that hot coal contraption, were toasty and warm, as was the rest of her, thanks to the rug, and to the feel of his warm body pressed all the way down her right side. She was aware of every inch of him. He, apparently, was oblivious. After about 15 minutes, though, she started to feel queasy again.
Freddy gave her a sideways glance. "Feeling better in the fresh air?"
"Much better, thank you," she lied.
There was nothing left in her to vomit, and anyway, this was an open carriage, and she'd be able to get down much quicker if she needed to. "Good. Then you can drive."
"What?"
She looked at him in shock, not quite believing her ears.
"But I can't drive. I don't know how."
"I'll teach you."
"I can't. I don't know the first thing about horses."
"You'll soon pick it up." Ignoring her protests that she'd never driven any kind of carriage, ever, and she was not in a fit state to learn anything at the moment, he stopped the curricle, passed her the reins, which he called ribbons, and showed her how to hold them, threading them in a particular way between her gloved fingers. "Don't worry, these horses are complete slugs," he assured her, and she realized they were different from the horses they'd left London with. "My mettlesome lads are back at the posting inn. My tiger will bring them on to Breckenridge at a more leisurely pace. Anyone could drive these two. Now, snap the ribbons and say, 'Walk on.'" She didn't move, just gave him an indignant look. If he thought he was going to force her to... He leaned over and flicked the reins in her resistless hands, and the curricle jerked into movement. Damaris squeaked and gave him a terrified glance. He smiled, folded his arms, and leaned back, completely relaxed. The swine! She gripped the reins tighter. The curricle was moving, and she was in sole charge. A curricle was such a light and flimsy thing. She sat bolt upright, fearful of running the curricle off the road or into a ditch or a stone wall, or flipping it right over. After a minute or two he said, "Good. Now, let's speed things up, or we'll be 3 days on the road to Breckenridge instead of 2. "But the road's nice and straight and there's no traffic. Relax your hands a little." She glanced down at her hands and saw she had the reins in a death grip. She forced her fingers to relax, and one of the reins started to slither out of her hold. She grabbed them back and glared at the man beside her, who'd made no effort to help whatsoever. The horses picked up speed. Scenery flew past in a blur. They were going too fast. She could overturn them any second. She glanced at Freddy and saw he was smiling. "Is my terror amusing you?" she snapped. "Vastly!" His grin widened. He leaned back and crossed his long booted legs. If she crashed the curricle, it would serve him right. Oh, God! There was a bridge up ahead. "There's a bridge!" she gasped. It was ancient, built of stone, and so narrow they couldn't possibly squeeze through. "So there is," he said, completely unruffled, almost uninterested. "How do I make them stop?" She was going to kill him if they ever survived this. "Lift your hands just a little toward your chest." She did. The horses slowed a little, but kept moving toward the bridge at a smart trot. "Steady as she goes. That's right," came the calm, infuriating voice on her right. She wanted to close her eyes, but didn't dare. She didn't breathe. She didn't even remember to pray. She just hung on to the reins for dear life, too terrified to move, watching the narrow passage and bracing herself for the sound of a curricle crashing into stone. Or worse. And then they were over the bridge and alive, and the road had widened again. She started to breathe once more. "Well, that was fun, wasn't it?" he said. "Fun? Fun?" It was terrifying. He gave her a lazy smile. "You enjoyed it, and you're a natural." "I did not. Not the slightest bit." A natural? She was a natural. If she felt just the teeniest bit exhilarated, well, that was relief. She'd just had a narrow escape from death. He quirked a brow at her. "Are you feeling cold?" "No." "Sick?" "No." And she realized to her surprise that it was true. She didn't feel at all nauseous or queasy. He grinned at her. "Took your mind off your misery, didn't it?
and you learned something useful, and it was fun. Your face when we approached that bridge." He chuckled. She stared at him, speechless, furious, indignant. He turned his head to meet her gaze. Those impossibly bright blue eyes were dancing with laughter. "Go on, say it." "Say what?" "That I'm a swine, a beast, a heartless—" She hit him, thumped him one-handed on the arm because she was still holding the reins with the other hand. "You are," she agreed in a heartfelt voice, and found herself laughing with him. Because she was alive and not sick anymore, and she was a natural, and because it had been fun. Now she looked back on it. "I really was terrified," she told him when they'd both stopped laughing. "I know, most people are the first time. Do you want me to take over now?" "Not yet." He smiled and settled back, his long legs crossed in total relaxation. Total trust, she realized. In the next hour, she negotiated several bends without mishap, another bridge, a man on horseback who gave them a wordless greeting as they passed, and a flock of geese. He showed her how to stop the horses for that. It was remarkably simple. And then, finally, a town appeared up ahead. "Want me to take over?" She handed the reins over without a word, thankful, but at the same time a little reluctant. "We'll change horses and stop for a bite to eat." She was about to protest that she couldn't swallow a thing, and realized she was actually hungry. Just some bread and butter, and maybe some more of that ginger tea. "And then another driving lesson to take your mind off things?" "Yes, please." As the curricle threaded through the traffic in the town, it was market day, she said shyly, "Did you mean it when you said I was a natural?" "I did. You have good light hands, and you judged that bridge to a nicety." "I didn't judge anything," she admitted. "I left it all up to the horses." "Exactly," he said. "A natural." Chapter 12. A young woman of inferior birth, of no importance in the world, and wholly unallied to the family. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. They reached Basingstoke just as it was getting dark, and though the horses must be tired, Freddy gave no sign of stopping. Damaris gave longing looks at several fine-looking inns as the curricle passed them by. She was no longer feeling ill, but she was very tired, and every part of her body ached. "Wednesday's market day. Everywhere will be full," Freddy explained. "Not far to go now. Staying at Dean Gate, just out of town a short way. Bespoke bedchambers and a private salon at the inn there. Good food, and it's quieter too. You'll sleep better there." Damaris made a polite-sounding murmur. She didn't care where she slept or what she ate. The way she felt, she could sleep right through a trumpet rendition of the Hallelujah chorus. But he'd clearly gone to a lot of trouble in planning the journey, so she didn't want to sound ungrateful. She wasn't ungrateful, just tired. Finally, the glimmer of lights showed ahead through the trees, and soon the curricle slowed, turned into an inn-yard, and stopped. Blessedly. 2 grooms appeared and took charge of the horses. Freddy sprang lightly down and turned to assist Damaris. By contrast, she began her descent from the high vehicle awkwardly, aching in every joint and muscle. "Stiff?" he asked, and before she could answer, he took her by the waist and lifted her the rest of the way down. "A little," she admitted. "I know just the thing for you," he said, tucking her hand through his arm and leading her into the inn. So did she. Sleep. "I'll give you 15 minutes to freshen up, then I'll meet you down here. Rug up well." Before she could say anything, he turned to her maid. "Your mistress will need comfortable walking shoes, boots for preference, and warm clothing." "Walking shoes," Damaris began. She could barely move as it was. But he turned to her with a faint smile.
"Don't look so horrified. Trust me, it's exactly what you need."
What she needed was a bed, but he'd turned back to the landlord, saying, "Now, about dinner." Damaris would have argued the point, but a number of interested faces were following the conversation, and she had no intention of entertaining them with a quarrel, even a small one. She followed the landlady up the stairs to a small but clean and comfortable-looking bedchamber. A trundle bed had been made up for Polly, which showed he'd considered propriety as well as quiet. Such efficiency on his part was no doubt praiseworthy, but somehow she found it just a little bit annoying. After their long journey she was feeling like a piece of jetsam tipped out of a fisherman's net, and yet he'd sprung down from his curricle as lithe as ever and looking just as smart and elegant as he'd started out. It wasn't fair. And now he expected her to go for a walk, when there was this wonderful, soft-looking bed waiting for her. She tested it and moaned softly. A deep feather mattress and the sweet scent of freshly laundered sheets. She had a good mind to send Polly with a message to say she wasn't moving another step. A servant arrived with their luggage, and a maid appeared bearing a can of hot water.
"You look all done in, miss,"
Polly commented as she poured hot water into a basin for Damaris to wash in.
"Do you want me to tell Mr. Monkton-Coombes you've changed your mind about the walk? He'll understand, I'm sure. He was that nice about you being sick and all today. Gentlemen are usually uncomfortable with ladies being ill, aren't they? But the way he watched over you, and, oh, miss, when he gave you his handkerchief to wipe your poor mouth when you was crouched over that ditch throwing up, well, I reckon it was just like Sir Walter Raleigh laying down his cloak in that puddle for good Queen Bess."
It wasn't. It was just a handkerchief. Clearly, Polly had developed something of a tendre for Mr. Monkton-Coombes. Damaris dried her face and hands. He had been kind, and he'd looked after her himself when he could easily have left her in the chaise in Polly's care and taken the curricle himself. Most men would have.
"And that chaise, miss, so comfortable and well sprung. Nothing like some of the bone shakers I've ridden in."
Polly chuckled.
"I reckon he's spoiled me for travel on the stagecoach."
About to retort that it had been a shocking bone shaker, Damaris suddenly bit her lip. What? Had she suddenly become the Princess and the Pea? She'd walked for days across China, and now she was quibbling because a man who'd shown her nothing but kindness and consideration all day thought a short walk would do her good.
"The blue kid boots, I think, Polly, and my woolen pelisse."
She joined him downstairs at exactly 6:15.
"Excellent. I wasn't sure you'd come. Thought you might prefer to box my ears instead."
His eyes danced in an invitation she couldn't resist. She laughed and took his arm.
"It was close, I admit, and I warn you I'm still feeling as cross as crabs, so don't provoke me. Walking is the very last thing I feel like doing."
"I've ordered dinner for 7 o'clock, so I hope a short walk won't exhaust you."
Was that a faint note of challenge in his voice? It stiffened her resolve. Not in the least. She wanted to tell him she'd walked hundreds of miles in China, but bit her tongue. The past, her past at least, must stay buried.
"It's a lovely evening," he commented as they stepped out into the night. "Cold as a witch's, clear as a bell. There'll be a frost, I expect, but what I really wanted you to see was this."
He pointed. The moon was rising, full and fat and golden against the dark velvet sky. They watched it in silence. There was something about a full moon, Damaris thought. People often said the crescent moon was the one full of hope,
but she'd always felt the full moon spoke to her. They found a quiet lane, well trodden but not too muddy, and followed it through a landscape etched in silver and black and 1,000 shades in between. In the distance, something screamed. "What was that?" she asked, startled. "Nothing. A vixen screaming, that's all. They do that at this time of year." He glanced at her. "Mating." "Oh." She felt her cheeks warming. They trudged on. The air was cold and crisp, ripe with the scent of rich, cold earth. She breathed it deep into her lungs and found herself matching her steps to those of the tall man beside her. There was an intimacy in their silence that she was reluctant to shatter with words. In the dark hedgerows, small creatures made scuttling noises as they passed. Far away a dog barked. Slowly, the kinks in her body started to loosen, and her aches to fade, and gradually their pace picked up. He glanced at her. "Feeling better, Miss Crabby?" She laughed. "Don't get too cocky. Just because you were right, I could still box your ears." "Nonsense," he scoffed. "You couldn't reach that high. Now, after a good dinner and a sound sleep, you'll be as lively as a lamb in the morning." They walked on. "I want to thank you for today," she said quietly. "You were very kind and considerate." "Fiddlesticks! Now, shall we climb over this stile and head along that footpath leading up the hill?" "No, I quite agree." She hadn't said a thing. "The view won't be anything special, and that path looks suspiciously wet and muddy, and those pretty blue boots of yours will not thank me if I lead them into mud. That's the trouble with Kid." They tramped on, their boots crunching along the path in time. An owl swooped by on silent wings. On the hillside above them, a cottage stood, spilling golden lamplight from its windows. A faint hint of wood smoke drifted down toward them. She thought of the folk inside, all cosy in their little home. "You said we will reach Breckenridge tomorrow." "Yes, if we make good time, we'll be there before sunset. Otherwise, your first sight of it will be in the moonlight." Something in the way he said it, the timbre of his voice perhaps, made her ask, "You love the place?" For a long moment she thought he was going to ignore the question. Then he said, lightly, "Never go there if I can help it. Now, I think it's time we turned back. Wouldn't want dinner to get cold. Or worse, burned." It wasn't the first time he'd deflected her questions about Breckenridge, or his parents, and now, walking through a shadowy landscape alive with secrets and hidden creatures and lit only by the moon's reflected light, she wondered what kind of a situation she was going into. In London, totally taken up with her own situation and the painful deception of the people she loved, her only thought, her only desire, was to escape. Now, for the first time, she really considered, what this visit would mean not just to Freddy but to his parents. From all she knew, which was little enough, they'd been desperately eager to get their only son married, and up until now he'd resisted with all his might, stating far and wide he had no intention of ever getting married. So their relief and joy at this betrothal must be terrifying. And since she, the so-called bride-to-be, was the focus of all that joy and relief, they'd want to know all about her. Bad enough that the betrothal was false. How much worse would it be if they discovered her name, pedigree, and background were also false? And they were the least of the secrets she was hiding. What if his parents had investigated her background? People did that, she'd heard, when it looked like an outsider might marry into a fine old family. His father was a viscount. Would they think her an outsider? Or would they accept Lady Beatrice's claim of their relationship at face value? If she were found out, it would make little difference to her. She didn't need society. As long as she had her cottage, she'd be safe. But Freddy... She glanced at his handsome profile in the moonlight. If society learned he'd betrothed himself to a penniless impostor whose entire existence was a tissue of lies, he would be a laughing-stock. How could she have let things come so far without warning him? She was selfish, that was why, only able to see the benefits to her. The cottage. The lights of Deangate Inn were in sight. She would tell him the truth, or as much of it as he needed to know, over dinner. Then he could make up his mind whether to continue with the charade or cancel his plans and his visit. Freddy glanced at the moon-bathed siren walking beside him. She looked worried, or maybe just tired. He opened his mouth to ask her what the problem was, then shut it again. He was getting a bit possessive about her, her cold little hand tucked into the crook of his arm. Ridiculous how much he liked feeling it there. Ridiculous, too, the degree of anxiety that he'd felt that morning when she'd drooped, pale and clammy-skinned, but determined not to show it or complain, foolish, stubborn wench. He could see how Max had become so protective of Abby and her sisters. Being responsible for someone else's welfare, he supposed that was what did it, caused these feelings. That and his promise to Max. It wasn't anything he was used to, and to tell the truth, it was rather unsettling. He was used to breezing through life, carefree and untrammelled by responsibilities, going where he wanted, doing what he felt like without reference to anyone else. Another reason why he didn't ever want to get married. Amazing good luck that he'd found a woman who'd never wanted to marry either. She was perfect. And, despite the travel sickness, very good company. He was quite enjoying the whole little adventure, actually. Or he would be, if it weren't for these blasted, inconvenient thoughts. Perhaps having to act like a fiancé was making him think like one, in which case it would be over in a couple of weeks. And that, he told himself firmly, was a damned good thing. He had to abandon any thought of stringing out the whole affair for months just to free himself from pursuit by muffins for the season. Desirable as that would be, a problem had arisen with Damaris that he hadn't at all anticipated, arisen being the operative blasted word. Of course, it was only because he didn't have a mistress at the moment and his body was feeling the lack, but still, it was dashed awkward, being in a constant state of semi-arousal whenever she was close. Or even when she wasn't, but looked at him in a certain way, and she wasn't in the least trying to seduce him. He knew that. All it took was that way she bit her lip occasionally, or sighed, or smiled, or gazed at him with those fathomless pansy-brown eyes. Even the stubborn set of her jaw when she was about to argue with him appealed to him, or rather to his body. And when she'd laughed, as she had in the curricle, the slightest reaction on her part, in fact, and his body just snapped to attention, like a good little soldier, damn it, ready and eager for action. It was perfectly understandable, he told himself. She was a beautiful young woman without a shred of missishness, and with a great deal of natural charm, allure. Any man would find her damn near impossible to resist. He wasn't accustomed to everyday intimacy with respectable girls. That was the problem. The kind of girls he usually came into close contact with were deliciously bad, without a virtuous bone in their bodies. Without even a bone, some of the opera dancers. And they caused him not a moment's worry or even a second thought. And absolutely no frustration, which was how he preferred it. Damn it, why was she so opposed to marriage? If ever there was a woman born to be... "What? What is it you're looking so anxious about?" he demanded, finally goaded by her anxious expression. The door of the inn opened, spilling golden light onto the cobbles. "I'll explain over dinner," she said. He'd ordered good plain English cooking, just the way he liked it, starting with a hearty pea and ham soup and fresh bread and butter. The talk was mostly polite chit-chat and mostly between himself and the landlord. Neither he nor Damaris wanted to talk while the man was hovering. The landlord chatted as he bustled in and out, bringing dishes. "You've been lucky with the weather today, sir. Last week it were weather for old Noah and his ark, to be sure. Now, here's the bread, fresh baked this morning by my wife. And I hear it's even wetter farther west. The ground is drenched and the farmer's not happy. Well, when are they ever happy? They reckon the rain'll be back tomorrow or the next day, so you'd best make an early start, sir. Now, you'll want wine with that, and I have the very thing." He produced a very tolerable Burgundy from his cellar, and Freddy made sure Damaris's glass was filled. "It will help you sleep," he told her. It might help him to sleep, too. She gave a nervous laugh and gulped down a large mouthful. The wine, or possibly the warmth after their brisk walk, lent her complexion a rosy glow. He would probably sleep hardly at all. The landlord brought in the next course, steak and kidney pie, a fricassee of chicken which Freddy had ordered in case Damaris didn't like beef, and a dish of winter vegetables, all served with a cheery grumble about the state of the roads, especially in the wet. He then retired, closing the door behind him. In the sudden silence, the atmosphere immediately heightened. She put down her knife and fork and picked up the wine, gripping the stem of the glass with a white-knuckled hand. She took a sip. Making up her mind to speak, he thought. "Why don't you wait until we've finished dinner to say whatever you want to say?" Without waiting for her to respond, he added, "May I serve you some of this excellent pie, and some of these stewed leeks? And do you like cauliflower?" She allowed him to serve her a little of everything, and as they ate, the tension eased. "It's apple tart for pudding," he said as it arrived, the pastry crisp and golden, accompanied by a bowl of thick clotted country cream. It was a thing of glory, but she had no eyes for the tart. She was drawn tight as a viola string. Her gaze fastened on Freddy with a fixed intensity. "You may leave us alone now," Freddy told the landlord with a meaning look. "Leave everything. You can clear up later." The minute the man had closed the door behind him, she said in a rush, "My name is not Damaris Chance." Freddy opened his mouth to respond, but she cut him off, saying, "I'm not finished yet. I'm not Lady Beatrice's niece, and Abby and Jane and Daisy are not my real sisters either." She took another gulp of wine, "And I don't have a penny to my name. There, I've said it." She slumped back in her chair. "Well, I'm shocked," said Freddy, in as shocked a manner as he could conjure up. "Deeply shocked," he repeated. "May I serve you some of this apple tart? It looks and smells delicious, doesn't it?" "Apple tart?" she repeated blankly. "Didn't you hear what I said?" "What you said?" He cut a generous slice of tart. "You mean about not being Miss Chance?" He slid it onto a plate and passed it to her. "And not being related to your sisters or aunt and having no fortune. Yes, and I told you I was shocked. Deeply. Will you have cream with that?" Without waiting for her answer, he lavished her apple tart with clotted cream. She frowned and gave him an accusing look. "You knew. All the time I was worrying about telling you, and you knew." "You're not eating. It's delicious." "Of course I knew." "Then why did you say you were shocked?"
deeply shocked. "You seemed to expect it, and I didn't want to disappoint you." He gave her a wicked grin. "I don't like to disappoint ladies, you see." But she was too anxious for flirtation. "Did you have me investigated?" He snorted. "My dear girl, Max had already told me about the night Lady Beatrice invented your esteemed papa, the Marchese di Chancelotto, at dinner, and I was there when she invented your inheritance. A delightful surprise yet in store for Max. Serve him right." "But I knew you weren't related to the old girl. I've known Max and his aunt most of my life. No close relatives at all. And from the start Max didn't believe that you were sisters." "Jane and Abby are, but not Daisy or me." "Yes, so I understand. I gather Lady Beatrice knew of your true identities before she took you in?" "Yes. We didn't want to deceive her in any way." She stared at him, her lips slightly parted in a way that was seriously distracting. "So you knew I wasn't who I claimed to be all along?" He nodded. "More or less." "Your pudding is getting cold." "And said nothing?" "Why should I? I don't mind." "What if your parents have had me investigated?" He considered that. "It's possible. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I ordered that apple tart especially for you, you know." She gave him an exasperated look and ate a mouthful. "But what if—" "Nice?" "What?" "The tart. Is it nice?" "Yes, thank you. It's delicious. But what if they ask me about my parents, and they're bound to ask?" He frowned. "What happened to your parents?" "They're both dead. Mamma died when I was 12, and Papa some months ago." "Only months ago?" Freddy braced himself for waterworks, but she remained quite calm. Calm enough that he found himself asking curiously, "Were you and your father close?" She hesitated. "No." That was blunt enough. There was a story there, but not for tonight. "In that case, if the question comes up, leave it all to me. I'll tell 'em you're in mourning. You won't need to explain a thing." "What will you say?" He shrugged. "Lady Beer took you in. Distant relatives, cousins, perhaps. I'll give it some thought. Don't worry about it." Her eyes were troubled in the candlelight. "I can't help but worry." "Well, don't. It doesn't matter. What's your real name, by the way? Just out of curiosity." "Tate. Damaris Tate. Abby chose Chance for our surname because it was a fresh chance for all of us." "How can you say it doesn't matter?" "Because it doesn't. So, were you brought up in Italy?" "No, China." He blinked. It was not at all what he'd expected. "China?" She didn't sound Chinese. She sounded like a perfectly ordinary English girl. "Papa was a missionary." "Good God!" "Exactly." "Do you know any Chinese, then?" "Of course. I lived there since I was 4. "Say something in Chinese, then." She hesitated, then uttered a rapid burst of sing-song speech. He closed his eyes and listened. She really did sound Chinese. Not that he knew a word of Chinese, but it sounded very authentic. "What did you say?" he demanded. But she shook her head, blushing, and refused to translate what she'd said for him. The blush enchanted him. He opened his mouth, about to pursue the matter, then shut it as she stifled a yawn. Her eyelids were heavy. She was awake only because she'd been so anxious about making her shocking revelations to him, and now he'd allayed those fears, tiredness was taking over. He'd been on the verge of flirtation, and she was hiding yawns. He drained his glass and rose to his feet. "Time for bed." Any other woman of his acquaintance, respectable or not, would have responded coyly to that statement,
finding an innuendo in it, regardless of his intention. Damaris simply said, "Oh, is it so obvious? I'm sorry. The wine has made me so sleepy." She set her napkin aside and stood. "What time do you want to leave in the morning?"
8, if you can manage it, in case that rain the farmers predict should show up.
"So, breakfast at 7:30?"
He grinned. That's a confident traveller speaking.
She gave him a sleepy smile. "As long as we travel in the curricle, I have every expectation of keeping my breakfast—" "Oh, dear." She clapped her hand over her mouth. "Was that indelicate?" "I see it was. Sorry. So many things one shouldn't talk about in England that are perfectly ordinary in China." She straightened and gave him a sleepy smile. "Still, you would ply me with wine, so you must share the blame." He led her down the narrow corridor to her bedchamber. He indicated the door opposite.
"I'm in here, if you should need me for anything."
Again, she could have perceived innuendo in it, but she simply nodded and stifled another yawn. She looked soft and sleepy and very lovely in the soft candlelight of the wall sconces, and without thinking, Freddy cupped her face in his hands and bent to kiss her. Her eyes flew wide, and she stepped back against her door with a startled jerk. "What are you doing?"
Good question. What the hell was he thinking? "Sorry," he said ruefully. "Force of habit, I'm afraid."
She scanned his face with troubled eyes, then nodded. "We can blame the wine for that too, I expect. Good night, Mr. Monkton-Coombes," putting him firmly back in his place.
"Good night, Damaris. Sleep
But she was gone, and the door was closing. He heard the lock click behind her, and then the murmur of voices as she spoke with her maid. Freddy let himself into his bedchamber. He shrugged himself out of his coat and tossed it on a chair. It was not the wine. He ripped off his neckcloth and tossed it aside. It was the woman. And that was a problem. She was an innocent, he reminded himself savagely as he hauled off his boots, and she had no desire to marry. Neither did he, and if he didn't get himself under control, both of them would be trapped in a situation neither of them wanted. He dragged his breeches off and tossed them on the chair, glaring down at where his blasted little soldier was making a tent in his drawers. He had to find some way of squashing this inconvenient attraction. Chapter 13. There is a stubbornness about me that never can bear to be frightened at the will of others. My courage always rises with every attempt to intimidate me. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice.
"Those gates up ahead on your left. Turn in there."
Damaris saw the big stone pillars and slowed, ready for the turn. In the last 2 days she'd become quite skilled at negotiating bridges and narrow roads, and she wasn't intimidated by the large wrought-iron gates standing open between the pillars. She'd been racing against the oncoming storm. For some reason, Freddy had insisted on stopping at a village inn only a few miles from his parents' home, so that she could wash and freshen up. With the storm looming, it had been a ridiculous waste of time, she thought.
Steady as she goes. Well done.
As they passed through the gates, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled all around them. A few fat drops of rain spattered, warning of the downpour to come. A crow cawed his mournful song across the darkening sky. Freddy laughed.
The raven himself is hoarse that croaks my entrance under my father's battlements.
She shook her head. Nonsense. And anyway, there aren't any battlements. She could see the house clearly now. A huge, grey, impressive Gothic pile, to which it was apparent several wings had been added in the last century, but no battlements.
"What? You don't recognize the quote? Didn't you have Shakespeare in China?"
Yes, my mother had several volumes of collected works. She preferred his poetry, but books in English were rare, so we read everything. I know that's from Macbeth. I'm shaking my head at your pessimism. Or is it cynicism? He shrugged.
"A little of both, perhaps. You'll see. I hope my father can see us approaching."
Why?
They headed down the drive at a crisp pace. Big, fat drops were falling now. "Nothing will convince him of this match more than seeing that I let you drive my curricle, even if it's with job horses. I've never let a woman do so before."
Really?
She was absurdly flattered, even though she knew that teaching her to drive had simply been to prevent her from being ill again. "When my greys arrive, I'll let you drive them too. Then my father will truly be appalled."
Appalled?
He said in a gruff voice, "Entrusting good horses to females. Brr, harumph! Females are for breeding, not for ruining the mouths of good horse flesh." He darted her a wry look. "My father is ever so slightly old-fashioned." She laughed.
"I'm sure you're exaggerating."
They reached the semicircular drive in front of the house. Grooms ran out, taking charge of the curricle and the chaise. A footman emerged from the house with a large umbrella, which he held to shelter Damaris as Freddy swung her down. The rain began to pelt down in earnest, and they ran up the front steps, entering the house laughing and breathless. When they were inside, he stopped and turned her to face him. He straightened her bonnet and tucked a stray lock of hair back into place in a very possessive, not to say intimate way. A little embarrassed, and very aware they were under observation by the servants, she said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "A little billing and cooing of the masculine sort."
"I thought we agreed not to—"
"No, you said it was for birds, but a certain amount is necessary if we're to convince people, so I'm taking on that job. We agreed that your role is to be cold and dignified and treat me with utter disdain, though not too much, else my parents will adore you." "Why on earth would that make them like me?" He shrugged. "Odd people, my mater and pater. In fact, my whole family is peculiar." He leaned closer and said in a confidential tone, "I wouldn't marry into it if I were you." She laughed. "Oh, very well, I won't." A very dignified-looking butler came forward. "Mr. Freddy, sir. Welcome home. Horwood." Freddy nodded. "My dear, I'd like you to meet Horwood, the butler here. Horwood, my betrothed, Miss Chance." "Delighted to meet you, miss," Horwood said, bowing, "and may I say, on behalf of all the staff here at Breckenridge, how thrilled we all are at the news of Mr. Freddy's engagement." He beamed at her in a paternal fashion, and she felt instantly guilty knowing for whom that earlier pretense was intended. "Thank you, Horwood." Freddy grinned and said to Damaris, "Horwood's known me since before I was born. Did his best to keep me out of trouble as a boy. Shame it didn't work." "Nothing but harmless, boyish mischief," the butler said firmly. "Now, her ladyship told me to bring you both straight in the moment you arrived. They're in the large drawing-room." "Did she, indeed? And in the Chamber of Horrors? Gird your loins, my dear. A treat awaits you." But despite the light words, the warmth had died from his eyes. Damaris smoothed her gown with nervous fingers as Horwood announced them. The large drawing-room was more like a medieval hall in size and atmosphere. It was large and richly furnished, the walls panelled in oak,
the floors scattered with oriental rugs in dark reds and browns and blues, the furniture heavy, ornate, and old-fashioned. A huge fire blazed in a fireplace big enough to roast an ox in. Damaris immediately understood Freddy's reference to a chamber of horrors. The walls were lined with the heads of various slaughtered and stuffed animals, heavily antlered stags, wild-horned goats, a snarling bear, a fierce-tusked boar. Their glass eyes glinted in the firelight. Rain battered at the windows.
"Ah, Frederick, so here you are."
A slender, exquisitely dressed woman rose and presented a delicately rouged cheek for her son to kiss. A beautifully cut dress of heavy blue silk flowed around her. A fine cashmere shawl dangled negligently from thin shoulders. Her hair was silvery white and cut in a severe, extremely modish style. She barely glanced at her son. Her pale blue gaze was all for Damaris, taking in everything about her. Damaris immediately felt rumpled, grubby, and travel-worn. "And this is your affianced bride. Welcome to Breckenridge, Miss Chance." She held out a languid hand for Damaris to shake. "We had almost given up hope of him ever marrying, yet you seem to have brought him, somehow, to the point." The words were accompanied by a cool smile, but Damaris was in no doubt of the barb buried in the apparent compliment. She gave a cool smile in return. "How do you do, Lady Breckenridge?"
"Bring me to the point," Freddy interrupted. "Wrong end of the stick completely, mother. I had the devil of a time getting her to agree. Had to pop the question, how many times was it, Damaris? 3, 4, before she'd agree."
Damaris smiled. "Something like that."
"Indeed?"
Lady Breckenridge's finely plucked brows rose.
"Harumph!"
came a noise from the window. Damaris turned and saw a tall, lean man, slightly stooped, with iron-grey hair and fierce blue eyes, standing there. Freddy's father. The resemblance was unmistakable. He must have watched them arrive.
"Ah, father," Freddy began. "I've got eyes, haven't I?" His father snapped. "So, this is the bride-to-be, is it?"
His hard gaze ran over her, taking in every detail. There was no warmth or welcome in the examination. Damaris straightened. She half expected him to examine her teeth and lift up her fetlocks. She held out her hand to him. "How do you do, Lord Breckenridge? Delightful to meet you." And if he detected any irony in her voice, so much the better. His brows gnashed together.
"Half Italian, are you?" "Father."
"Half Venetian," she corrected him.
"Humph! You don't sound Italian, or look it."
"That's because I'm not," she said with perfect truth. The elderly man gave her a narrow look, then turned to his son.
"You let her drive your curricle, I see."
It was a criticism more than a comment. Freddy smiled faintly.
"I do. She has the makings of a very pretty whip."
"You drove her in your curricle?" his mother exclaimed. "In this weather? Honestly, Frederick, have you no idea of the proper way to treat a lady? You should have sent for your father's travelling chaise, or hired one at the very least."
"Oh, he did, and very comfortable and luxurious it was, too," Damaris interjected coolly, hoping her outrage didn't show. So very rude to dress Freddy down in front of his new fiancé as if he were a naughty schoolboy. Not to mention unfair, but I preferred to ride in the curricle. She glanced at the window. "We were very lucky with the rain. I see it's coming down rather hard now, but we had fair weather all the way from London." Again, a well-plucked brow arched in haughty surprise. Damaris had a feeling she was going to become rather familiar with it over the period of this visit.
Lady Breckenridge did not like to be contradicted, even politely. Damaris could see now why Freddy had not been precisely eager to spend much time here. He'd received no sort of welcome at all, no warmth, only criticism. She knew exactly what that felt like. She'd had it all her life from Papa, and she wasn't going to take it from these two strangers. "Now, if you don't mind," she said sweetly, "it's been a long trip and I would like to wash and tidy up." Lady Breckenridge stiffened at the implied slur on their hospitality. Lord Breckenridge's brows drew together in a frown. The atmosphere in the big, ugly room had chilled perceptibly, and it was nothing to do with the fire, which was still blazing. "Of course," Lady Breckenridge said. "Horwood will show you to your rooms. Dinner will be at 8. Frederick, you will collect Miss Chance and escort her to the dining-room." They didn't like even a tiny taste of their own medicine, Damaris thought. Good. If they didn't have the good manners to allow their son and his betrothed time to freshen up and visit the privy after a long journey, then they should be embarrassed. When she was rushed in to meet them immediately on arrival, she'd assumed it was because they were eager to see their son and meet his fiancée. She understood now that was far from the case. They'd given no thought to their guests' comfort. She hoped they hadn't intended to put her, and by association their son, at a disadvantage. But the suspicion lingered. Freddy must have expected it. His insistence on breaking the journey at the village inn now made sense. If she hadn't used the privy, washed her face and hands and tidied her hair then, if she'd met that cold, elegant woman all blousy and blown about and in need of the privy, well, what a first impression that would have made. "Thank you for arranging that stop in the village," she murmured to Freddy as they mounted the stairs in Horwood's wake. He gave a quick half-smile of acknowledgement. "Your parents are not particularly happy with this betrothal, are they?" "Don't worry about it. Noses out of joint, that's all. Would have preferred I chose one of the girls they'd picked out for me. Hope they didn't upset you." He gave her a searching look as they reached the landing. "Not in the least," Damaris said. "In fact, I quite enjoyed it." Enjoyed it? One mobile brow rose. She knew where that came from now. Odd how on one person it was annoying, and on another it could be quite endearing. He was worried about her, she realized. "After this visit I won't ever see them again," she reminded him. "You did say you'd prefer they didn't much like me." "Yes, but the way they spoke to you was not nearly as rude as how they spoke to you." He shrugged. "I'm used to it." "So am I. My father was constantly critical. I doubt he ever had a kind thought or word for me, or anyone, in his life." She squeezed his hand. "Family can hurt you much more than outsiders can." He snorted. "Doesn't bother me. It was you I was worrying about." She smiled at him. "Then don't. After a lifetime with Papa, whatever your parents direct at me will be water off a duck's back." At dinner, the interrogation continued. Lord and Lady Breckenridge had, it seemed, no interest in discovering what their son had been doing in the last year. It was all about Damaris. "Did your mother, the Marchesa, teach you how to manage a large household?" Lady Breckenridge asked. "She did. At least, her mother had. And Damaris had managed the mission and controlled the purse strings since she was 12. Not that there was much money left by then." Lady Breckenridge sniffed. "I don't suppose Italian houses are the same." "As Venetian ones? There is some similarity apart from the canal frontages." "Oh, you mean compared with English houses? I know a little about the running of a large London house and have stayed with my sister Abby in her country home, Davenham Hall. But otherwise it's hard to generalize."
These parsnips are excellent. You grow them yourself, I presume?
Not altogether a bad thing for an ancient family to gain fresh brood stock.
Lord Breckenridge entered the fray.
Don't know about Italians, though.
Venetians, Freddy said.
Humph.
The old man eyed Damaris critically.
Eat up, girl. You're a bit thin for my taste. There's the succession to think of.
Lady Breckenridge cleared her throat meaningfully and eyed her husband. He grunted.
Take your point, my dear. My wife here's always been slender as a willow and still managed to throw 2 healthy sons.
He pointed his fork at Damaris.
We breed sons in this family, missy. Do you hear me? Damaris has 3 sisters,
Freddy put in helpfully. Lord Breckenridge frowned.
What, no boys?
None at all, she admitted cheerfully.
I like girls, Freddy said. Young idiot, what do I care what you like? It's the succession that counts.
He turned to Damaris.
You hunt, of course.
No, I don't even know how to ride, Damaris said serenely. It was wonderfully liberating not to have to please them,
and the ruder they were to their son, the freer Damaris felt to say whatever she chose. When his parents had first started firing questions at her, Freddy had bristled in her defence, but once he saw she was quite capable of dealing with them, even quite enjoying it, he sat back.
Not know how to ride?
Lord Breckenridge glared at his son.
What sort of an upbringing is that for a future bride of Breckenridge?
Freddy shrugged.
I don't suppose there's much call for horses in Venice.
Damaris nodded.
Gondolas, yes. Horses, no. A gondola is a kind of boat, she explained kindly. The canals, you see.
The old man glowered at her.
I know what a gondola is.
She smiled at him. Then you understand why I don't ride.
Freddy leaned forward. I thought I'd teach her to ride while we're here. Give us something to do. Harumph! Not much point at her age. His father growled. Only time to learn to ride is when you're a child.
He gave Damaris a flinty look.
I was riding to hounds by the time I was 7.
Good for you, she responded. But even if I could ride, I wouldn't hunt foxes. She'd had a taste of how it felt to be hunted, and she wouldn't wish that on any creature.
Not hunt foxes?
His eyes almost popped with the heresy.
Why on earth not? They're vermin, and it's excellent sport.
All God's creatures have their place.
A fox's place is to be hunted. Damn it, girl.
Not by me. She nibbled on a macaroon, then added provocatively, besides, foxes are sweet.
Sweet?
He echoed in disgust.
Foxes are sweet.
He turned to glare at Freddy.
And this is the bride you choose to bring home to Breckenridge? It is, Freddy agreed. Delightful, isn't she? Harumph!
His father hunched over his wine and after a moment muttered,
Almeria Armthwaite is English and a bruising rider to hounds. You could have had her.
Freddy smiled.
Anyone can, I believe, as long as he enjoys the whip.
There was a short, stunned silence, into which Freddy rose.
Excellent dinner, Mother. Convey my compliments to Mrs. Bradshaw. It's been a long day, and my bride-to-be must be tired, so we'll bid you good night.
And before his parents could recover, Freddy and Damaris made their escape.
The moment the door closed behind them, Freddy gave a small whoop, seized Damaris in his arms and swung her around in an exuberant whirl.
That was wonderful, he exclaimed.
She laughed as he came to a halt and let her slide back to earth. His voice deepened.
You were wonderful.
He gazed down at her for a long moment, his arms loosely locked around her, tall and warm and strong. She stared back, breathlessly aware of the way her body was still pressed against him, the tips of her breasts just touching his chest, her palms resting lightly on his forearms. His hands were warm as they slid slowly down to circle her waist. Her skirts were twined around his legs. Every nerve in her body thrummed with awareness of him. She moistened her lips. His blue eyes darkened and he bent his head, angling it to... A discreet cough behind them caused Freddy to release her and step back. A footman carrying a large tray of crockery passed them by, looking embarrassed and muttering an apology. Damaris's cheeks were burning. What must he think of her, pressing herself against him like that? There for the taking, right outside his parents' dining room. This was a business arrangement, she reminded herself. Freddy offered her his arm, and together they mounted the stairs. "I meant it," he said in a low voice. "You were wonderful at dinner. So composed and unruffled. Are you sure they didn't upset you?" She strove to make her voice cool and matter-of-fact. "Not at all. But I was very annoyed by their rudeness to you. Are they always like that?" "Don't let it bother you," he said. "I don't." It did bother him. She could tell. And now what he'd told her about only coming here once a year, and not even for Christmas, was starting to make sense. But despite his light dismissal, she recognized the underlying message of keep out private family business. And since she was a faux fiancée, she had to respect that. For now, at least. They climbed the stairs in silence. Outside, the rain drummed steadily, pouring off the roof and rattling down spouts and gutters. "Foxes are sweet," he quizzed her when they reached the landing. She chuckled. "I couldn't resist. And what about your comment about Miss Armthwaite?" "Father walked into that one." They'd reached the door of her bedchamber and paused. His hand came up as if to cup her cheek, and she stiffened and quickly stepped back. "I think it's best if we don't," she said, and in a moment of inspiration added, "We had that moment in the hall in front of that footman. Surely that should suffice. It's not necessary now, is it? For our pretence, I mean." "Necessary?" He looked at her as if trying to fathom her thoughts. "No, it's not necessary." She fought a blush and said in as crisp a voice as she could manage, "Then I'll bid you good night." She hurriedly let herself into her bedchamber, closed the door and leaned against it in relief. What must he think of her? She'd promised she had no interest in him, no interest in marriage. And it was true. So what business did she have in encouraging him to flirt? "Tired, miss?" Her maid Polly came forward. "I've put a warming pan over your sheets, miss, and your nightgown is warming by the fire. There's hot water in the jug, and I can fetch a hot brick for you if you want one." "Thank you, Polly. That will do very nicely." She quickly washed, changed into her nightclothes, and slipped into bed. Polly blew out the candles and slipped into her own bed in the adjoining room. Damaris snuggled down. She was cosy and warm, almost too warm. Her body was hot with remembered awareness. "Lust," her father whispered in her head. She buried her face in her pillow. After breakfast the next morning, Lady Breckenridge announced she would show Miss Chance over the house, the more domestic areas which would, naturally, be of most interest to a future bride. Minutes into the tour, her true purpose soon became apparent: to impress on Damaris her unworthiness for the position.
"I'd arranged a house party to start next week," Lady Breckenridge said. "I had invited the flower of English young womanhood and their mothers."
Damaris made a vaguely interested sound. "These linen closets are most impressive."
"Every girl invited I've known since birth,"
Even before that, you might say. Our families have known each other for generations." She fixed Damaris with a look. "Generations!"
"No surprises there for you, then," Damaris said cheerfully, and looked around for something else to comment on. Did the woman think she was going to wither up and creep away?
"Each girl gently born, delicately bred, skilled in all the womanly arts, each one born to step into the position, knowing everyone and everything."
"But you had to cancel it. What a shame. Do you make your own cheese?" Lady Breckenridge's pale blue eyes glittered.
"Instead, here you are, a girl I've never met before, some connection of Lady Beatrice's, but otherwise entirely unknown to English society. And half Italian!"
As if Damaris were some mongrel puppy. Which, come to think of it, was not far off the mark, Damaris thought. Papa's family was quite undistinguished. Yes, and half English, too. Interesting, isn't it? From the look on Lady Breckenridge's face, it wasn't.
"Do you play any musical instruments, Miss Chance? The harp, or perhaps the pianoforte?"
"No. I'm afraid my musical skills are barely adequate, though I do like to sing, and we are learning to dance, my sisters and I." The well-plucked eyebrows almost disappeared.
"You don't dance?"
"My father didn't approve of it."
"Good heavens! How very peculiar! I would have thought dancing was an essential skill for any young woman aspiring to become a lady. But then, I suppose, when one has had a foreign upbringing—"
Lady Breckenridge tailed off on a disparaging note.
"You embroider, of course?"
"Not very well, though I do stitch a neat hem, if I say so myself."
"Hems," Lady Breckenridge declared, "are for maids to sew."
"It's a skill I've found very useful over the years," Damaris said cheerfully.
Lady Breckenridge stiffened. "Do you have any ladylike accomplishments at all, Miss Chance?"
Damaris smiled. "I'm not sure how ladylike it is, but I do like to draw and paint."
She was rewarded with a thin smile. "Indeed. Watercolours are quite an acceptable medium."
"I paint china," Damaris said brightly and inaccurately. "Cups, bowls, chamber pots, that sort of thing." She'd been trained to paint with watercolours. The china painting was a new skill, but she wasn't aiming to please. There was a chilly silence. Then,
"I should hate to see Frederick marry to disoblige his parents."
"I should hate even more for him to marry simply to oblige them," Damaris said. And when Lady Breckenridge's eyebrows flew up on cue, she added, "I think a man, if he's truly a man, ought to marry to please himself, don't you, Lady Breckenridge? So, this is where you dry the washing in wet weather. How ingenious. And, of course, necessary. I didn't realize it rained so much in England until I came here."
"This has been an unseasonably cold winter," Lady Breckenridge said, adding waspishly, "I suppose the sun shines all the time in Italy."
"I wouldn't know," Damaris said carelessly. "I've never been there."
"What? But—"
"Venice," she said. "And this is the storeroom? So interesting that English people confuse the two countries. Venice was an independent republic for centuries until Napoleon's invasion. Currently it's part of the Kingdom of Lombardy-Venetia, though we have every hope that the Austrians will leave and the republic be re-established."
And how grateful she was for Abby's insistence that they learn something of their supposed country of birth. She smiled at Lady Breckenridge, who was looking exceedingly sour, and continued, "I would never mix up England and Scotland, or England and Wales. But then my mother ensured I had an excellent education. Heavens, what a large flour bin! Do you not find that the flour gets stale in such a large container?" "No," Lady Breckenridge said thinly, "we do not."
The rain had stopped, and they proceeded to the kitchen gardens. Having tended gardens most of her life, Damaris was truly interested and asked the head gardener a great many questions. As they left the high-walled kitchen gardens, Lady Breckenridge commented, "You seem to have a great deal of practical knowledge of gardening, Miss Chance. So unexpected in a lady. One could almost imagine you were the gardener's daughter." She tittered at her own joke.
Mamma never approved of my grubbing around in the dirt either. She held that a lady should have a variety of accomplishments and interests to occupy her. Hers were music and sewing. She did truly exquisite embroidery.
Her eyes clouded, remembering how the pieces Mamma had embroidered for Damaris's bride chest had been burned.
But I preferred to grow things.
It was a necessity as well as a pleasure. The garden helped keep them fed. Lady Breckenridge arched a brow. "I did not realize Venetians could keep gardens. Surely all that water—"
Curses! She'd forgotten about the canals. Not in the house, no. Of course we cannot have gardens around the house as the English do, but we had gardens and orchards in our— She groped for a solution to her rash statement. "In our country properties."
"Properties?"
"Yes," Damaris said airily, hoping she wouldn't ask for further details. "Does Breckenridge have orchards?"
When they returned to the house an hour later, Lady Breckenridge handed Damaris over to Freddy with an air of relief, saying, "I have shown Miss Chance the domestic parts of the house and the gardens. She is interested in herbs and orchards. And," she shuddered eloquently as she glided away, "bees." Freddy watched her go, then whistled softly. "Round 1 to Miss Chance. My mother looks almost crushed. What did you do to her?"
"Nothing, I promise you," Damaris said. "On the contrary, she has spent the last 2 hours squashing my pretensions in the most relentless, elegant fashion."
"Really?" His eyes danced. "Your pretensions look remarkably unsquashed to me. Quite delightfully perky, in fact." Seeing the direction of his gaze, she pulled her shawl across her bosom.
"Those,"
she said with what she hoped was quelling dignity,
"are not pretensions."
"No? Really? What are they, then? Please explain." She couldn't help but laugh at his wicked mock-schoolboy eagerness.
"You, Mr. Monkton-Coombes, are a shocking flirt."
He gave her a wounded look. "Nonsense. I'm a very good flirt. Some would even say excellent, though modesty prevents me from saying so."
She laughed. "It will serve you right when I jilt you. Nobody will wonder at it at all."
"They won't, will they?" He heaved a doleful sigh, but Damaris wasn't deceived. His eyes still danced, blue as the sun on the sea. Chapter 14. I do not want people to be very agreeable, as it saves me the trouble of liking them a great deal. Jane Austen. Jane Austen's Letters. There would be just 3 for luncheon, the butler informed them while they were waiting for Lord Breckenridge to arrive. Lady Breckenridge had retired to her bedchamber with a severe headache, and had ordered her luncheon brought up on a tray.
"Oh dear, I probably gave her that headache,"
Damaris admitted to Freddy after the butler had left.
"I feel terrible now."
"Nonsense. My mother's headaches are legendary. They come on whenever she fails to get her way. If she were truly ill, she wouldn't have ordered any luncheon at all, let alone on a tray." Lord Breckenridge entered. He gave Damaris a sharp look. "Heard you asked to be shown the gardens, Miss Chance. The kitchen gardens."
"Yes, my lord.
It was very interesting. I have an interest in growing things." "Your only job is to grow an heir for Breckenridge," he grumbled as he seated himself. As the butler served luncheon, the older man eyed Damaris thoughtfully.
It was quite rude of him to stare, but she refused to be put out of countenance by him. "Heard you also found the orchards worth looking at?" She broke open a bread roll and buttered it. "I did." "The beehives, too?" "Yes, I have contemplated keeping bees myself." She picked up her spoon and started on her soup. His hairy grey brows snapped together. "Yourself?" She looked up from her soup in faint surprise at his tone and said coolly, "I have a fondness for honey." She glanced at the butler. "Please tell the cook this soup is delicious." Lord Breckenridge addressed himself to his plate for the rest of the meal, but at the end he fixed her with a hard gaze once more. "Go in for a drive this afternoon. Be pleased if you'd accompany me, Miss Chance." The words were couched as a request, but it was an order, Damaris had no doubt. She turned to Freddy. "Did you have plans for us this afternoon, Freddy?" "Wasn't asking him. It's you I want to talk to." "You said you wanted to go into the village," Freddy said at the same time. She'd said no such thing. He was giving her an excuse. "She can do that any time, boy," his father snapped. "Make up your mind, girl. Which is it to be?" She forced her fingers to unclench. The man was so rude. She longed to give him a good set-down, but Freddy was looking tense. False betrothal or not, his protective instincts were strong, she'd learned, and she didn't want him to be the cause of any further tension between him and his parents. Better for him to think his father's rudeness didn't bother her at all. Water off a duck's back, she'd said. No doubt Lord Breckenridge was going to attempt the same kind of pretension squashery as his wife had earlier. If that was the case, Damaris thought, bring it on. "As your father said, Freddy, we can go into the village any time. Thank you, Lord Breckenridge. I'd be happy to go for a drive with you." "Ha!" The older man shot a triumphant look at Freddy. "Gill knows which side her bread is buttered on." "Nothing of the sort. It's just that I was taught to show respect to old people," she said sweetly, adding, "no matter how little they may deserve it." She ran upstairs to fetch her warm pelisse, hat, and gloves. When she came downstairs, buttoning her gloves, Freddy and his father were standing chest to chest, glaring at each other. As she hurried up, Freddy glanced at her and stepped back, saying something to his father she didn't catch. His father snorted and turned to Damaris. "Ready, Miss Chance?" She glanced at Freddy. His face was set and unreadable, but he made no move to dissuade her. "Perfectly," she said, and sailed out the front door. "Thought I'd show you the estate," Lord Breckenridge said, as the carriage moved off. It was a phaeton, she was glad to see, open to the air but with a hood to shelter them if it rained. After her experience with the yellow bounder, she was a little nervous of riding in stuffy closed carriages. The last thing she wanted was to throw up over her supposed future father-in-law. Though there could be compensations, she reflected. "What were you and Freddy talking about in the hall just now?" she asked him. He snorted. "Damned impertinence." "Who? You or him?" He gave her a narrow look. "That's enough cheek from you, missy. Bad enough my son thinks." He broke off and glared at her. "I know how to treat a lady, damn it!" Damaris hid a smile. She was perfectly capable of defending herself against any jibes his father might make, but the thought that Freddy had warned his father off made her feel warm inside. "And don't think I'm going to let you tool these beauties about the country," he said grumpily, indicating the matched bays pulling the phaeton. "I'm not a reckless fool, like my son." "Your son is neither a fool nor reckless, and if you have brought me here to insult him, you may stop the carriage now, and I will get down and walk." She waited with chin high, ignoring his scrutiny. After a moment he grunted, so, taking that as acceptance of her terms, she added, "And beautiful as they may be, I have no desire to drive your horses."
They drove down the main drive and turned left, away from the village, along a narrow lane lined with high hedgerows. They passed a small cottage where an elderly woman in a mob cap stood in the front garden pruning vines. She gazed intently at them and half raised her hand as if to wave, but Lord Breckenridge took no notice. Damaris smiled at the woman as the phaeton swept past at a fast clip. Who was that?
Eh? Oh, her. Nobody.
She was clearly somebody.
He gave her an exasperated look. Old retainer. Nobody you need notice.
Oh, I notice everyone, she said blithely. She waited for some crushing response, but apart from another grunt, he didn't say anything for some time. They drove through endless lanes, and from time to time he'd throw out some comment about whatever it was they were passing.
Potatoes,
he said, as they passed a field of some crop drowning under sheets of water.
All this blasted rain we've been having. Looks set to ruin the harvest.
Another time he jerked his head at a field full of sheep.
Sheep,
he informed her. She restrained herself from exclaiming in amazement. While he remained civil, so would she. For meat or wool? He gave her a surprised look.
Wool.
They drove through a small hamlet, and he said,
Tenants' cottages.
Several children ran out, waving. A woman carrying a basket bobbed a curtsy. A couple of labourers trudging along the lane stood back as they passed and tugged their forelocks to Lord Breckenridge. He ignored them all. Damaris, not quite knowing what to do, smiled at them anyway. At a crossroads, a broad-shouldered man in a worn leather apron straightened from examining a horse and dipped his head in greeting. Lord Breckenridge gave him a curt nod, saying to Damaris as they passed, Smith, good man, knows his trade. Gradually it dawned on her that unless he'd changed his mind at the last minute, or since she'd threatened to get out and walk, this wasn't an attempt to squash the unsuitable bride's pretensions. He really was giving her a tour of the estate. Why, she had no idea, but something inside her unknotted, and she began to relax and enjoy herself. They came to a muddy field dotted with pigs. Before he could say pigs to her, she said, I used to breed pigs. It was only a slight exaggeration. A farmer had given them a piglet once, and Damaris had raised it. She'd wept when it had to be killed, but she'd still eaten the meat. Meat was always very scarce at the mission, and it was sinful to waste food simply because you'd known it as a friend. Pigs were affectionate and intelligent creatures. He turned his head to stare at her.
You bred pigs? Good God! Then, after a pause, he asked, What kind of pigs?
A Chinese breed. They were experimental, she hastily added.
He grunted and gave her another hard-to-read look. Experimental Chinese pigs, eh? And do they swim, these Chinese pigs?
She gave him a blank look. Swim?
Yes, well, they'd need to because of the canals, wouldn't they?
She managed to keep a straight face. No. We kept them on an island where we had the orchards.
Extraordinary, he murmured to himself. Experimental Chinese swimming pigs. Well, how was he? Freddy asked her on their return.
Perfectly civil. She took off her hat and frowned thoughtfully. Surprisingly so.
Why? What did you talk about?
The estate.
The estate?
She nodded. It wasn't at all what I expected, but he pointed out the crops he was growing and the apple orchards and sheep. And we talked briefly about pigs.
Pigs?
She giggled.
The pigs were my fault, to be honest. I told him I'd bred pigs. Well, I raised a piglet once in China, which is close. I thought for a minute he'd bubbled me when he asked if they swam in the canals, but he seemed to accept my explanation. I said they were kept on an island where we had orchards. He seemed remarkably impressed. Freddy groaned. He would be. It all makes sense now. Blast!
What makes sense? She tilted her head curiously. Tell me. He took her arm and led her toward the stairs. Those girls they had lined up for me, they're all very different, but they have one thing in common. They were all raised on an estate like this and have some knowledge of how to run one. She nodded, a little puzzled. Yes, your mother asked me about running a house the first night we arrived, remember? Yes, but you don't understand. My mother is in charge of the house. My father runs the estate, or rather tells the estate manager how to run it. Yes, I assumed that's how it would be. So what? She broke off. Where are we going? They'd passed the landing of the floor where her bedchamber was. Something I want to show you. He tugged her onward. The thing is, if my father is talking land management and pigs to you, it probably means he's starting to approve of you. He pulled a wry face. Come to think of it, they probably both do. First, you sent my mother upstairs in a sulk. I did no such thing. She called it a headache, but believe me, it was a sulk, which means she didn't manage to crush you, which is a point in your favour. The future Lady Breckenridge must be able to hold her own with the finest aristocratic bitches in the land. They like it that you stood up to them. Oh. She digested the implications of that as he led her through a maze of corridors and up a series of increasingly narrow stairs. She paused on a landing to catch her breath. So, when they're nasty to me, would you rather I burst into tears instead? She wasn't sure she could weep on demand, and it certainly went against the grain to do so, but he was giving her a cottage in exchange for this performance, and he who paid the piper chose the tune. Good God, no! I haven't enjoyed myself so much in years. I don't think any young woman has ever managed to get the better of my mother. He shook his head in amazement. And not only did you manage to keep my father civil, that was you and your warning off. How did you? I asked him. And he told you? He laughed. Well, there you are. And then you discussed crops and pigs with him. Wonders will never cease. Turn here. Where are we going again? She peered doubtfully up a steep, narrow staircase that seemed to lead into a cupboard. He gave a faint smile. Wait and see. There's a key to unlock it. Ah, here we are. He produced a key from the ledge over the narrow doorway, reached past her to unlock the door, and waved her on. Ladies first. She had to bend to get through the small door, but she stepped outside into fresh air and gasped with pleasure at the view in front of her. He'd brought her to the small tower-like structure she'd vaguely noticed on top of the house. Surrounding the tower there was a narrow walkway about 4 feet wide, with a railed barrier for safety. She could see for miles in every direction. Seeing as you've been driving around the estate all day, thought you might enjoy the bird's-eye view. Besides, with any luck, we'll get a sunset. You do like sunsets, don't you? I do indeed, she said softly, touched by his thoughtfulness. He nodded. Thought so. Women usually like such things. Unreasonably annoyed at being part of usual women, she moved to the edge of the walkway and looked out. She could see the kitchen gardens, the apple orchards and the beehives she'd visited in the morning. On a rise was the copse of winter-bare silver birches she'd noticed on her drive, and surrounding the estate was a patchwork stretch of small farms and cottages. She spotted the cottage where the old woman had smiled at her. Who lives there? Our old nurse, Nanny McBride. Why? Oh, we passed her today, that's all. She was in her garden pruning. I thought she looked nice. She likes her garden, he said indifferently. Can I meet her? Nanny McBride? Whatever for? She's very old. She seemed quite vigorous to me. Certainly not too old for visitors. I've already dropped in on her. Did it while you were off with my father. With one booted foot he stirred a small pile of rubbish in a corner, bits of wood, an old bucket, a length of rotted rope. "You've visited her? Already?" He must care for his old nanny to have visited her so soon.
"Only out of duty."
He sounded uninterested, but she wasn't convinced. He leaned forward, frowning, then smiled, and from the pile in the corner produced a small, weathered-looking wooden sword, the handle of which had once been painted red.
"So that's where it got to. He must have hidden it."
He turned the small sword over in his hands and made a couple of pretend passes with it.
"My brother George and I used to play up here every chance we could. Pirates and buccaneers, mainly. But sometimes we'd be soldiers trying to take the fort or the castle, depending what it was. That end was always George's, and this end was mine."
It was a dangerous place for small boys to play in. His brother had died when he was a boy. That barrier would be easy to climb. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Did your brother fall? Is that how he died?"
"No."
He turned abruptly and walked away, disappearing around the other side of the tower. Damaris bit her lip, silently cursing herself for her tactlessness. She gripped the rail hard and stared out at the horizon. He'd made it clear he didn't want to talk about his brother, and it was, after all, none of her business. It wasn't as if she were really his betrothed. Should she go after him and apologize, or should she just let it slide? To the south, not far from the house, lay a lake, wind-whipped and grey, lined on one side with dark pines. Nearby was a small stone chapel, and beside it a scattering of headstones. The family cemetery. She shivered.
"Are you cold?" he asked, coming up behind her.
Close behind her. She could feel the warmth of his body all down her back. "No, I'm all right, thanks." But she didn't move away, and neither did he.
"That's Devon over there, and Davenham Hall is just beyond those hills."
He put a hand on her shoulder to turn her in the right direction. His voice was light, untroubled. She wasn't deceived. She'd hit a nerve.
"London is that way." He pointed. "And on a clearer day you can see the sea over there."
She squinted, trying to glimpse a line of blue on the horizon. But though the rain had stopped where they were, she could see it pouring down in grey veils farther away. The sun was beginning to set, turning the shallow sheets of silvery water to gold. "It's very wet, isn't it? It isn't even draining away in some places. We saw so many fields that were quite flooded. Your father said the crops were ruined."
He shook his head. "I told him years ago he should have those fields drained, but will he listen? Not to me. What would I know about anything?" He clenched his fist in frustration. His idea of farming is medieval. He despises the very idea of change and dismisses every innovation of the new science of agriculture as newfangled nonsense.
"You've tried to talk to him?"
He snorted. "I've given up. My interest now is in the new technology surrounding steam engines and transport, not just shipping."
Damaris knew from Flynn that Freddy was a partner in their shipping line, but she hadn't realized he was also interested in steam. "Max also has an interest in steam power, doesn't he?"
Freddy nodded. "That's how I first got interested. He was mad about steam engines when we were at school together, and while he was abroad, I followed up on it. I invested in a few developments here and there, and they've paid off handsomely. Steam power is the future."
"You say you invested in some developments. What does that entail?"
She really said it to keep him talking and to make up for her earlier tactlessness, but he took her question seriously, and as he explained how investing worked, she became interested herself. Most fascinating to her was how he had been able to build quite a small inheritance from an aunt into an income that supported him. "A bare competence, but it makes me independent."
He might dismiss it as a competence, but from everything she'd seen he lived a comfortable, not to say luxurious existence. She'd never had enough money to invest in anything, but nor had she ever considered that money was for anything other than saving and trying to stretch. "I'd like to learn more about investing," she said.
"It's not difficult," he said. "Just risky." "What have you two been up to?" Lord Breckenridge asked as they sat down to dinner. "The boy been looking after you?"
It was clear from his manner that Freddy's guess had been correct. His parents, his father at least, seemed to approve of her, even if she couldn't ride and thought foxes were sweet. His mother, on the other hand, remained distant. "Indeed he has," Damaris said. "In fact, he was explaining to me earlier how investments work." It was time Lord Breckenridge learned his son knew a great deal more than anyone gave him credit for.
He snorted. "Boy talks a lot of nonsense."
"Not at all," she said coolly. "I found him most informative."
"Informative?" Lord Breckenridge snorted. "All my son understands about investments he's gleaned from his dealings with the cent per cents. Moneylenders," he added, seeing she didn't understand the term. "But don't worry, my dear. Whatever fortune you bring to this marriage will be well protected. We'll have the respective family lawyers draw up a marriage settlement for you that will keep it out of his spendthrift hands."
"Spendthrift?" Surprised at the accusation, she glanced at Freddy, who gave a tiny shake of the head as if to say, "Don't worry about it." His father leaned across and patted her hand. "Don't worry your pretty little head about it, Miguel." "I won't," she said crisply, moving her hand away. "I have complete faith in Freddy's abilities and would happily entrust every penny I own to him."
His father chuckled. "Which is why, my dear, we don't allow ladies to dabble in matters they don't understand."
Damaris gritted her teeth. Her father had squandered most of Mamma's fortune on bribes and expensive gifts to curry favour with the warlord, and by the time Damaris was 12 there was almost nothing left. Once their income had dribbled to a small, regular charitable donation from England, Papa lost interest and left the entire financial management of the mission to her. It had been Damaris's responsibility to make their income stretch and feed them all. She did all the marketing, bargaining furiously to get the best prices, and all the worrying about how to make ends meet and keep everyone fed. Such things were beneath Papa's notice. Afterward, when they were alone, she tackled Freddy about his silence. "Why do you let him speak of you like that? You're not a spendthrift. You're not a fool. Far from it. And I don't care what your father says, you do understand investments. You might act the frivolous rattle in society, but I know from Mr. Flynn that you have responsibilities in the firm that you carry out reliably and well. He said once he has great respect for your business acumen, so why—"
"Good heavens, don't spread that around, I beg you. It will quite ruin the reputation I've spent years building."
He said it lightly, as if it were all a joke, but there was enough truth in it for her to ask, "Why not? And don't hand me any flummery about your society reputation. I'm talking about your parents and what they think of you. They show you no respect, and worse than that—"
"They have their reasons."
He looked away, his expression momentarily bleak. "What reasons?"
"They need not bother you. Your reason for being here is, as you have pointed out several times, merely for the purposes of play-acting. You don't need to get involved."
It was a definite warning off.
"Don't look at me like that," he said. "I mean it for your own good."
His finger stroked the curve of her ear. She pulled back. "What are you doing?"
"Just tidying a lock of hair that came loose. Why? Do you mind?"
"No, it just felt odd." Her hair wasn't coming loose at all, she was sure. He was trying to distract her from their discussion.
"Odd, disgusting? Or, my, but that Freddy is a charmer odd?"
She fought a smile. "I don't think there is such an odd."
Of course there is. My grandfather invented it. I take after him. He was a famous rake."
She tilted her head to glance at him. "And are you a famous rake?"
"Not yet, but I'm working on it," he said earnestly.
She laughed. She was beginning to recognize a pattern. Every time the subject got too serious or uncomfortable, he flirted his way out of it. It was clear he didn't want to discuss his parents' attitude to him, so she'd let the subject drop. For the moment.